LOL. Going live. I was just on John Felix's live. He was doing real well. He says, I don't go on your channel. It's like, bro, I guess you probably don't even come on my channel. You've been back from New Jersey for a long time now, John Felix. You ever gonna like talk to me about what about the injustice that's happened to me? Or you? I've already known you. You don't give a shit about it. You don't give a shit about me. I told you tonight on your live. I said, bro, I'm proud of you. You have rights. You have human rights in your heart. I'm proud. He can see through the bullshit, at least when it comes to you know, human rights violations happening in Gaza or Israel, whichever, you know, like, let's take away the names and just look at the humans and notice that, hey, you look at, there's some human rights violations going on. The truth spitter, woo fucking woo. Hey, Michael Kunkel, woo fucking woo. Is John Felix in the house? I guess I better put the link out there so he can come up. I'd love to debate him because he always gets an attitude with me when I've always been on John Felix's side, but he gets this attitude with me, like he gets all mad at some of the stupidest fucking shit. Let's see here. He just barely said at the end of his life, I don't come on your channel. Please come up on my channel because I've been wanting to talk to you about stuff, but you're not on my, you know, you don't give a fucking two shits about what's happening to me. No. Yeah. So Bobby, why would you? There's a link in the chat if anybody wants to come up. Somebody go tell John Felix. He tried to say that Jew was a race and a religion. It's like, how? Maybe if you said Hebrew was a race, maybe. Not trying to be mean here. This isn't coming from hate. This is coming from reality. I don't know about, I'm not here to embarrass John Felix. I fucking like John Felix. He just doesn't like me. It's fucking crazy as shit. It's like, he's a landlord, so he doesn't like the idea of adverse possession. And I talked to him one time about adverse possession. He blocked me from his channel because adverse possession is a human right. It's not your feelings, John, because you're a landlord, that if somebody moves into your unfucking kept home, that, like, say, I know John Felix's homes might not be unkept. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you have, like, if you live in Seattle and you have like a vacation house in fucking Galveston, and you haven't been down to Galveston for the last 5 years to take care of your home, somebody might have moved into it. And that's called adverse possession. And that's a human right. Yeah, it might hurt your homeowner feelings, but you ain't an owner. The owner is the holder, not the fucking, the paper title, the fucking deed. That's 1/10 of the law. The holding of the property is 9/10 of the law. The paper deed is 1/10 of the fucking law. You don't own it just because you have a deed. But this is why John fucking banned me from his live chats before. He always tells me I'm arguing with him. It's like, I'm not arguing with you. I said a guy's nose was probably hooked and 6 inches long pointing down. And he said, whoa, bro, that's racist. I said, Jew's not race. It's a religion. I'm not saying that out of hate. I don't fucking really hate anyone. I'm saying that out of truth. Jew is not a race. It's a religion. That's like saying, oh, I'm Christian, so I got Christian blood in me. How the fuck you got Christian fucking blood? Jesus, that's all I'm saying. I'm not fucking hating nobody. How the fuck would I have Christian blood just because I'm a Christian? Christianity is a religion, not a race. Hey, our guy, thanks for coming on over. John Felix at the end there said, hey, bro, I don't go on your channel and argue with you. It's like, bro, I've asked you to come up on my live so you could talk to me about what's happening to me. And then before you went to New Jersey, you came up on my live for like 15 minutes, maybe, not even that, 5 minutes. I asked you to come to my panel so that you could talk to me about what was happening to me, the injustice. We're supposed to be in this thing for rights, you know, human rights and shit like that, you know. It's not a popularity fucking contest. Oh, look at me, look at me. I coined this phrase and I coined that fucking phrase. Fuck. It's about rights. The smallest motherfucking channel on the fucking YouTube fucking putting themselves out there in a fucking fit of advocacy to fucking buck the system. Protest is called pushback. Okay? They don't like it when you push back. Holding a camera can be pushback. You obviously know that. Joko knows that. Hey, Joko, good to see you. Yeah, it's really sad. John Felix makes me sad as fuck. He is damn smart, but at the same time, it's like, what the fuck, bro? Hey, William L., good to see you. Thanks, Auditing Live. For some reason, I don't know exactly who you are for some reason, which makes me sad, you know, because I should know you. Auditing Live, you were on Northwoods Press is under a different name, I think, because when I went to your channel to subscribe to you, it was the same avatar, but now the name is Auditing Live, I believe, if I went and looked. And I like you. From talking to you on Northwoods Press, you are a highly intelligent individual. And I like that a lot about you. Oh, Matthew the King, huh? Badass. Fuck, I like Matthew the King. Me and you fucking argued a lot when we first met each other online, but have really come around. You know, I wasn't here to ever hate you, Matthew the King, and I think that you're a badass, intelligent individual. Plus a brave individual, too, and you always have Katie Kidman's back, and I fucking love that. She's an old woman that doesn't need to get all the grief that she gets, and fucking, you're a young man that fucking stuck up for her a couple times, I've seen. Thank you guys that are here to watch. I wasn't going to go live, but I was over on John Felix's live, and he was doing a really good live about, you know, all these correlations between, you know, the genocidal practices that are happening right now over in the Mediterranean Sea and other things that correlate to that, like Epstein, Truppelstein, and Weinstein. You know, seems like the Steins. That's not coming from hate. That's just coming from what it looks like, you know. That old Anthony Weiner, his name, it's not Wienerstein, but, you know, he looks just like he's like running right down the goddamn path, I tell you. Well, anyways, John Felix, I have dyslexia, so I like to type in all caps because I usually type on a keyboard, and my computer at my home, where I can't be at right now because of a fictitious warrant that was backed by no probable cause or any kind of fucking merited claim, is keeping me from being home right now. That's some of the things I wanted to talk to John Felix about. But when I'm on my computer at home, I can type, and it's a lot better. But on this little telephone thing, I got big fucking thumbs and fucking it's hard to type on the telephone. So I put all caps on because it fucking helps me. It helps me type without having to fucking do a bunch of scrolling back and fucking fixing fucking letters and shit. But John Felix, don't use all caps in my chat. He's like a goddamn cop Nazi on his fucking live stream, which everybody should be able to. I'm not saying I'm hating on him for it. It's like, it's his live. He can fucking set the rules that he wants. I'm just saying. He yelled at somebody else tonight for using all caps, and I felt sorry for the people. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry, you know. John is not a bad dude. He's actually a hella good dude. I fucking have much love for John Felix, you know. But obviously, he's not my friend. I'm his friend, but he's not my friend. He is highly opinionated. And yes, he does speak from facts when it comes to the facts he fucking knows. But at the same time, to try to say that since I said something about somebody's nose that I was being racist, it's like, no. That's like, that somebody's nose has nothing to do with a race. It has everything to do with like genetics. But, you know, that has to do with eugenics, you know, and a certain race out there trying to make everything them. I guess that could be, you know, like, is it a race backed by a religion? That would be the truth, but not no, the religion itself is not of a race. Sorry. At the end, he says, I wasn't even arguing with him. I was just saying, hey, bro, it's not I wasn't arguing. I even put on there, I'm not arguing, or that's what he was. You disrespect me again. It's like, I'm not disrespecting you. I thought I was just chatting in chat where you're supposed to chat. And he's like, see, you're arguing more. I don't come up on your channel or whatever. Come up on my channel, bro. Fuck. Last time I was live, Joe Cool went and told him that I wanted him to come up on my panel, and he came up on here. But hopefully that happens again this time. Come on, Joe Cool, get my back. Get John Felix over here. I want to talk with John Felix. 99% says that he don't stick around because, you know, after claiming all this shit over on his channel. He'll ban me from commenting on his channel from here on out, but watch. And it's like, whatever, John Felix. I'm like this fucking close from fucking not standing up for any rights in the first fucking place. I mean, yeah, you know, like a lot of the First Amendment auditors right now, they're all fucking First Amendment. They understand the First Amendment, fucking like, and they don't even do the entire First Amendment. Like fucking one of the First Amendments is assembly, but they're not assembling. When you call it, when somebody says the First Amendment auditing communities, we're not a community. No, don't put us in a box because then, like Waco, Texas, if you say that we're a community, they can try to fucking call us a cult. And so it's like, bro, you have the right to assemble, right? Oh, yeah, but we don't have any rights really in the USA. They're showing us that. Yeah, we understand the First Amendment, but if you take a camera up in there, which is recording for press reasons, they'll show you that you don't have the right to free press. Where's your press pass? All this other shit. We understand this shit. So this is what I'm talking about. But what does he know about property rights, which just falls under the Fourth Amendment? I tried to tell him about fucking adverse possession is a human right. It deals with property. All rights are derived from property. Rights are a property. They're ours. Mine are not different from yours, but I know the ones I know, and you know the ones you know. And when your fucking rights get violated, you fucking know it. It's an inherent thing. It fucking happens naturally. It's a fucking inherent thing. Somebody swipes your ice cream cone out of your hand at 3 years old. You don't even need to know how to read or write, and you know that your rights have been violated. It was your ice cream, and some fucking prick smacked it out of your fucking hand. Your rights were violated. You realize it. You instantly start protesting. You're like 3 years old. You don't even know how to read or write. You're like, start fucking protesting the only way you know how, crying and fucking calling the guy a prick. Yeah, and mouse. Anonymous. Oh, you're badass. Thanks for coming in to see what the fuck I was talking about again tonight. Link is in the description, I believe, or in the chat, I mean. I'd like anybody that wants to fucking say anything, come on up and fucking chat if you want to. I'm waiting for John Felix to come on over here. He said, I don't come over to your channel and do blah, blah, blah. Bro, you probably don't give two fucking shits about my channel. You don't give two shits about what I activate, what about my protest. I bet you if I show John Felix my protest, he'll be like, oh, well, this and that, like fucking my protest isn't good enough for others. You know? Every time somebody sees my fucking arrest video, they're like, bro, why were you protesting? They're just fucking working on water pipes. It's like, yeah, that's how much you give a fuck, right? Because I wasn't protesting water pipes. I was protesting years of harassment by a single individual within Nye County Nye County Public Service Agency, or whatever the fuck they want to masquerade as. Yeah, that's cool. Lurk all you want, bro. You know, there's a lot of lurkers. You know, there's only a couple people that come up and chat with me. You know, come up and talk with me. The last time I went live, one of my regular people that I love, New Guru, come up and talked with me, but at the same time, I didn't want to talk about all that stuff. There was other things I wanted to talk about. And when I was starting to have a conversation with Anonymous, it was like the fucking conversation got hella hijacked, but that's okay. I guess I'm the only one that can let a conversation get hijacked. I'm the one that fucking is the individual that fucking went live today. Hey, good to see you, East Carbon. Thanks for coming over here. You don't hardly ever come over, which I appreciate you. You're a pretty badass dude in the chats, in the comment sections. It's hard to maintain relationships with many channels by being active in the chats, but I appreciate what you have to say. Thanks. Thank you, Audin Live. No. You're a new guy. Oh, that's cool. You can come on. You're a new guy. What, new for like 5-6 years ago? More? more like over like 2000, what, 2013, 14, 15, 16? Been seeing you around for a long time. Prior to like 2016, I used to only be on Facebook. You know, like I'd be watching James Freeman on Facebook, or, you know, Cop Block on Facebook, John Felix on Facebook. But I switched over to YouTube because it's more better for uploading videos, and then they have the comment section too. Plus, I don't need all that fucking, oh, my friends list, basically fucking full of all my fucking relatives and everybody else. I don't hardly talk to my friends anymore that I grew up with or my relatives that I grew up with. I basically spend all my time advocating, trying to protest in one form or another, speaking on comment sections and fucking chats and panels, on panels, and then in live chats. That's what I've been spending my life doing, basically. It's kind of getting old for me because, like, I'm not really seeing this last Trump administration thing or whatever the fuck you want to call it really fucking has, you know, touched my soul. You know, I like a lot of the people that I thought were advocates, rights advocates, are like, yeah, Trump's number one. Build that wall, build that wall. It's like, how can you say you're a human rights advocate, but you want the fucking wall built? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. No, you don't have to go nowhere. You know, fuck. I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? It's just a fucking saying. Fuck. These are fucking colloquial fucking terms. We don't have to fucking end all be all just on a conversation, people. Oh yeah, I sound pretty fucking what do you call it? Fucking adverse and hectic, but my opinion isn't always the one that's liked. My opinion, like I've been calling the USA North Korea since way before Brian from Here's the Deal, you know, and then Brian from Here's the Deal started calling, finally getting the point where, hey, look at, people do love Trump like he's their supreme leader, and Joe Biden like he's their supreme leader, and all these other fucking people. It's just disheartening. I fucking a deputy fucking, I'm protesting. I'm holding my camera. I'm standing like 4 feet from a public service agent that I don't know, and I'm already protesting a different public service agent, not the one I'm asking for their name and badge number or name and fucking employee number. I was protesting the Jim Basinger public service agent, you know, that's been harassing me in my own little town. I'm not an auditor. I'm a protester. I'm a Fourth Amendment rights auditor, if anything. I like using my car without asking anybody or paying fines and fees to do so. Sorry, I bought a fucking car and tried to use it on my fucking public areas without asking if I could or paying a fine or fee to do so. I was exercising my rights. A lot of these people, they can't understand it. And they say they're First Amendment auditors. It's like, First Amendment ain't the only fucking amendment in the fucking Constitution. What about property rights? Property rights are like the most fucking important. All rights are derived from property. We need to start with the Fourth fucking Amendment before we can move on to the First fucking Amendment. If you don't have this fucking voice box in your fucking throat, you can't even fucking talk right. Ask XXGOX. He has a hell of a terrible time. And then everybody around him, hey, be quiet, calm down, Gio, calm down, be quiet, Gio. Like, no, fucking be louder, fucking Gio. By the way, Gio, I love your fucking voice. Fuck. It's insubordinate and it's fucking righteous. Yeah, that'd be terrible. I don't know if John Felix is a big homophobe. I don't know if that's the truth. But, you know, he might have an opinion about, you know, transgender, but that doesn't mean he's a homophobe. But transgender definitely deserves human rights too. There's a difference between like I always say, hi. Hey, Scarvin. Good to see you.
Hey, brother. How are you?
I'm all right. You know, I wish I wasn't like all hyped up, you know, right now, but I am.
Well,
John Felix triggered me.
Who triggered you? John Felix?
Yeah, he triggered me because for one, I don't know. I guess I could get into it, but it,
Well, no, tell me about it. Let me see if I'm going to be on your side. Now, you know who I am. I, 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 I've only been around for a couple months now. So,
yeah.
but I've been around forever, just under a different name. So, what happened to me was I moved to this little city, and the city council and the police department, they all fucking targeted me with bullshit tickets. Okay. And so I had to go public, fuck these clowns. They targeted my family, they targeted myself, and I don't do that shit. I don't, just because I was behind the scenes for years donating and then all the chats under, being who I am. But that doesn't mean that support isn't out there. Now, that being said, what the hell did John Felix do to you?
He didn't really do anything to me. It's just like he just what if he's done anything, he showed me that I like him, but he doesn't like me. That's disheartening. But like I was trying to say real quick before, because Kiss78 said something about John Felix being a big homophobe. Well, I wanted to say something about like human rights, or I mean not human rights, but women's rights or trans rights.
All right.
They're all human rights. So basically, you shouldn't be looking for, like, women shouldn't be looking for women's rights, because that all of a sudden sets them apart from humans. You see what I'm saying? So basically, human rights. Women should get all the same human rights as any other man or child or anything else, any living sentient being on Earth. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Same with transsexuals. I don't know that much. I'm not gay or transsexual. I have friends that are gay. I'm not gonna dislike gay people just because they're gay. My uncle is gay, but at the same time, I'm not gay. So like, do you, boo, or whatever? You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So, are you saying that John Felix?
No, Kiss78 said something about John Felix being a big homophobe. I don't know him to be that. He seems to.
I don't know that either, by the way. So,
yeah. So I can't say anything towards that. Basically, he was showcasing tonight that he knows about human rights enough to realize that what's happening over there in Gaza or whatever, I don't want to call it Gaza or Israel if they're being anti-human to each other, right? I just want to call them a bunch of humans being anti-human to each other. But yeah, I agree with what John was saying tonight on his live about how, the nation calling themselves Israel is in fact totally genociding by way of apartheid and other eugenics segregation another nation of people known as Palestinians.
Correct.
Okay.
I agree with that, by the way.
So we were talking about all this stuff, and I was we were all talking about commenting in the chat or whatever. But I said there was a guy that he called himself Scam America at the end there. He came on trying to say some shit about how John Felix Zionism isn't fucking whatever John was saying it was, and he doesn't know shit about Zionism. It's pretty funny because I was born in Utah and they call that place Zion, and they fucking that was what my first introduction to Zionism was, fucking Mormonism. You know what I mean?
It's funny you bring that up because I'm in Utah, so it's actually very funny you bring that up.
That's badass. I was born in Lake Shore. I was born in Utah County, Utah.
Oh, you're south then. All right, south.
Central.
Oh, okay. Are you above Provo then?
Under Provo. Yep, left of Provo.
Okay. So you're okay. Cedar City, or actually
It's
between
Spanish
Cedar.
Fork. Lakeshore is basically the farms. They call it the
Oh, I know
farm.
where you're talking about. Yeah. So I'm an hour from Spanish Fork.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm right over 6.
Huh. Yeah, my whole family lives there and shit. Fucking, I'm related to, all of them, the Youngs and the fucking
Right.
all
Well,
of them.
there's a lot of Mormon people here. That's for damn sure. There's a lot of
Yeah.
Mormon people here.
I was born into Mormonism. I'm not a Mormon, but my parents didn't really take me to church. My dad claims he's a Mormon, which he was a Mormon. I would say that his ass needs to be excommunicated, but they seem to love him. You know what I mean?
Well, the church, you're probably my age, but the church is, well, I don't want to go on the religious bent actually, but the religion, the church has changed since we were young. They
it's the entire thing of Joseph Smith finding the emerald tablets or whatever, golden tablets or whatever.
Right. That's ridiculous. Right. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, the thing about it was he was told specifically by Jesus, supposedly, that people were practicing the Christian religion wrong, and that they were supposed to stick more with the fucking true ways of the Lord, which was the 10 Commandments and all this stuff. And that they were not supposed to bend a knee to persecution. You see what I'm saying? But nowadays, that church is fully persecutedized. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but all churches,
exactly.
Every church is bends to each other now in the world. They all bend to each other.
Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying you have to stand on something, whether it's religion or the Constitution or humanism or whatever. You can't just go kumbaya, because that's why there's laws. I mean, that's why there's laws. You have to make sure you're on one side of the law, or there's no law.
Yeah.
So, what would you rather have? No law or laws? I'm just curious.
Yeah. When it comes to laws, the only ones that I would like are the inherent ones. You know what I mean? Like thou shalt not kill. You know what I mean? That's inherent. I shouldn't be taking your life because it's your life, not mine to take. I believe in that law.
Right. I agree. We're here. You shouldn't be affected personally. You shouldn't steal. That's why
I shouldn't be taking your hat, because I know that that's your hat. I didn't come on this life wearing that hat, so I know inherently that that's your hat.
That's my fucking hat. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
My hat's my hat. Your hat's your hat.
I like your hat, by the way. I like your hat, by the way.
I like your hat too. It's badass.
I wish I had a beard that good, though. Shit, that's a damn good beard, by the way.
It's all right. It kind of grows in all crazy.
Right on. But if there's no property
people
damage,
ask me where's my camel parked at. They think that I look hella Arabic or Muslim. They don't. People never associate a beard with a Christian. They always associate a beard with a Muslim. You know what I mean?
Well, that's ridiculous. Actually, I mean that's. I don't know.
It's all ridiculous.
I don't know how to understand that comment, but right on.
That correlates with the ridiculousness. Okay, right. So Mormons are one of those other religions that have a lot to do with persecution done to them for sexual matters that they associate with their religion, right? And then also the fucking Muslims have a stigma that associates with sexualness with their religion, which it's so funny to me that the Christians in the United States have been for like the last. I'm 43, so like for like the last, I'll say 20 years that I've been paying attention to this shit. People have been like, "Oh, Muhammad, fuck Muhammad. He had sex with a 9-year-old. He married a 9-year-old, right?" And that's why they say that Muslims are wrong, because Muhammad married a 9-year-old. Well, then when you talk about Mormons, they're like, "Oh man, that Warren Jeffs, man, he was freaking fucking everybody, man."
Yeah, many wives. That's true. That's
Yeah, but
very true.
so then get this. The Trump loving POS motherfuckers, supposed Christians, they want to lower the consent age to 14. You know what I mean? But that's just the start of it, because they want to lower the child. They want to lower the child. Like they want to bring back child labor. They want to be able to fucking take 8-year-olds and put them in a fucking factory making fucking shirts and shit. You know?
I'm not so sure about that, but I didn't hear about the lowering of age bullshit. That would bother me.
Google it.
But now, in most states, the age of 16,
Exactly.
you know, you can work. I'm just saying this as
the age of consent in Nevada has been lowered to 16, like in 2000, and I believe it was like 2008 or something like that. 2007, they lowered the consent.
I really don't even want to talk about this, but I'm just saying that you can work at 16, you can drive at 16, you can. I think your parents can sign you out of school at 16, say you don't want to go to school anymore, all that bullshit, you know. But it's a bunch of communist bullshit at these communist schools anyway. So, you know, for some kid to say at 16 he's working and driving, and I don't fucking want to go there anymore. You know, that does happen all the time, and I actually
went to Job Corps at 16 and got out of Job Corps. I couldn't join the carpentry union until I was 18. So I went to work at Pizza Barn, or not Pizza Barn, Round Table Pizza from at 16, and then moved in with one of my friends over in Reno, Nevada. You know, so I went to work at 16. You know what I mean?
Right. So I'm not. That part of it I'm not too concerned with getting involved. I did hear today that Trump signed a fucking. I'm not sure if I was watching it correctly. I was busy all damn day, but like, you're a year in jail if you burn an American flag. Is that true?
I know. I seen that he was trying to sign the year in jail for burning the American flag. Wolvie was talking about it this morning. Then when I went and looked, they actually are trying to do that. I swear to God, the USA is the real North Korea. You know, you better love your supreme leader. You know what I mean?
I mean, everybody really needs to think about that
big time.
If you go outside and somebody sees you burning a flag, a piece of material on the ground, and is affected by it in some emotional way, that you now get a year in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for the Trump lovers, I didn't vote for either of them. Voting is ridiculous to me, so I don't participate in this nonsense anyway. But to see his rationale that people are worried about upsetting somebody who's burning a flag on the ground, whatever flag it is, I don't give a whatever it is, a shoe, a flag, a hat, a bottle.
It would be one thing if they ran over to the government pole outside the government building and fucking draw down the government flag and then burned the American flag that was actually on the state building. That would be one thing. But if they bought a Chinese-made fucking little mock flag and fucking burned the shit out of it,
no shit.
Come on.
I mean, 4th of July, here a sparkler catches up one of these little flags. Oh, you're going to jail, kid, for a year. Yeah,
A whole year.
I'm affected by it now. I mean, think about that for a minute. They actually were discussing burning a piece of material as a charge. This is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Watch the landfill, because if any of those Chinese little made novelty flags go into the landfill, oh boy.
Yep. Next, it'll be that. You can't
Shut
throw
the
an
whole
American
shit down.
Yep, they can't throw an American flag in the landfill. That's 2 years now. Don't you dare throw it in the landfill. I mean, this rah-rah American Statesville is absolutely ridiculous to me.
Exactly.
Number one, there's so many people in this country, millions and millions and millions of people that as you probably don't believe in country lines. You're a humanist belief. Now,
I believe in the borders and all that, but I don't want to believe in the borders. I mean, I believe in them only because they've been fucking taught in our fucking world for years now. But I would rather do away with them. Yes.
Yeah, but do you own property? Do you own property?
I own two portions of property. One is the public that I have a right to use, and then my private property I own.
Okay, that's a very good answer. You own the right to be on public property as an American citizen.
No, more than that. It doesn't take an American citizen to be on in the public. It just takes. You can't really go around asking people, "Hi, you look kind of Japanese to me. Are you an American to be out here in this public?" You know what I mean?
You're way too American. Hold on a minute. You're way too American to be on this property, right?
Yeah,
I mean that's almost happening everywhere, which is so shocking to me. And once I start now auditing the next community, I mean, I've audited here. I put these cops in their place here where I live. And Utah. Utah is a very different bird, and here's why. They have this religious zeal to them, so it's a double. They get double points for it. We're also cops and the authority, and we also have a religious thing that now we're the masters of this state. We're the actual masters of this state, not just cops. We have a religious idealistic, which makes it that much worse for a guy like me.
Very scary. Very scary.
It is very scary.
I feel for you.
Let me tell you a story that just happened the other night. A young man asked me for a ride home or a ride to work. So I'm driving him to work. It's late at night. I don't like to drive at night. I'm older now. But I was cussing him out on the way there. There's a UHP guy on the side of the road with his lights on, right? And there's a hoopty that drives by me, and then I pass him. And the UHP pulls out, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, shit, I hope this guy didn't pull over this hoopty. Whatever. It wasn't a newer car. I don't have a new truck, so I don't want neither one of us to get pulled over. So he passes the hoopty, and he's riding in the left lane. I'm in the right lane. And the kid says to me, "Oh, my God, I hope we don't get pulled over. I got to be at work in 10 minutes. And I said, "We're not going to get pulled over." And he goes, "What do you mean?" And I said, "That guy's not going to pull me over." And so then he rode with us for miles and, running a few miles, running my play, running everything. And then he sped past me and got off the exit. And I went the other viaduct because that's where the kid worked. And he goes, "Holy shit, you're right." The guy, "How did you know that?" And I said, "Do you remember my video last weekend where I cussed all these sheriffs out and everybody that came to my fucking house?" Okay, that went out to everyone. This guy ran my plate and went, "Nope, not me. I'm not going on camera tonight." Fuck that.
Yeah.
And you know what I realized right then? these fuckers are never going to pull me over now. That's what I just did for myself. They will never pull
Well,
me
to a
over
certain
again.
extent, though, because like they won't, but they're going to be looking for any fucking reason. But it'll be something that is automatically arrestable offense. They'll try to grab you. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't do that. So I mean, I do drive my vehicle. But that's funny because since my channel started, which was only 3 fucking months ago, even though I've been around for a long time, that I have now put myself in a position in this whole area, whole county, everybody, that I'll never get a ticket anymore. And I went, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
No, it's a step forward. It's a helpful.
It makes them think that that guy's here in this area, and he's teaching everyone here around here in this podunk town, Utah, and everywhere else that to pull their fucking phone out because now they've never seen a guy like me around in my life. In their lives, these young officers and everybody else, these sheriff's departments. So
that's how it is.
Yeah,
that's how it is for me in Nevada. In 2010, I won a case for driving without, registration, license, and insurance, using their own statute. And then I went from 2010 all the way to 2022 without getting fucked with by these pricks. You know what I mean?
Wow, that's a nice stretch, man. That's nice.
Yeah. I called Trent Goodbody. He's freedom from government. Over 160,000 subscribers on YouTube or whatever. We became friends on YouTube, and then he was living in Oregon at the time, but I told him about some land in Nevada where they were advertising 40 acres of land for, I can't remember exactly how much it was. I think it was somewhere like $20,000, and you paid $200 down, $1,000 down, $200 a month, right?
Wow.
For this 40 property.
40 acres, and, holy shit.
Yeah, he went there. He came to Nevada and got 40 acres. You know what I mean? Right next to each other. And he was going to invite people from the community, our auditing community or whatever, our rights advocate community. He was going to invite people that wanted to, move on to this.
I think I remember that. That was about how many years ago was that? About 3 years ago.
It was between 2015 and 2018.
Oh, okay. It was much longer than that. All right. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. So he gets the property. He does come from Oregon. He goes to Nevada, where I've been living since I was 7 years old, and he gets the property. And then he starts getting people to come live on the property.
That's right. And, I remember this. That's right.
I went, since I lived in Nevada, I went to his property, and I helped I helped a couple people. I helped one couple that was moving from Michigan out there, and I gave him one of my camper trailers. What happened was some code enforcement officer named Fran from Pershing County, Nevada, started trying to tell him that he couldn't live in motorhomes or trailers out there on the property, and that they couldn't stay on the property for 14 days at a time, for more than 14 days at a time.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I guess you have to they tried to tell him that he had to go with a part of 21 days before he came back to live for another 14 days at a time.
Like public property where they can't make you move after 2 weeks.
Yeah, basically they were trying to treat his property that he bought as
holy fucking shit.
BLM land. Okay.
Wow.
So the thing about it is that when I told him about this property deal, I didn't realize that the seller was probably in on it with the county, and that what they do is they sell people, like, say you want to move from Michigan on down to Nevada because you see a property advertisement that you can afford, and you go there thinking that you're going to buy your next dream 40 acres. And then all of a sudden, when you get there, they try to tell you can't live there. So then all of a sudden you're from Michigan and shit, and you don't have no fucking buddy to help you in Nevada. So basically you flee back to Michigan after purchasing a fucking property in Nevada. And then what they do is they just incorporate it back into the county and then resell it again to another unsuspecting victim. Basically, that's basically what they were trying to really do out there in Pershing County, Nevada. And this lady, Fran, the code enforcement officer, was right there in the thicket of it, you know. But he called Fran on the phone and recorded it. This was back in 2017, and he recorded this conversation with the public service agent, Fran. And he told her that he was an attorney in fact, which we all have the right to defend ourselves as our own attorney in court. So he did not lie. And they tried to give him, I believe, 3 felonies for recording, wiretapping, and other things. And it was sad because Freedom from Government, he's like one of the big names. He was like a big channel. He's one of the OGs of the traveling community, you know, the right to travel community. And the thing about it is he stopped doing all of it now, because when he fucking started getting persecuted, nobody from the YouTube fucking came to his court dates, tried to fucking report on fucking what was happening to him. Fucking nobody, everybody, only us had his back, you know. Well, when he started getting persecuted by Pershing County, I invited him to my home. He brought a travel trailer and parked it out on my easement out on the easement in front of my house for a number of years, you know. But
right. No, I understand what you're saying, and that's where I guess the problems begin, because if the auditing community, cop watching community, the First Amendment community, everybody that exclaims themselves to be that, claims themselves to be that, but that era was, let's say, 10 years old, basically, at that time. Okay, what you're talking about, 15 to 18, something like that. Let's say 10 years old. The OGs are very early, you know, early 2000s. But the internet wasn't even that prevalent for up to 15 years prior to that. So this social media part of it. Now, the last 10 years, people really get it, and the First Amendment community has affected California, New York, Florida in so many big ways, even though there's idiots still do this shit. Look at Long Island up there with this fucking Fahey clown. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that it still happens in the most populated areas. It's just unbelievable what these clowns still do to this day, is one of my point. And so back then, let's say 8 to 10 years ago, there wasn't enough backing. That's not going to happen anymore. Let's be hopeful on that now. Let's be hopeful on that is what I'm going to say. Because there's so many channels, so many states now, so many auditors, so many people teaching everyone that that will never happen again. I believe that will never happen again. So
it may happen less probably, but it'll probably happen quite a lot. But yeah, it'll happen less. Is what I think.
right. The not backing of
People are selfish as shit, bro.
well,
And all they want to be is popular. It's like high school again. It's like a popularity contest. If you're in the in crowd, you know.
That's not why you do it. And that's not why I do it. We do it out of education. We do that to teach people how to deal with these criminals. I call them criminals. I mean,
They are criminals.
You know,
They are the criminals, actually. You know.
Right. They are the sovereign citizens. They are the criminals, and I call them that. You know, and here I am in a little town calling them that. They were quite shocked. They've never heard shit like that out of a guy. You know, most people here in some of these little towns might not never even heard of the First Amendment auditing community. And now they all fucking know what it means after the last few months. But, you know, I have almost 1,000 subscribers in 3 months and 125,000 people have watched me. So that's pretty fucking good. So
that's awesome.
I did something right, I'll tell you that.
So you got 1,000 subscribers in 3 months, huh?
Almost.
Good job.
I'm getting up there, but I knew I had to do it so fucking fast because I'm in a little rural town. These people are a bunch of fucking criminals, and they are dangerous. They are dangerous. But I did it so fast and so bold that they didn't even realize what was happening. And it's too late. Now the whole world knows he's carbon exposed.
Badass.
So I started my channel on May 6th. May 6th.
Wow.
Exactly.
I mean, you've been around in the comment sections for a while, but you just barely started posting videos, right?
No. I started my channel on May 6th, sir.
Wow. I thought I'd seen you before that, you know?
Nope. I was Blitz 777. I bet you I was if you look up your subscription right now, I bet you I'm a channel member subscriber to you from 10 years ago. If you look up
you got the same avatar photo though, probably.
Nope, it was that is the chief of police, that scumbag. That who's my avatar.
Are you serious? Wow.
I swear to fucking God, that's the motherfucker. Yep. That's how bold I had to be. That motherfucker. So I had no choice in that matter. They want to out me. They want to target my family. I'll show you who I am. And here's what I just did. I ran like the wind as an old guy like I myself. So I had to teach them a lesson. And now they don't know what to do because it's done so fast that the whole world now knows that they can't do shit about it. I'll be filing a federal lawsuit this next month. And during the city council meeting, I will have it served, all of them, on live city council meeting. That's what will happen.
I filed my federal lawsuit, 1983 Monell, against Nye County, Nevada. Nice. But the only problem is they want me to go to the federal courthouse in Nevada, Las Vegas, to stand for myself in court. But the only problem is I have a warrant for my arrest in the state of Nevada for the people that are for Nye County. Nye County put a warrant for my arrest based on meritless charges. They for recording the public official and criticizing the public official. I called the guy who was harassing me. I called one of the guys that was harassing me a cocksucking bitch ass boy, and told him that you're at my house because they kept. I placed a complaint about this guy that was harassing me outside my home, and figuring that they would stop him from being outside my home, but instead they fucking are like, oh, look, he doesn't like you being outside his home. Here, go do this and that and this and that, and we'll just say you were just doing your job. You see what I'm saying?
Actually, I don't. I'm trying to understand. Was he a city official? Who was he? Who was this person?
No, he's a county maintenance, Knight County Public Works.
Okay, so he worked for the city. He's a servant. He's a public servant.
Basically, yeah, a county. He works for the county. It's almost like working for the city, but yeah, he works for the county.
Right, but he's a public servant. So
yeah, he's a public service agent. But the thing is about it is that I didn't have the old public service agent, the old guy that was the maintenance guy around town, because it's not a city, it's a town out in the county.
Right, right.
So the county maintenance man does the maintenance around the town or whatever. Okay. Well, he was harassing me since 2010. And then in 2018, they started training this new kid, which I didn't have a problem with until I got the body cam video in the case discovery from my arrest. And then I seen him with the guy that was training him and the deputy laughing about the guy that was the guy who has been harassing me for years. The deputy tells the guy to not be talking. If he comes back over here tonight, don't talk to him. He was talking about me, and that was the deputy said to the guy that has been harassing me. And the guy goes, "Oh, I won't talk to him no more. I'll find him in a dark alley." You know, right to the deputy who had just charged him with assault that day for the threats that he was making towards me. He kept on telling me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass. Right. Well, okay. Anyways, so the thing about it was, so that the deputy had just watched that day a video of mine where the guy was telling me that, because I defended myself finally, okay, because I placed the complaint against that guy, and the county did nothing for me, didn't stop him. In fact, just kept on letting him keep coming back around my house. So fucking when he started coming back around my house, I started protesting him. You see what I'm saying? Right. And then he started telling me that he was going to stuff my camera up my ass during the protest. And then that's when I complained to Knight County, and Knight County didn't stop him. And then this time I was over watching them with my video camera. He shows up in his truck, gets out of his truck and starts walking at me. He's telling me he's going to stuff my camera up my ass. So I wasn't doing the fucking whole shit no more. I defended my fucking self. You know what I mean? Basically, I had reached the fucking limit naturally.
Well, but was it on your property?
No, it was in public.
It was on public property. Yeah. That this confrontation happened.
Yeah, I was standing in public using my recording device to record the public service agents work on a water pipe. Right. People keep saying, "Dude, why are you bothering them? They're just working on a water pipe." It's like, no. The one guy had been harassing me for since 2010, and here it is 2021. 2022, actually.
Right.
So that's a whole lot of years. That's like 15 or 16 years that he fucking was harassing me, prior to this. I don't know.
And
no, not necessarily that long, but anyways, fucking, he'd been harassing me for a number of fucking years prior to this. I wasn't protesting the water pipes. I was protesting his presence within 100 yards of my fucking home, And basically, yeah.
Did you end up filing any kind of a civil rights claim against the city or state?
Yeah. The next day, I was actually arrested. I wasn't arrested that day when I defended myself, okay? I wasn't arrested for defending myself. Okay. I did get charged with battery.
The next day?
No, that day. They charged they charged the public service agent with assault, making threats, and charged me with battery, carrying out the threats. That's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says. That's what the deputy tells me right to my face. And my brother-in-law was my fellow journalist using his camera.
The fuck?
The deputy looks right at us and says, I'm charging him with assault for making threats and charging you with battery for carrying out the threats. It's like, wait a second, those are not my threats. Wait a second. I defended myself from a guy threatening and walking at me, menacing my ass, and fucking you're charging me with battery? Basically is what I was saying. But anyways, yeah, that's how it went down.
So you had that all on camera?
Yeah, I got it all on camera. That's why I was thinking, fuck, man, if I had it all on camera, the nation would stand behind me. But no, I'm not popular enough for that shit. I have a dissenting opinion. I'm an insubordinate. You know, I believe that insubordination is key to freedom while compliance is against the very nature. You know, so a lot of people don't like me. They're like, every time they see my video, like Brian from Here's the Deal, he saw my video about my arrest and he's like, well, bro, you're yelling cuss words at him and stuff, bro.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that, did he? Brian said that.
That's the only thing I can take from it, because I asked Brian to look at my videos and he was all gung ho about looking at my videos, and then he goes for a time. I'm not talking to him for a second, and then some shadow account that I've never seen before comes on and says, "I don't know, bro. You're yelling at them like cuss words and stuff." And then Brian never talked to me about my videos. So whether it was Brian,
yeah,
because Brian hasn't talked to me about my videos.
Yeah,
he was all gung ho, because I've been friends with Freedom from Government for many years, and me back in 2018, 2015, basically, Freedom from Government bought that property in Nevada. And then between 2015 and 2017, the code enforcement in that county of Nevada gave Freedom from Government a hard time about his property. So then Freedom from Government moved to outside my home. So Freedom from Government was living in a trailer, in a camper trailer out in front of my house on the easement, plugged into my power. And me and Freedom from Government would spend every single night of like 2018 watching people's videos, talking to Brian from Here's the Deal. He was High Impact Flicks back then. Okay.
Right. He just got his channel back. Yep. He just got his channel back.
He started out as High Impact Vlogs, and then he went to High Impact Flicks, and now he's Here's the Deal.
Right.
Basically, back when he was Brian from High Impact Flicks, me, Freedom from Government, talked to him almost regularly, almost daily. You know what I mean? So he was all gung-ho about seeing my videos in 2021. But then I told him about my videos and where to find them. And then all of a sudden, he never talked to me about watching my videos again. Some sock account comes onto my fucking, puts a comment on my video. I don't know, bro. You're yelling at him and cussing and stuff, bro. It seems like you're egging him on.
Yeah, none of that makes sense.
Pretty much that told me that I asked for everything that I got. You know?
No, that's not true. I mean, that's not true at all. So, I'm very sorry that the big channels, or the supposed big channels at the time, you're talking, there was very few back then. Now, very few big channels back then. Very few, actually. You got News Now Houston and what, back then with, those guys down there in Texas. And then
the ones I trust. Okay. The ones I trust are the OGs that I've been talking with since Cop Block on Facebook back in 2012. And that's John Felix, James Freeman, Brian from Here's the Deal, Trent Goodbody from Freedom from Government, and I believe that's about it. I don't know of any other ones that are the OG ones that are big. the only ones that I really would like to, San Joaquin Valley Transparency is another one. Okay. I trust San Joaquin Valley Transparency. These are the guys that I asked. Like, I thought they were reporters. You know how they always showcase people's videos?
Right.
That's called reporting rather than journalism. Journalism is when you go and collect the fucking.
I agree. I agree.
And reporting is when you report on that journalism that was collected.
I agree.
So I see San Joaquin Valley Transparency as a reporter. I see Brian from Here's the Deal as a reporter. Okay. And so I figured that if I had a video of rights being violated, that one of these guys would try to report on the video. I still need, but I needed back then. Really, my case is coming to a close here. If the paperwork that I filed just recently works the way it should work, I've already won my case. It's just that the lower court is obscuranting by not filing my paperwork. So I filed a motion to compel. I actually filed a writ of mandamus, which it's not a writ of mandamus. It's a petition for a writ of mandamus. Okay, so basically I petitioned the higher court to write a writ of mandamus to compel the lower court to file my fucking lawful documents. You see what I'm saying? My proper papers. So, back in March or April of 2024, I filed.
You're skipping around here. Let's. The case started, and where
my
is
case
the
is almost over. I worked on my fucking case alone. Fucking hardly nobody. Fucking nobody's brought any light to what happened to me. Oh well, blase. My case is almost over. I almost don't need anybody anymore. If that happens, where I go my entire case and my entire case gets quashed without anybody from the community helping me, fuck no. I'm not fucking doing this rights advocacy shit for no USA fucking shitbags no more.
I can see how you feel that way. I understand. But now there's two components to that. One is, did you seek counsel at least to help you? Did you seek counsel? I mean,
when this first happened, I already like in 2020, I fought a case all the way through 2020 in a different county. And then I beat that fucking county in court by myself, right? Because like I had help.
Okay, hold on. Did you sue them?
No, I didn't sue them. Not that county. No.
Were they suable?
That county is still. They were suable and they should still be suable. But right now there's a weird thing. Okay, because I'll tell you. Okay. What happened in that case was, okay, but
that case is done. That case is done, and you have to then go immediately into suing them. I mean, you have to. You can't now beat them at their game and not sue them.
But that's like saying that there's a statute of limitations on rape.
No, okay? I'm not saying that. Just because you won, you can't wait to teach them a lesson. You have to now sue them.
No, I won against that county by a different win. It wasn't like a win like in court. It was I made them fucking quit and stop fucking with me.
That's not what. Are they suable?
Oh yeah, they should be suable. Fuck.
Okay.
That was one of my only audits. That was one of the only audits I have. I have like 3 audits. I have like 3 audits. That audit, that was like my first audit. My sister had been involved in a single car rollover where she was the only one that was involved in the rollover. She accidentally rolled her car. Well, right. The state of Nevada was trying to do some stupid shit like say that she was liable for failure to use due care or something. I called up the Nevada Highway Patrol, talked to the PIO officer, and I basically told him, yeah, the fuck right, bro. No, fuck no. But I wasn't acting like my sister's brother. I acted like my sister was just some lady. You see what I'm saying? That I seen her story, and I was advocating for her. You know. Well,
No,
anyways,
I understand, but
when it came to the court date for my sister, me and Freedom from Government went to the court date with my sister, and me and Freedom from Government were using our cameras to record. But it turned out that my sister never even got a court date that day, mainly because of me. Because what happened was I started asking the court personnel for their names and numbers, their names and employee numbers, and they basically called the deputy sheriffs over to come and arrest me for trespassing, even though I wasn't trespassing. Okay, but we all know the deal. You take your camera into the courthouse, they try to arrest you for trespassing, especially if you're asking them questions and shit, questioning them. Well, anyways, they basically set my sister. The sheriff's department comes into the court, the public lobby, and they say, these people want you. The court wants you trespassed. Are you going to leave? And I said, yeah, I'm going to leave. And I asked the deputy one question. He goes, and then grabs my wrist and arrests me, basically for asking one question. I guess he expected me to just vanish out of the courthouse. You know what I mean? Anyways, you're supposed to be allowed a reasonable time to leave. A reasonable time is like 15 minutes, something like that, so that you can collect your wares. Maybe you brought your jacket and your phone and other things to the courthouse that day. You're supposed to be allowed a reasonable time to leave.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it just seems to me by many of these stories, unfortunately, that there are issues with the stories with no follow through on some of them. That's what I.
Let me get done with telling you the story so I can tell you why I didn't follow through with a lawsuit against this county.
Okay, all right.
Which I still could probably, but the justice in our country is going to take years before I can.
I understand.
Okay, so the thing about it is so I was arrested. Okay, they said you weren't arrested for asking questions and using your camera. You were arrested for trespassing. Their stupid little spiel that they do. Well, right. Anyways, they take me to the jail and they expect me to just give them my name and my information and everything, right? So basically, I know for a fact I've been wrongfully arrested, so I'm not going to sit there and ID. Besides, I don't carry an ID. I'm a fucking human being, not a fucking some robot with a number. I'm not carrying a fucking ID just because you want me to. So next, all of a sudden, so what they did was they put me in the rubber room and tortured me for 6 days with no water and no adequate food and water for 6 days. No clothing, no bed mattress, no fucking blankets. No proper food and water, okay, for 6 days. And then I wouldn't give them my name, but then they just marked me down as John Doe. And then they used my tattoos and they used their little system. And then they basically thought that I was who they thought I was, right? So when they marked my name down on their fucking paper, they spelt my entire name correctly, except for the last letter. They didn't put the last letter on my name. Okay. So basically, I spent like 9 days in jail before my family bailed me out, right? 6 of those days I was tortured in their little rubber room with nothing, trying to force me to tell them my name and my information. Well, it turns out that when I go to court, right, I even bailed out. My signature is without prejudice, 1-307. or 1-308. I mean, sorry. So basically, I bail out when I signed the bail release for the bail release receipt. I signed without prejudice 1-308, and then I get out on bail. They call me to a court date, so I go to the court. Okay, and they tried to do this thing. They always do this thing in courts where they don't let anybody in the courtroom right off the bat. They make you sit in the hallway, and then they call your name. And if you fucking jump up and go, "Oh, I'm Mr. This one," then they're like, "Okay, we got him." Cha-ching. You know. So basically, moral of the story is when they call your name in the court hallway, don't just jump up and run to them and say, "Hi, I'm that guy."
That makes sense.
That's another consenting fucking. That's a tacit consent. That's a move. That's a move they do.
Well,
anyways, so basically, when they called the name that they thought I was into the courtroom, me, my sister, and my brother-in-law all got up at the same time, so they can't fucking tell who the fuck they called, right? Well, then they basically knew it was me, right? Because I was just in their jails, right? Anyways, they stopped my sister and my brother-in-law from going into the court, and they fucking shut the court doors and fucking try to put me in a fucking isolated fucking courtroom. It's supposed to be a justice court in the state of Nevada. It's supposed to be an open court at all times, open to the public. Open means open to the public. Well, anyways, so basically they tried to put me in this isolated courtroom and everything. I had my recording device in my pocket, my front pocket right here on my shirt. And they basically are like try to give me an arraignment, right? But they say, "Is Mr. so and so in the courtroom today," right? Well, I said, "No, he is not in the courtroom today." And they said, "Well, then who are you?" And basically I said my name, that I am, right? I stated my name for the court, which it says in NRS, the Nevada Revised Statute, that you should state your name for the court during arraignment so that they don't try you under the name that they think you are, okay? So basically I stated my name for the court, which was one letter more than what they had written down on their paper, right? And they go, but then so I stated my name for the court, but then they said, "Can you spell that?"
I mean,
and I said, I don't have a duty to spell for you or anybody else. And the judge, which they call themselves the court, right, said to the prosecutor attorney, he said, the judge goes, or the justice of the peace, I should say, it matters. The justice of the peace says, "I believe the court has a right to," he was about to say, "I believe the court has a right to make him spell his name," right? But I cut him off. As soon as he said, "I believe the court has a right to," I said, "Objection, Your Honor. Did you just say the court has rights? Or is the court a disinterested third party?" And he goes, "I did not say the court has rights." And then he goes back to speaking to the prosecutor attorney, and he says, "I was merely trying to impose." And I said, "Objection, Your Honor. Did you just say you were going to impose something on me?" And fucking, he said, "I did not say impose." And then the fucking prosecuting attorney says, hold on, Your Honor. I think that what he's trying to say is that we got the name on the paper spelt wrong, and that fucking this and that." So they tried to set me up for a different fucking court date. They tried to arraign me twice.
Wow.
They got their shit wrong and then tried to arraign me a second fucking time. And all I did on the second time is just not appear.
Yeah, they'll do this technicality bullshit or something with that, you know.
So the second time when I didn't appear for their second fucking arraignment, I sat there and waited for my warrant, but no warrant came.
Where are you in the legalese of suing the state of Nevada, though? Where are you
For my current charges,
Yes.
right now I have a 1983 Monell filed with the Nevada, Supreme Court of Nevada, and basically I have to show up. I did a writ of special appearance, and I did I was going to have my sister appear for me as a next of kin, as a next friend, and they denied me my right of next friend. So basically, they want me to show up in Nevada, but we're talking about the same fucking district. We're talking about the same Supreme Court of Nevada that in Las Vegas that did what they did to Joshua Martinez. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Joshua Martinez.
To refresh my memory on that story.
He's the dude that was reporting for the Bundys down in
Yep.
Bunkerville and everything.
Yep. I met Ammon Bundy a couple years ago up in Tremont at a We the People rights or rights. What the hell was that? His website. Geez, I just forgot it. Ammon Bundy, but
I can't remember him having a website, but I think
he started up in Nevada or in Idaho. He's in Idaho. Started in Idaho.
Ammon lived in Idaho, but his dad had the ranch in Nevada. I mean,
right.
You don't own your dad's ranch, so he didn't live at his dad's ranch his whole life. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, he went down there to help. Yeah. Obviously. Right.
Naturally and rightfully.
Well, it sounds like you have an uphill battle, but so what I'm planning to do is my legal team. I have somebody that does websites. We also file motions, and they're very versed at what they do. They've seen what I've done in 3 months. Now they have put a it's called FITNA, Freedom Interactive Television Network Association. Okay, it's two-way TV. If you want to look it up, you can. Two-way interactive TV. He knows somebody, grew up with this lady. He was in television in the 70s. In Eagle Mountain, there's a data center, and they will be hosting shows with interactive two-way TV coming up here. And my channel, it ain't going to be East Carbon Exposed, that's for sure, but it's going to be Fight City Hall. And these will be live interactive two-way TVs. And one of the things we'll be discussing will be finding civil rights lawyers to help with these claims, community policing, because that went away. You're never going to get rid of cops. That's just the bottom line in any country. Everybody that thinks that that's going to happen is wrong. That's never going to happen. But what has happened and went away is the community policing part, where cops were sort of friendly and in the neighborhoods then, and that's what has to happen again. And also, the last thing is just getting the word out. We want to change policing, that they just do their fucking job and be nice. Quit violating people's rights. Period.
Exactly.
So that will be part of FITNA, Freedom Interactive Television Network Association. That data center is in Eagle Mountain, Utah, and there's going to be live streaming on cable, on the internet, on your phone. You'll get to watch it live every day about Fight City Hall and policing coming up. So everybody that has a channel will want to be part of this, is what I'm saying. So that's why I'm telling you. I'm just letting you know. And I'm not far from you. I don't know how far you are into Nevada. I'm about...
no, I'm not in Nevada right now.
Oh, you're not in Nevada anymore. Okay.
No. I can't
All
go
right.
home. I can't go home until my case is dismissed.
Right. All right. Well,
My case should have
uh,
already been dismissed. That's what I want to tell everybody. Like, I don't need help necessarily with my case anymore. What I need help with is getting the word out that fucking the court clerk won't file my documents. I initially got arrested for battery upon a peace officer. A deputy came and pushed me, and I didn't know exactly who pushed me, but whoever pushed me, I pushed back. It turned out to be the deputy. Okay,
all right.
so then as soon as I wasn't under arrest and I wasn't under detainment when the deputy pushed me, which makes it police brutality. He didn't have a right to put his hands on me at the time he did. He basically came walking up to me and said, "Move back," and shoved me with his forearm.
Did you file a lawsuit?
Yeah, that's the lawsuit I have filed. Okay. I have a lawsuit filed against Knight County, the state of Nevada, and all the actors individually and fucking in their capacity.
No, I mean, again.
What now?
All right. Well, that you have to keep doing that.
Yeah.
That's the only way you get ahead of this. I understand that you beat that one case, so that's great, and you are now dealing with this current one that they haven't dropped yet. Do you anticipate they'll drop
about? Yeah, that case I was talking about has nothing to do with this prosecution that I'm under right now. That first case, I was just telling you the story about what happened in that case. But
we got to say hello to the chat a little bit. William, hello, brother. How are you? The tribe's here. Illegally Nova's here. My buddy Illegally Nova. There's Joko. He's out in Kansas. So that's good. Everybody's showing up a little bit.
Joko's awesome. Tribe is awesome.
Oh, I didn't even say hello to Rogue Hog Kennel, so that's good. He's always saying hello. That's it. And so, this aspect of, all of us in being on all each other's channels is the only way to save our channels and save our asses at times. Now, Wanda Mize just got out in Indiana, just got 60 days for trespassing and disorderly conduct for a bullshit charge from a year ago. And he's been there, he's
so
been
they
in
finally
jail.
sentenced him to 60 days and he's in the jail right now doing 60 days.
Correct. For that bullshit from a year ago. Right. And with more pending charges, that bullshit, another trespassing garbage. So your story of 8 years ago, the backing wasn't there, and I apologize for that actually myself, because it just wasn't feasible. I'm not going to say it wasn't feasible. That's the wrong terminology. The big channels should have came and backed you. That's my problem.
My case right now that I'm fighting right now that I need help with right now is from 2022. So it's not that old. 3 years ago. Yeah.
Right. And what kind of help do you need with that stuff?
Well, it's funny because the help I've needed has gone in progressions throughout the entire thing so far. And I used to need help fucking getting out that fucking the charges were frivolous based on conversions of my rights into crimes. But now the only thing I've already won this case. I've already won it. Okay. Back in March, like I was saying, I actually filed a writ of special appearance back in January of 2024.
Do you have any civil rights attorney helping you?
Oh, hell no.
Why?
I don't use attorneys. Okay.
I understand.
I wanted to use an attorney. I was talking to a guy from Delete Laws, which he's a good guy. He was writing some paperwork up for Delete Laws, and that's how I started talking to him because I thought he wrote good paperwork. I know a lot about the system. My stepdad was a cop back in like the 90s, and I've seen the system work real throughout. I'm actually really good. Okay.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question then. Why hasn't your channel grown? Why?
For me, why hasn't my channel grown?
Yeah, why?
Probably because I'm insubordinate. You know.
Well,
I'm known. I'm known on. For one, I'm not an auditor. Okay. I'm known on YouTube for my comments. A lot of people know me on YouTube for my comments. I've been commenting a lot since way back in the old days. I'm actually one of the OGs from like fucking Facebook Cop Block. Okay. There was,
all the Northeast guys. Yeah.
Huh?
All the Northeast guys.
Yeah. Well, back in 2011 back in 2011, Kelly Thomas got beaten, stomped to death by the California cops. Okay. And that's what made a lot of people on Facebook. They started that stomping of Kelly Thomas was showcased on Facebook, and basically
I remember
a lot of
that.
people came together about that. Like, oh hell no, that was wrong or shit. Well, then around 2012, Ademo Freeman. His name isn't Ademo Freeman. He went by Ademo Freeman. He made Cop Block on Facebook. And a lot of people, that's where James Freeman made his name, James Freeman, because he was one of the originals from the Cop Block. He was one of the people that talked the most with the Demo Freeman. Then he started calling himself James Freeman. That was back in like 2011, 2012 on Cop Block on Facebook. And then that progressed up until the Bundy incident, which was also showcased on Facebook.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So when the Bundy incident came out, then you got your Gavin Symes, your James Freemans, your Joshua Martinez's, and your Kelly Stewart's, right? Those were the four main reporters on Facebook showcasing what was happening to the Bundys. They had been there from watching Cop Block, okay?
Right. Well, that's a big damn story. That was a huge story. I mean, the federal government pushing back, and that led to now. But my question is, the system is the one that's lashing you. They're the ones that's lashing you. Mm-hmm. Why not at least interpret and use the system to lash back with a lawyer?
This guy that I met on Delete Laws that was writing hella good paperwork.
Okay.
Me and him are friends. Okay. So I've beaten Nye County. My stepdad was a cop, like I said, back in the 90s, but I never liked my stepdad. I was always insubordinate. They didn't fucking like me, right? Nye County didn't like me. They tried to make me a felon 3 times in the state of Nevada. I beat them all. I beat most of the charges that they tried to put on me. Well, anyways,
I understand.
When I meet this guy on Delete Laws' channel, I'm talking to him. I asked him to write some paperwork up for me for my case.
All right. And what year are you talking about with Chili? What year?
This was between 2020 and 2021.
Okay. All right.
Well, actually, 2020 and 2022.
All right.
Because when this incident started, I sought guidance from this guy. Okay.
Right. Absolutely. Why not?
Yeah. And he's still my friend to this day. I don't want to mention who it is because I don't want him to think that I don't like him or anything. But
no, don't do that. Right.
I did, though, happen to get some of the worst advice that I've ever had in the last 15 years from the guy.
Well, that's not good. That's not good, by the way. Fuck.
Yeah. So prior to meeting this guy, they would always try to put a public defender on me, and I would always fire the public defender. fire the public defender, fire the public defender, right?
Right.
Well, this guy tells me, I think what we should do is use a public defender and use the free fucking state advocacy, what they're supposed to do for you. And that if the public defender messes it up the case, then we'll use the public defender as a appealable issue. Okay. So then I agreed to a public defender for a certain time. Well, then when I basically drew a line in the sand, right? And said, if this public defender doesn't do this by this date, I am no longer fucking with this public defender bullshit.
Right. That's why you never deal with the state on their terms. That never works out well.
Yeah, well, I'm poor, bro. I'm poor. I've been poor my entire life.
I understand that. Let me ask you a question though. Why did you not decide to audit? Why not? Why did you? You've been around.
I decided not to audit. It's not that I decided not to audit. It's that, okay, when I didn't get into talking with James Freeman and fucking Freedom from Government and fucking Joshua Martinez and all these dudes for auditing. I got in there talking to them for protest reasons and bucking the system reasons. That I seen Kelly Thomas get stomped to death in 2011, and I fucking was like, well, no.
Hold on, you're taking the wrong position now, though. That auditing is protesting. That's what.
Yeah, it is. It's a form of protest. But listen, hear me out, bro. Hear me out.
All right.
Okay, I didn't get in here for First Amendment auditing. I'm a freedom traveler. I have the right to use my own automobile in the course of like in my own public. I have the right to use my public, and I have the right to use. So that's what I get. So that's what I usually protest. Well, it turns out that this fucking public service agent that was living in my town, the county works guy, started harassing the fuck out of me.
No, I understand. I understand. I understand what you're saying, but why hasn't your development of traveler, being a free American, or I don't even know if you use that term, just free human being? I'm trying to stay away from these terms now.
Yeah, you're cool. You're cool.
Especially because I don't want you burning a flag, go to jail for a fucking year. So there's that.
Yeah. Don't have your flag upside down now.
Yeah, but I mean, what the fuck, Trump? What the fuck is wrong with you, Trump? You fucking nutcase! You can't be throwing people in jail for a fucking year over burning a little bitty flag in my yard. You dickhead! I mean, give me a break. So
even if you burn a flag in public, fuck.
I mean, I couldn't believe what I fucking watched today. But yet you have to use what you know and also develop it, because protesting can be many things. You're singling protesting too small. Freeman, all of them, we all protest all the time, everywhere we go. So whether it's called protest or First Amendment auditing, it's the same fucking thing.
Yes, I know that, but what I'm trying to say is that my form of protest, dude, I'll protest any of them, you know, any things. But I'm just saying, my form of protest is using my automobile without paying the registration, license, and insurance. So that's my original form of protest. I won a case against Nye County and the state of Nevada in 2010 for driving without. And then since then, they fucking, the public service agent, he'd been harassing me. I won several cases against him and his wife. They tried to give me dog at large charges, and I beat 4 of them. They tried to give me dog at large charges for 4 different attempts, and I won.
Here's my issue. Here's my issue, though, with this, where this is going. I'm trying to understand why.
So he started harassing me. In 2015, I started using my fucking camera to record his harassment. In 2018 through 2020, he started threatening to stuff my camera up my ass.
No, I understand. I understand the story that goes back. It goes back. I get it. But at some point, your one protest, where you wanted to stay with, I understand that, should have shifted into many other ways, like other people who protest in many other ways. And I'm just not understanding why you didn't develop more protesting ways like all the other uh, protesters. I want to call them protesters now, not even First Amendment honors, because of you. I'm going to call them all protesters now. That's what I'm going to do. You have now earned my respect. Call them fucking protesters. So there's that.
It only takes one person to protest.
No, free Eric Brandt. I watched his video from a couple years ago, and I was happy to see the guy. I'm sure he'll be getting out. I don't even know how many. I guess he was sentenced to 12 years, and he's been in quite a few now, by the way. Holy fuck, in Colorado. So, I mean, he was the king of protesting, by the way. Eric Brandt was in Colorado. So I'm just trying to understand why your shift didn't shift with as the world and social media developed. Why?
Well, I couldn't tell you on that question. I mean, no, it's a popularity contest. If you get people to watch
our water here, so that's what I would suggest to you. I have shifted a little bit of my own right. I have started my own damn protesting, no matter where it is, where I go. So, but I'm pretty fucking bold as the guy that I am. So I'm glad to see you around. I'm glad to be on your channel tonight. Let's do this again sometime, brother.
Yeah, okay. That'd be awesome. I'm glad to meet you. I thought you'd been around for a while.
I gotta get up.
Yeah, you gotta get up. I was gonna say earlier that that's why my dad has like 3 or 4 classic cars, but he doesn't drive any of them because the state of Utah doesn't like classic cars no more. Is that what I'm catching from you?
I don't know about that one. I guess. No, I don't know about the classic car bit. I'm not sure about that.
Well, you were saying earlier that you were in a classic car and the other guy was in kind of like a hoopty old classical car, and you weren't sure whether they were going to get pulled over.
No, I was driving my truck, and the guy was in a hoopty, and I didn't want the cop to pull over either one of us, and he didn't. He passed the hoopty car. You know, hoopties from up north is, a piece of crap kind of car, an old car, and so I didn't want him to get pulled over. He passed him, and he came and tailed me, but he decided not to pull me over because now they realize who the fuck I am around here, and I will put you. You will be famous, and you have to make these cops famous for what they've done. That's the only thing that needs to happen for you to be left alone and also stand up to these fucking bullies. They're all a bunch of criminals and bullies. So these stories that go on and on and on about coronary, I mean, it's sort of disheartening to hear, honestly. But if you don't work very fast and hard to get it out there, and I don't know what else to say about that. That's what I did.
Well, some people get their video. Say somebody doesn't even. Well, actually, it starts with everybody watching and commenting in comment sections and on live chats, and then they go out and they do like an auditing thing, or they get fucked with by the cops, and then they post their video on YouTube. But some people get their video showcased by like San Joaquin Valley Transparency.
Nobody has showcased my video, and I've done it in 3 months, bro. So I don't even know how to say it other than that. Nobody has
Well, then
showcased
you're highly lucky for that, especially if nobody showcased your video, and that's why you got 1,000 subscribers.
No, it's because I'm very good at what I do. That's why. That's
Yeah, but what do you do?
I made a channel 3 months ago, and I almost have 1,000 subscribers. They watched 125,000 people in the country, and the world watched it in 3 months. I mean, what? I don't know what to tell you, bro. I
Yeah.
mean, I started.
My arrest video is not showcased on my channel. That could be another thing.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, these
When
are top.
When I went protesting, my friend Freedom from Government, he had 160,000 subscribers on his channel, so he gave me his cell phone, and I took his cell phone to the protest. So when I went live on his channel.
That's what.
So,
but you have to get your story out there.
Actually, how many people actually looked at that video so far? I haven't even checked.
So.
Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why, because my arrest video is not on my channel. It's on somebody else's channel.
All right. Well, look, you guys, everybody, thanks for showing up tonight. William, everybody. Hey, brother. Jay, Joko. Hey, even Corey Steele showed up. Hey, brother. Good to see you. I just popped in to say hello to everybody. And
thanks for coming on tonight.
Here it is. Hey, you got it, man. Let's do it again, brother. No problem.
I enjoy you. You're a good guy.
No, hey, anytime if I can help you, reach out. I'm eastcarbonexposed@gmail.com, and we'll try to help you in any way we can. I do have people behind me, and these things are going to keep moving forward, even in my civil rights lawsuit. So good to see you.
I'm gonna look up that Fitna.
Yes, please do. Yep, Freedom Interactive Network Television Association, bro. Fitna. Yep. And
Freedom Interaction Television Network Association.
Yep. Anybody that sends me an email, all the channels are going to be getting it here in the next week. We're compiling everybody because this will be live TV. Tens of millions of viewers, bro. Tens of millions. I'm trying to change policing. This is what we're doing. And so this is the start. Because I did so well so fast, they realize that I'm able to host a show and get this. And I know everybody. I know all the fucking channels, man. I've been around for a long time. So
yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm going to send emails to everybody. If you want to be a part of it, please send me an email, eastcarbonexposed@gmail.com. And this is all going to be happening.
Down.
Yep. It's all going to be happening very, very soon. You know where I'm at. I'm over here in Utah. I have no problem saying that. I don't give a shit. That doesn't bother me.
I'll send you an email, and I'll put "You have rights, cops have duties" on the subject.
Yeah, you got it now, and we'll get whatever I can help you with. But this program is going to we're going to change policing forever, because there'll be so many people watching, and all the YouTube. This is a dinosaur. This stuff is the fucking dinosaur. We have to be on every streaming channel, every laptop, every phone, every cable TV, all of it. And that's exactly what we're doing. It's Fitna Two-Way TV, Freedom Interactive Television Network Association. .com. Go ahead and look it up. And anybody that sends me an email, you're going to get one. Everybody's going to get an email coming up this week. And we've been planning this since 2017. And I know all the big heavy hitters, man. It's awesome. It's going to be really good. So
your email is eastcarbonexposed@gmail.com.
At gmail.com, brother. You got it. So,
my email starts with biscuit.
Yep, that is the goal, is to change policing so these fuckers do your job and be nice. That's it. Don't quit violating people's fucking rights. That's it. That's the goal. So you guys have a great evening. Thanks for chatting with me, brother. I appreciate coming on with you. And we will see you next time.
Have a good night, dude.
You too. Take care now.
You too. You take care. Let's see here. I want to put the. If anybody else wants to come on up. Hey, NH Mountain Girl. Good to see you. Placer County Cop Watch, huh? It's awesome. It's going all right. You too, brother. Thank you for coming on up, talking with me for a while. That was enjoyable. I'm gonna try to go to Freedom from Government channel and see how many views that has these days. It was a live on Trent Goodbody. The stupid other phone is trying to act up on me for some reason. It won't. It's doing that. YouTube isn't responding. Close app or wait. Irritating. These fucking tracking devices. Good to see you tonight, William L. Thank you, by the way. Hey, Corey Steele. Sorry you're so persecuted by most people on this fucking shit, YouTube shit. You're an all right dude in my eyes. You know. Wait, you're not cutting out. No, I'm not cutting out. I'm trying to use my other device to look something up. It was like what East Carbon Exposed said. Um, like he's kept on asking me why hasn't my channel blown up? Well, he said his video just blown up. His video just went viral. And I was thinking, well, yeah, my video isn't even on my channel, so that's maybe why my channel hasn't gone viral. A lot of people seem to have an opinion about my style of protest, anyways. Maybe that's another reason why it never went viral. They think I was protesting the water pipes being fixed. Yeah, even on Trent Goodbody's, it only has 3.8 thousand views. So yeah, 3.8 thousand views. Fuck. Yeah. That's another thing about the United States of America. Like, you can protest, but people have to like your protest. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so it's not about injustice and it's not about rights being violated. It's about whether people like your protest or not. Fucking motherfuckers. I'm gonna have to go and. We the people have a right to fucking protest. We can walk up to the thing. I have the right to stand on the public fucking easement. You know? Maybe try that one on for size. You say you like rights and that you stand for rights and shit and that you know your rights, yet you fucking limit the scope of people's protests because you don't find a use in it. I'm not saying you as the people that are watching on the live right now or fucking in the chat section. I'm talking about the United States of America people as a whole, as like everything that what we're doing here, you know? Exactly. Fucking motherfuckers. Corey Still, you're funny. It's like, bro, fucking is a spell with a PH, bro. You don't even know how to spell, man. Spelling all crazy. Look at motherfuckers doesn't even have an O in it. What the fuck, bro? No, spelling English correctly is a sign of slavery, just to let you know. Thank you for not spelling your English correctly. God bless you. Let's see here. I got a part on my arrest video where the part where the public service agent moved his public service truck into my body, kind of like what happened to Furry Potato. That's not on this video, but on this video, my brother-in-law shows the deputy the video of the public service agent pushing me with the truck. And the deputy says, "Oh, I'm not going to do anything about that because you were standing in the roadway." It's like, yeah, pedestrian has a right of way in the road fucking way. If you look up the stat, just Google the statute, or it's not even it has to do with statutes. It's backed by statutes. But anyways, just Google what is it? Share the road. Share the road. Most of the states, like California, is known as a share the road state, meaning bicycles and pedestrians can actually walk in the fucking roadway, not on the other side of the white line. I mean, in the lane. A bicycle and a pedestrian can actually walk in the lane. Utah, share the road state. California, share the road state. Nevada, share the road state. Wyoming, share the road state. Most of the states are share the road states. I'm sure New Hampshire is probably a share the road state. Massachusetts is probably definitely a share the road state, especially when they hold the Boston Marathon in Boston. Just saying, you know. So when I fucking was standing in the roadway, the fucking public service agent should have fucking backed his truck up and went a different direction. Instead, he thought, motherfucker better move, otherwise I'm going to hit him. Motherfucker better move, better move. And the deputy says, "Oh, I'm not going to do anything about it," even though my fucking brother-in-law showcases it on a fucking video. That's showcased in this video right here. Copy the video. Now we'll go to my channel and post it in the fucking live chat so everybody can fucking go watch the video on their own if they want to. It's like what Inferno says. Nobody gives a fuck, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, fuck you, Inferno. Go to fucking hell, bitch ass punk. Fucking nerdy ass motherfucker. Fucking punk ass bitch. Nobody gives a fuck, right, Inferno? So why give a fuck? Why give a fuck about anything, guys, right? I fucking was friends with Inferno for fucking years and shit. And fucking love the dude. Fucking shared tastes of music and shit like that. And then fucking he tells me, yeah, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a fuck about your story, bro. Fuck. Yeah, thanks a lot. That's exactly why I didn't want to showcase my story. Because Northwoods Press was fucking gracious enough to let me showcase my story on his fucking channel. But fucking years of showcasing my story on Northwoods channel, the only people I was talking to was Northwoods Press and New Hampshire Mountain Girl. The rest of the motherfuckers was in one ear and out the other, acting like they care about everybody and they're friends with everybody. Like, yeah, fucking right. Northwoods Press couldn't have been more fucking real when he fucking said, hey, bro, just because we're up here on a fucking panel together doesn't mean we're all friends. Better watch all these people. Better fucking, keep an eye on these people. They act like they're your friends, but they're not your fucking friends. They're just up here on the fucking live panel just acting like they're your friend. Couldn't have been more fucking true, Northwoods Press. I fucking listened to the shit. Couple weeks later, fucking, wouldn't you know, fucking guys like Inferno are telling me, oh, nobody gives a fuck, bro. You tell your story like 1,000 times. Everybody's basically was trying to say everybody's tired of hearing my fucking story. Good, fuck. Great, grand, fucking Inferno. Go play some fucking music somewhere, fucking bitch ass boy. Cocksucking piece of shit, bitch ass boy. Fucking punk ass bitch. Fuck. Nerdy ass motherfucker. Fucking straight nerd from fucking Nerdville. Fuck, I'm so fucking irritated myself. I fucking even fucking said hello to the fucking punk. First time I ever told my story on Northwoods Press, Mr. Mike was there. Michael Kunkel was there. And Inferno was there. And I think an Inferno was up on the panel. And I could see it in his face that he didn't even want to fucking be listening to somebody's fucking plight story. I was thinking, I don't know, Northwoods. I don't want to tell my story to these people. The very first fucking time I told my story on Northwoods Press, I basically was like, yeah, I don't know. Because I could see it in their fucking faces, like Mr. Mike's face and fucking Inferno's face. They didn't want to be listening to my fucking story. They didn't give two fucking shits about what the fuck was happening. Fuck. Exactly, Corey Steele. Measure twice, cut once. That's why I fucking, like, it sucked because I want to be friends with, like, Northwoods Press and New Hampshire Mountain Girl, Michael Kunkel, Roadhog, people like that. But fucking, there was a bunch of them that would come up on the panel every single fucking day and just be fucking totally fucking pieces of fucking stupid shit. Fuck. Like fucking, yeah, I love you, Mrs. Reaper and all. But all that, every time I'd be being real and I don't even come up on. First, she tried to do that shit with fucking Cape Cod. Like, I don't even come around the panel because if Kid Claude's on there, then she tried to do that shit with me, and it's like, oh, okay, Miss Reaper, like you're the fucking one, huh? Fuck. Go ahead and decide, Mrs. Reaper. Fucking when I motherfucking said I like your ass, I was fucking real fucking about it. Come to fucking find out when you said you like my fucking ass, you were, oh, I'm just saying that to get along on panel. Fucking punk ass bitch. Fucking Grim Reaper Network, he tried to help me out for a while there, but I don't know what with, and fucking every time he made me a fucking song on fucking like they were always making songs for like Northwoods Press. They tried to make me a song for my channel or something, but it was never it never fitted fucking anything to fucking do with my channel. It was something about fucking other things to do with fucking shit. Like I can't even remember. Fucking go ahead and delete those fucking songs, Grim Reaper. I love you and Mrs. Reaper, but fucking those songs did never fucking capture the spirit of you have rights, meaning you, the people, have fucking rights. Cops, the public service agents and the cops, they have no fucking rights. They have duties to uphold. They cannot fucking uphold duties and uphold their own rights at the same fucking time. It's like a two-headed snake. You fucking have to cut the head off of one snake to serve the other. It's a fucking known fucking fact. The public service agents absolutely cannot fucking have rights. If they have rights, why the fuck would they uphold yours? And look at what we have today. We have a bunch of fucking people that believe that they have to pay taxes and that the fucking tax dollars have to pay the public service agents. And then down at the public service building, when you go in there to get some papers filed or something, they say, oh, we have to charge you a fee to file. Wait a second. I thought you got paid with tax fucking dollars to file those fucking papers. Oh, you're double dipping? Because the American people, the United States of America, I should say, because it's not the American people. America is everything from Argentina to fucking Alaska. Canada is America. Fucking Brazil is America. The USA is what we're fucking talking about. It's not fucking America. People don't like me because I say that shit. They're like, fuck you, bro. Gulf of America, Gulf of America. They don't even fucking understand that the United States of Mexico is a sister country with fucking the US. They're like, no, we don't want none of them in our country. They have to ask. They have to go through the legal way. When our rights are by law, our rights are lawful, not fucking legal. I swear I got thousands of videos of this shit saying this, and I got thousands of live. I say this shit every time I go fucking live. My lives are all the fucking same. But nobody's fucking really listening anyways, and according to Inferno, who gives a fuck? Hey, Carol Funk, good to see you. Maya Moore, I don't know who you are, but good to see you. Oh, yeah. Are you in psychosis, man? Goofy fuck. What, because I swear a lot, so I'm in psychosis? Little pussy-ass bitch boy? Hi, I'm Maya Moore. I ask people if they're in psychosis because they use some words. You fucking ignorant, fucking dumb shit motherfucker. Fucking retard. Oh, he said retard. So? Doesn't mean people that are mentally ill. Means you, motherfucker. Night, night. Night, night, little piece of shit, cocksucking bitch ass boy. Night, night. Peace, though. First seeing your name, I thought maybe like, cool, another human being. But instead, it's just a fucking shit talking ass punk. Fucking, probably fucking advocates for the deprivation of your own fucking rights. Peace. That's a good fucking place to start, is with peace, Maya Moore. whoever the fuck you are. Don't know who you are, so I don't have any reason to be mad at you. Just by the way, okay? It's because I call you a piece of shit, cocksucking, bitch-ass boy for asking if I was in psychosis or whatever. Doesn't mean I'm mad at you, by the way, my amor, okay? Much love for you. Hope you go on your own way. Hope you have much peace where you're going. Have fun with yourself. Don't hurt others intentionally. If you have to, defend the fuck out of yourself. I don't give a shit how hard you hurt others if you have to defend yourself. They are the ones that placed you in the position to defend yourself. So if you have to, hurt them good. That's the thing with defense. Nobody should be placing you in a position that you have to fucking defend yourself from. And that's why I say if they do place you in a position where you have to defend yourself from that position, like they won't stop walking at you and you've asked them to stop walking at you and they won't stop walking at you, defend the fuck out of yourself. Make it real good. Like the next time, I'm not just going to push the guy that I have to defend myself from. I'm going to fucking blast them right in their fucking nose. Maybe jump on top of them and fucking pound their fucking upper palate through the back of their throat. Don't make me defend my fucking self. I love you. Just because I don't like you doesn't mean I don't love you, by the way. It's like a daddy. They can love their child, but they don't have to like the actions of their child. Their child could be somebody like that fucking little kid, that kid that was like 19 years old that fucking kept a head in their fucking closet, and their mom actually had to find a human head in her son's closet. I'm thankful to God his mom told on him. Fucking got him in trouble for killing a homeless man. Fucking he wanted to feel what killing was like, so he kills a fucking innocent homeless man. Don't ask Donald Trump, though. The homeless are criminals. So people fucking must not have to give a fuck what happens to homeless people, right? According to Donald Trump. Same with fucking, he calls people illegal aliens. The opposite of an illegal alien is a legal alien. So what the fuck are you? Allowing your rights to be alienated is what it is. That's why they use the term alien, so they can alienate your fucking rights. I don't know if I'm a fucking real man. How could I be a real fucking man? I mean, I'm just some fucking dude. You know, I have a lot of love for people. I have a lot. I can offer fucking friendship if you want it. When I've decided that you're my friend, you are. I don't just say that. I wasn't going near any of the public service agent's house. The public service agent that I had that was harassing me for years, I knew where he lived. Small little town of like 200 people. But if I had to go down by there, I would fucking go around the fucking streets. Maybe if I absolutely have to, I would pass his fucking house. But I never went down to his fucking house. Even when I was protesting his ass, I never went down to his house to stand outside of his house and yell at his ass about the shit he was doing to me. I could have performed that protest, but I fucking didn't. Never did I take my protest down to his piece of shit house and start yelling at him outside of his house like I could have, like I fucking should have. He wants to keep coming up around my fucking house using his fucking service as a fucking excuse to come around my fucking house, even after I tell him that I'm feeling harassed by him. If you told me that I was harassing you, I would fucking find a way to motherfucking go around. Say I was dumb enough to fucking go be a public service agent. If you told me that I was harassing you outside your home, I would go directly to the higher ups and say, hey, look, if this guy keeps telling me he's harassing me, I don't want to harass nobody. Can I have a different position or like be reassigned? You know, what can we do here to please this dude and make sure that he doesn't feel that I'm harassing him? Because I'm honestly just trying to do my perform my service duties. But that's not what fucking Nye County did. No, that's not what Nye County does. They fucking hate me because they know for a fact I'm more fucking peaceful than their bitch asses. I'm the dude around my town where fucking if you have to go up into the woods cutting wood for fucking firewood, you have to get 5 fucking cords. I don't give a fuck. I go up there. The only thing I fucking basically ask for is if I can fucking eat lunch or something. I don't fucking, you can ask people around my town. I go cutting wood with you. I'll be fucking carrying fucking hella wood, stacking hella wood. Fucking, maybe I'll even cut for you. But most of the time I go up with some dude who's cutting for his family and fucking I go and help them. Maybe their family comes up and helps, like maybe their wife and some kids come and help carry and stack the wood or carry the wood to the truck and put it in the bed of the truck while somebody else stacks. But yeah, I don't fucking ask for money. Fucking old lady, her husband died in town. Fucking go and stack the old lady's wood on her fucking porch for free. Not asking for no fucking money. I've been poor my entire fucking life. I was raised by a single mother, 4 children. My dad went to prison. The average American fucking story. The true American dream. Everything else you have to be asleep for. Am I a real man? A real man? Thank you, Corey Steele. Anybody want to come up on panel and fucking chit chat, talk? They can. I didn't even plan on going live tonight. I wanted to talk with John Felix, but he's sitting there on the end of his live. I don't go on your channel and argue with you. Come on my fucking channel. You're always trying to fucking debate everybody, John Felix. Come on up here. You're going to find out I don't want to argue with you, that I agree with you, and that I like you, but you don't fucking like me. But thanks a fucking whole lot, John Felix. Come on up on my channel, bro. Debate me. Find out how much debate I have for you. And no, fucking Jew is a religion, not a fucking race. Sorry to tell you. That don't come from hate. That comes from reality. Christian isn't a race, is it? What, now I'm a Christian by blood? It's like what I was saying earlier. No. It's a religion, not a fucking race. Sorry to fucking say. Sorry that real hurts people's feelings. Sorry that fucking truth can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. Everybody knows the stupid movie. The fucking Epstein, Weinstein fucking movie. Casting couch motherfucking thing. I bet you they fucking diddled Jack Nicholson when he was a fucking little kid. But Jack Nicholson just hasn't come out about it. Because it's too far gone. He's too old. come to find out at the same time where Donald Trump is trying to make everybody believe that the Epstein shit is a hoax, some fucking Israeli dude fucking in Las Vegas gets in trouble for fucking trying to fucking consult with a 15-year-old about sex and fucking gets to go back to Israel. It all comes together full circle. It ties in. Fucking Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and Donald Trumpelstein. It all fucking is connected. The FCC, the politics, the motherfucking Ted Cruz. Everyone from fucking Ted Cruz to fucking Mitch McConnell. Imagine that fucking turtle-looking headed motherfucking Mitch McConnell up on top of you, fucking raping the fucking shit out of you, and you're some fucking child. Fucking, I remember seeing pictures of Roger Podesta's artwork, and somebody was trying to point out Roger Podesta's artwork, how he somehow is infatuated with white rabbits, and he had a picture that looked awfully like fucking that news reporter whose parents were the fucking owner of that building in New York. What is that fucking building? There was a picture that Roger Podesta had. It was a painting of a fucking what looked like the reporter from, I think, MSNBC with fucking only depicted as a little child, but still has the white hair, and then is like chained or tied to the wall in an empty swimming pool. And the swimming pool looked exactly like the swimming pool in this building that was owned by the guy's parents in New York. It all fucking ties in. It all goes full circle. I remember back when fucking this was before QAnon days, and QAnon is just another fucking bunch of people that are trying to point some shit out, right? Getting called conspiracy theorists and this and that. Well, fucking, this was before QAnon days. This is going back to like early days after 9/11. Okay, I remember there was a guy. He was a Russian nuclear scientist, and he was trying to point out how 180 kiloton nuclear blast placed 75 meters underneath the Earth could send a shock wave. A percussion blast, which is otherwise known as a shock wave, up through the Earth and fucking through the buildings, turning the buildings into complete microscopic dust up to a certain. The Russian nuclear scientist basically described how 180 kiloton nuclear charge placed 75 meters under Earth would send a shock wave up to about 350 meters above Earth. And he was describing how the Trade Center buildings were 400 meters high. So if the blast went 350 meters high, that 50 meters of the building, the Trade Center, would be left intact, untouched by the percussion blast, and fall straight through the fucking rest of the remaining building that was turned to microscopic dust by a percussion blast. Well, anyways, he was describing how World Trade Center 7 got completely turned into microscopic dust because it was only 250 meters high, and the percussion wave reached 350 meters high. So the complete 250 meters of the Trade Center 7 got turned into complete microscopic dust and totally just fell in on itself, leaving a fucking silhouette of dust. That's how fast it fell. But anyways, yeah, it all goes full circle. So I was thinking if the Russian nuclear scientist was true, and it was an atomic bomb that they put underneath the Trade Center's feeding, I was raised in Nevada, so fucking basically Nevada, they test underground nuclear blasts, the same kind of blast that was used that the Russian scientists described. This is not my beliefs. This is what I've seen and read about. Okay, so in Nevada, down by Las Vegas, by Area 51, they tested the underground nuclear charge for years. Another one of the full circle stories is that the United States of America is the only country on Earth that's actually used a nuclear bomb on a different country. So if you were going full circle with that and knowing that they test the underground nuclear bomb in Nevada, it's very well that the United States is the one who performed 9/11, 2021 or 2001. That's not my belief. I can't tell you that's for sure. I'm just saying that it goes full circle. You know, you can't say that the stories don't correspond with each other, because the United States nuclear bombs are the ones that are being tested in Nevada, and the United States nuclear bomb was the one that was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So basically, bing, bang, boom, that's going full circle. The stories correlate. So now what do? We chant USA, USA. USA, USA, USA. Going back to the Paul and Slave days. Mr. Unslaved. Just saying. Anyways, there was a band that everybody liked back in the 90s. They were called Tool. And fucking Tool, if you look at the cover of Tool, almost all their covers has a depiction of an eyeball in some sort of another. There's one album that has eyeballs covering the entire earth. You know, it's just the color part and the pupil, the only two parts of the eyeball that are perfect circle. Because while the eyeball may be a perfect circle, it's inside of your head, so you can't see it beyond the lids. The lids are in more of a diamond shape, you know, and these are symbols that go back to what people could read about our Illuminati symbols that also have to do, they stem back, you know, all these conspiracy theories, they all stem back. It's called going a full circle. That's what I used to do when I first started using YouTube. I would look up like a video about Obama, right, on YouTube. And then on YouTube, back in the day, they used to have, you would be watching a video in the small YouTube box, and then down on the right-hand side, there would have a bunch of related videos. So then while you're watching the video, say you want to watch a video about Obama, all of a sudden, you're watching the video of Obama, and then there's all these related videos over here on the right. So then you see a video in the related videos that interests you. So you pick on that video. And then now you're watching the other video. You started watching a video about Obama, and then all of a sudden you got drawn into watching a related video down here on the right on YouTube. And so you start watching the related video, and then while you're watching the related video, there's the related videos of the related video down here on the right. Until you've watched so many of those interesting related videos that the video that you started watching about Obama is now listed in the fucking related videos on like the third or fourth or fifth video that you've watched from the related videos that you were interested by, and then watch those. I used to call that going full circle, because I would start watching an Obama video and then watch a related video, and then it would go up until the point where the same Obama video that I started watching was in the chat. When I say I was watching an Obama video, that doesn't mean I liked or disliked Obama. Just for all of the people that that I had to like sit there and, oh, bro, you like Obama? It's like, well, this is actually why I don't like Obama. Or, man, you don't even like Obama. It's like, well, there are a couple of things that he did, like took away the militarized equipment from the cops and slowed the cops down from getting militarized equipment there for a second. They're back at it now under Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump he loves military and he loves the cops. Better yet, fucking put the military and the cops together. Now you're really talking Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump will love you. You go ahead and put the military and the cops together. Oh, that fuck. Make the military the cops. And now fucking everybody in the United States can fucking just stand there like this because if they fucking even fart wrong, fucking you have your highway patrol that could fuck you up for your fart. You have the fucking sheriff's department that could fuck you up for your fart. You have the police department that can fuck you up for your fart. And now you have the United States Marines that can fuck you up for your fart. You better not even fucking shit wrong, you little motherfucking bitches. Just saying. Not mad at you. Don't hate you. Actually have a lot of love for you. But I'm just saying. They know how to get us to watch what they want us to watch. Exactly. Back then, we just known them as related videos back in like 2011, 2012, but like they've always been algorithm shit, you know. Well, actually, we were just trying to discuss that shit back then because like Snowden, Snowden came out with those NSA files talking about Jade Helm 15, Agenda 21, Agenda 30, and stuff. He came out with he showcased those videos back when WikiLeaks, because there was Wikipedia, and then they made WikiLeaks to fucking as like a spoof of Wikipedia, basically saying we're wiki, but we actually leak shit instead of fucking try to fucking steer the narrative like Wikipedia. Open image. Maybe I should I'm gonna brush my hair real quick. Okay, I brushed my hair, right? I was gonna show you this. Who does that fucking dude look like? Who does that dude look like, Chad? It's like that's my grandpa from like 1800s. That's my grandpa from 1800s. I'm like a doppelganger. See how I'm like a doppelganger? I'm like a doppelganger from my grandpa from 1800s. It's pretty funny. My grandpa was the first Mormon Sunday school teacher. Pretty weird fucking shit to be fucking grown up around, I tell you that. Weird shit has happened to me basically my entire life. You know that? Yeah, he does look like me a lot, doesn't he? I look like him, obviously. You know? I look like him a lot, obviously. That's a reason why I'm a lot of understanding because of some of the stuff I was born around. A lot of the weird shit that's happened to me as as I grew up, the things that I was able to see, like people talk about being psychic and everything. Well, I'm not necessarily psychic. I can't fucking see dead people and fucking talk to the dead. I'm not the Long Island medium or whatever the fuck they're called. But I do have an intuitional. I have an intuition of some sort. Been happening to me since I was a little kid. So a lot of this stuff is a lot of the reasons why I really don't like fucking bullies and shit, and that's why I really don't really like the government, because I recognize the government as a bully, and I'm not even trying to recognize the government as a bully. I actually am somebody who wants to recognize the government as somebody that's right, good, and grand, like they fucking spout to be. Like when Donald Trump says "Make America Great Again," it's like I'm not even fucking Black Lives Matter, but I can fucking see that America's never been fucking great. When the fuck, like, okay, so they've done a couple great things, but when the fuck has that American dream ever been a true American dream? Oh, it's been an American dream for this group of people and that group of people, depending on different points of time. But especially when it comes to like black people, shit, they're known as slaves. Oh, is that the American dream, to be known as fucking slaves, as your ancestry is known as the fucking slaves of fucking white people, is what they say, because we all know white people are slaves too. It's just that fucking, come on, like fucking get real, motherfuckers. Yes, just because white people have been slaves before doesn't mean that black people haven't been slaves before. Their shit story is fucking true too, and they need it fucking told. Fuck. Back in 1855, slavery was legal, but slavery was never lawful. That's how you know there's a difference between legal and lawful, because the fucking United States law or whatever, really just statutes, just like your local state law. Like everybody says, statutes aren't law. I swore my allegiance to the United States of America, so I go by the United States of America's laws. Because everybody knows that if you have to fucking live by every fucking statute, how can you even fucking own your own home? State wants their shit and money down at the fucking assessor's office tomorrow. Get the fucking pay in, slave. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I understand the fucking government as being a bully when I want to recognize them as a fucking hero. But they got to do hero shit to be heroes, Fuck. This dude wouldn't have allowed me to be in the fucking Mormon Sunday school. Okay? In fact, when I was little in Utah, I tried to go to Mormon Sunday school. Went to Mormon church on Sunday, very first church I ever tried to go to in my life. My mom didn't take me there. My dad didn't take me there, but there was a boy that lived down the road from me that I liked to play with every day. And Sunday I couldn't play with him because he was always at church. So I was like, oh, hell no, I want to go to church with you guys. I didn't ask my parents to take me to church. I asked his parents to take me to church. My parents never went to church. I've never seen one of my parents go to church. My dad to this day says he's a Mormon in Utah somewhere, but I've never went to the Mormon church ever again to know if my dad was ever at a church ever. But that's what he claims. He tried to tell me since I was baptized in the name of Jesus under like Assembly of God non-denominational church that I wasn't even baptized, and that until I'm baptized as a Mormon, I'm not truly baptized. It's like, what? Fuck you just say to me? What the fuck? So when I went to my first church, which was Mormon Church in Lakeshore, Utah, I tried to go in there and I walked in there with my friend's family and my friend. But my friend's family and even my friend got to go through the fucking doors. They stopped me at the main door. There was like a door to go in the church, and then there was a lobby area, and then there was another door. I never got to go through that fucking second door because I didn't know this at the time. I was a little child, right? I was probably 4 years old or 5 years old. I go in there and I'm expecting to go walking through the second doors, and all of a sudden some grown-up person fucking stops me from going in the doors. And no, they gave me a desk out in the lobby and they told me to read from the Sunday school pamphlet there. And basically I looked over, there was maybe 2 more kids that had to stay in the lobby area. Obviously those kids hadn't been to church there yet either. The Mormon church, I didn't realize it as a child, but they were trying to vet me. They were trying to see if I fucking sat there quietly and read that pamphlet and completed my Sunday school tasks in that pamphlet. And then if I would have done it, I would have probably been sat in that fucking corner of that lobby doing this fucking Sunday school pamphlet with none of my friends, all by myself, until I proved to the Mormon church that I was, somewhat like maybe it would be under their consideration a good Mormon or something. But it was that very first day when they did that to me that I didn't get to just walk into the church with my friend. I was only like 4 or 5 years old. I fucking like looked at that first person that stopped me, I basically forearmed my ass like, no, you can't go in there yet. And then went to be sat in the corner over here to fucking do this little pamphlet. I didn't feel fucking invited at all. It wasn't nice. It wasn't kind. It wasn't inviting. There was no inclusiveness. It was exclusive. And I was like, I got my ass up. I read through that fucking pamphlet. I might have even completed the pamphlet that day and turned that pamphlet in under my name. And never, ever, ever went back to that church ever again in my life. Just to tell you. Yeah. That day was like a make and break day. I might even been a Mormon my entire life if they wouldn't have fucking done that to me. If my dad had been going to Mormon church for fucking the entire set of years prior, and then I showed up to church with my dad, I bet you they wouldn't have kept me out. Bet you I would have went right up in there with my dad. But since I wasn't their kid and I showed up alone, they were vetting me. They had no other choice to vet me. If I would have showed up alone as a 24-year-old, I would have fucking maybe realized that they were vetting me, and then fucking maybe even stuck around as a spy to find out what the fuck they were doing this shit for. As a child, I was just more like, wow, that wasn't inclusive at all. That didn't seem friendly. I'm out of here. I fucking hightailed it, as soon as I fucking got out of there. I remember I walked home. I walked home by myself because I went to the church with that family and my little friend, but I didn't get to go into the church with that family and little friend. I had to be out there. So when I got done with my pamphlet, I turned my pamphlet in and fucking took the fuck off. Walked home alone. And that was back in the early 80s in fucking Utah. Man, that shit psycho. And that one, what their fucking name is, was asking me if I was Maya Moore. One of the first things this Maya Moore says to me, are you in psychosis, man? Bro swears like a sailor, Maya Moore says. I hope you find God. What? You think I haven't found God, Maya Moore? What fuck leads you to believe that is, huh? Did I like drop down to my knees and start praising fucking Satan, you stupid bitch? Fuck. You got fucking a lot of fucking things to learn on this fucking earth. Fuck. Bro swears like a sailor. I hope you find Jesus. Or I hope you find God is what they said. That was before they said bro swears a lot. So it went, geez, bro swears a lot to I hope you find God. Or no. Yeah, it was. Okay, first thing this Maya Moore says to me, I hope you find God with praying hands. Carol Funk says, good evening. Love you, Carol. Bro swears like a sailor, the second thing that Maya Moore says to me. And then the third thing Maya Moore says to me is, are you in psychosis, man? After asking me if after trying to tell me that they hope that I find God, as if they know more than I do. A relationship between me and any fucking God of mine. They think that they're gonna fucking tell me how much the fuck I found God or not. And then ask me if I'm in psychosis. Fucking turds. I swear to God. Are they trying to be real with me or are they trying to be real with themselves? That was psycho. Talk about psycho. Fuck. Maya Moore? Holy fuck. I hope you find God too. Like, what am I supposed to say to that, Maya Moore? Holy cow, that was fucking. Do I say you're the psycho? What the fuck? I hope he finds God. I hope you find God. He swears like a sailor. Getting back to it is that I was gonna say this dude on here, this guy right here, my fucking uncle or my grandpa, one of my ancestral grandpas from the 1800s. This dude was the first Mormon Sunday school teacher. He wouldn't have allowed me to go to Mormon Sunday school. Me, as a 43-year-old who I am standing here today, that guy would not allow me to go to Mormon Sunday school. Not that Mormon, or not that morning, and no other morning, because this guy would. I can't say he would, actually. I can't say, actually. But dependent on what we know, I'm leaning more towards he would fucking act like Maya Moore. Man, this guy swears like a sailor. I don't know how much my grandpa swore. I would love to know, but I'll never know. First Mormon Sunday school teacher, I don't think that, probably at his own home in his own workshop, building his own boat. He probably maybe swore, but maybe not openly in public or just openly as fucking part of a form of speech. Maybe he never swore before in his life, but hearing me swear, he might not let me in my Mormon Sunday school, But thank God that he's not the arbiter, Thank God that he's not the arbiter. That goes back to you can love people, but you do not have to like what they're about. that doesn't mean that you have to dislike them either. Show them dislike. If they're harassing you, actually, I don't really fuck around with people that are harassing me and regular people. Anyways, I'll fucking offer them to a mutual combat, and if they don't want to go, I'll just call them a little bitch ass pussy their whole life. But if it's the government agent trying to harass, I encourage you to fucking protest. It's redress your grievances with your government. They can't tell you how to grieve. If they could tell you how to grieve, you wouldn't have a right to grieve. You have the right to grieve, and then you have the right to have that grievance redressed. That's where the United States of America was so fucking supposed to be so good, was that not only do they recognize your right to grieve, meaning protest, they also were supposed to redress that grievance for your sole benefit so that you no longer had a grievance. They're supposed to redress your grievance for your sole benefit. So that was one of the beauties of what the United States of America was supposed to stand for, was that not only did they recognize your right to grieve, meaning protest in some way, shape, or form, but they were going to not only recognize your protest, but also redress your grievance so that you no longer were wronged. They would make you whole again. The United States of America is supposed to uphold that as a right. So you have a right to seek remedy in the United States of America. That's a constitutional right. That's maybe not a natural right. A natural right is more like your right to speak. That's a natural right. Or your right to own property. That's a natural right. Because our body is our property. Without our body, we have no life. So with the understanding that we have a right to have property, which is our body, we understand that we have a right to life, liberty, and happiness. So if we don't have life, we have no liberty or happiness. But without happiness or liberty, we basically don't have a life. I mean, if I stuck Corey Moore in my box down in my basement, how many years do you think he'd be trying to get the fuck out of there? Probably all the years of the rest of his life, as far as he was stuck in my basement. Just saying. That's how we know it's a natural right, because naturally you'll want to try to get out of my fucking basement. And naturally it's wrong for me to put you in my basement. Just saying. That's how you know it's a natural right. But, the right to have your grievances redressed. I could understand the right to grieve being upheld. But that's where the United States of America takes it a step further and says, I'm going to recognize not only your right to grieve and complain, but I'm going to fucking recognize your right to actually have that. I'm going to fucking make it a right to have that grievance redressed for your sole benefit and not for the private gain of the agent or agency. Yes, we can't reasonably say that the agency can solve all of our problems, but they better well try. That's called serving with a conscientious performance. When you know that you can't help, but you fucking try to help, that's called being conscientious. That's moral fortitude. That's honor. That's not a paycheck. That's not above my pay grade. That's not fucking, I don't get paid enough to do that. This shit was a thing before I was born, okay? Like the Ethics in Government Act of 1978, I was born in 82. So that was the Ethics in Government Act of 1978. So how the fuck is it my opinion? Meaning it's not my opinion. Meaning it was written before I was born. Meaning I can only read about it and see it as good and agree with it because it has to deal with natural rights. Naturally, we have a throat. Naturally, we breathe our life through our throat. Naturally, our voice box is in our throat. Naturally, we speak through our voice box. So naturally, we have a right to speak, not because you let me. Only scoundrels deprive others' rights. When you were young and you had no sense, you might have done something in ignorance. But if you are able enough to learn, okay, the first time, yes, you might have to serve some time for a wrong that you've committed, especially if it's a true crime. But you should always learn from that wrong and fucking move on towards doing right. You know, like after you learn that stealing from the store is wrong, you should probably not steal from the store no more. You know, like, yeah, you saw that pack of gum and you were like 7 years old and you were like, fuck, my parents aren't buying the gum for me. And this shopkeeper fucking keeps on telling me I have to give him money for the gum. So I'm not going to be getting any gum sometime soon. So fucking I might as well take some gum. You were right. You're like 7 to 12 years old. Okay. They bust you for taking a pack of gum or maybe a thing of basketball cards or something. You love Michael Jordan, but your parents aren't buying you those basketball cards. That's another fucking aspect of it, is that we're trained to love these Michael Jordans. I want to be like Mike and all this other shit. Oh, it sounds so fucking entertaining. But then fucking all that drives you to consume. So basically you're a fucking little 7 to 12-year-old kid and your parents aren't buying you no Michael Jordan basketball cards. And you see all your fucking peers fucking trading their basketball cards and shit. So how the fuck are you going to get those Michael Jordan basketball cards, bro? Just a scenario, just a scenario. But once you learn that you fucking shouldn't be stealing from the store, then you shouldn't probably, it wouldn't be a wise man that goes back in there stealing from the fucking store some more, But hey, people still got to do what they got to do at the end of the day. Fucking child trinkets of trading cards fucking turn into steak. Fuck yeah, Corey Steele. Don't hate you for it, Jesus came in the form of a beggar. He didn't come in the form of a fucking union worker that fucking worked 30 years to earn everything he got. Jesus came in the form of a beggar. Fucking he didn't have a fucking shaver to shave his fucking beard. He might have not even had the money at the time to fucking put a fucking loincloth on to cover his dick. If Jesus was here today, the American people would fucking make him fucking get deported. Criminalize the homeless, huh? I'm not saying all the American people because there's other ones out there. When Joe Biden's the president, I fucking don't like Joe Biden. And when Trump's the president, I don't like Trump. Unless they do right stuff, Like, I don't agree with Obama because Obama dropped more bombs on Afghanistan than George W. Bush. But Obama tried to fucking quell back the fucking militarization of the police a little bit. So I liked him for that part. It doesn't mean I like Obama. I haven't found one thing about Joe Biden that I like. He fucking sniffs people. He fucking he signed the fucking, I think he wrote the bill for the fucking, that bill back in 1994. I think he wrote the fucking bill. It was part of the reason why our policing is the way it is these days. 1994 crime bill. Joe Biden wrote that motherfucker. No, I don't like Joe Biden. Nothing about him. Fucking, some of the things I like about Bill Clinton is the part where he did have sex with Monica Lewinsky or whatever the fuck her name is. Like, speaking of any such of a fucking God, why would the God make you but then try to tell you that you're a monogamous creature? No, you're not a monogamous creature. And women don't need rights. We have human rights, all of us. Whether we're woman, man, or they, or them, or fucking he, she, green, fucking blue. We're supposed to have human rights. That's how they know that you don't know anything about fucking not natural inherent fucking rights. Is that you go, oh, well, I need women's rights. I need women's rights. Okay, so are you a woman that wants woman rights, or are you a human that wants human rights? Here's a storybook. Read about tacit consent, acquiescence, and latches and curs. Please. Here's a storybook. Imagine being a law student and learning about latches and curs, tacit consent, and acquiescence, and then standing in a fucking Roe versus Wade protest about, we want human rights. Abortion is a human right. It's a human or a woman's right. Woman's rights. That's what it is. Okay. Maybe. Well, there's. I'll dial this back because women. There's not all humans are women. Okay. There's some people that carry a child and they try to claim that fucking they'll die if they don't get rid of that child. It'd be like having cancer, right? But only cancer is your future child. Do you kill the child to save your ass, or do you allow your body to be used as a fucking furtherance of glory? And do you take the chance? Perhaps both the child and the mother die. Is that a totally terrible thing, or is that a natural thing? But if we did all going back to nature, then surely we would all die. But that all comes down to religion and beliefs and how deep in you are into it. Because some people, like my grandpa, he claimed that only by the Bible. He was a Jehovah's Witness. This is my other grandpa on my other side of the family. He claimed only what's in the Bible and that they can't get blood transfusions and all sorts of shit. And it's like, so you mean to tell me you believe in that part of the Bible, but at the same time, I don't see a beard on your fucking face. I don't see you having your woman cover her entire body. I don't see you making it to where they all follow the fucking Gregorian calendar. They're like, no, Pope Gregory, the whatever the fuck, the second or whatever, told us that this was the Gregorian calendar. So if we're not there on Sunday, we're in trouble. That's pretty badass, Corey Steele. Says there's 2 people watching, but yeah, you do have me all do yourself based on the fact that you're the only one in chat talking, and I'm the only one fucking just telling zits how I see zits. I've never really done this far into diving into the telling zits how I see zits. I'm trying to go deep today. Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to go deep today. They would say, but wait, it's not today, it's tonight. It's nighttime outside, dude. What do you mean it's today? Because the sun and the moon were supposed to be signs to tell for signs, seasons, days, and years. They're supposed to divide the night from the day. So basically, if I go outside there, I see a moon, that means that it's nighttime. Or plus the lights turned out, so now it's nighttime. That the sign that it's the daytime is that the sun's out, and it's shining. There's a light, and at nighttime there is no light. I mean, there's a little light. There's a reflection off the moon. which I like to use. I don't like to use I don't like to use flashlights. I like to walk out in the middle of the nowheres with no lights. You're out in the middle of the Nevada desert. You could be 40 miles away, and some dude on a mountain range sees you out across the valley. It's like, oh, look, there's a light out there across the valley. It's coming this way. You're out there. No, no, thank you. I'd rather learn how to walk through the desert with no lights. I'd rather learn how to walk across the valley with not shining my light to the mountain range across the valley that could be 30 miles away, allowing people to fucking cross my path. Nah, rather not. Yeah, a lot of these things are the things that affected me my whole life, bro. That's why, I'm saying stuff about it right now because it all does go full circle. I'm telling you, it's so different. It's so weird. I mentioned it when I was talking to uh, East Carbon Exposed. I mentioned the fact that they used to they call Utah Zion. In the Mormon religion, it's known as Zion. As far as they're concerned, that is the Holy Land where it all started. And then you got so basically, okay, so that if that's Zion, and then the other people that call them Zionists is the Jews, right? You don't even like to say the word JEW because you might get in trouble if you don't say the right things about or whatever it is. You know, these things are creepy as fuck. I tell you what. So you mean to tell me that we can talk about the Mormon Zionists, but we can't talk about the Jewish Zionists? We can talk about the fact that Epstein, but we can't talk about the fact that Trumpelstein. And then these things correlate, and they perform a circle, right? Fucking, it's a scary ass world. We're fragile as fuck. Each one of us can be taken out independently, or psychotic people have shown that they could take out mass numbers of people. Exactly. The moon does show up in the daytime. Doesn't shine. Yeah. They call that a new moon. Sun never shines at night, exactly. When the moon doesn't shine at night, they call that the new moon, and then the first day with the first moon would be the first day. But yeah, that would be if you told by the sign. That would be if you used the moon as a sign. When the moon came back for its neck, because like the first time you see the moon in the sky, 7 days later it'll be a quarter moon. 7 days later it'll be a full moon. 7 days later it'll be a quarter moon. 7 days later it'll be another no moon, which they consider a new moon. But the new moon is actually the first moon that you see after there is no moon. Yes, Trumpelstein. You got your Harvey Weinstein. You got your Jeffrey Epstein, and you got your Donald Trumpelstein. Which if I'm sure you might be able to find that Oprah went to fucking dinner with all three of them at one time or another. Oprah is the one that fucking would fucking coy dog for Harvey Weinstein. She would hold people down on the couch. Next, all of a sudden, you got fucking Courtney Love coming out years later. If Harvey Weinstein invites you to his party, don't go. Then you're talking about parties. What? So Weinstein got a party? Oh, who else got parties? Diddy. And then fucking Diddy's the diddler, but guess who likes to go to parties and fucking dance around and act all cool with their friend Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, that's right, Trumpelstein. Maybe homeboy's name is Sean Puffy Kumpelstein. For all I fucking know. I don't know what Tatum's laws is, bro. Is that fucking dude Tatum that's a cop that tries to like lick cop boots? Trumpelstein. Do I support Tatum's laws? I'm gonna look up what Tatum's laws is, because I don't know what Tatum's laws is. Tatum Law Group, Town of Tatum, NM legislation. What's Tatum's laws? Tatum Law Firm, Tatum Law APC.com. Compassionate, knowledgeable, and experienced legal representation. Yeah, well, I need law representation, so I guess I'm out there. Guess I can't have your legal representation. I'm looking for law representation. Probably has nothing to do with the law firm. Tatum was a 12-year-old girl, a miracle from God. She's the star of my channel. Huh. So, what's the Tatum's law? Is it Tatum's law? Is it Tatum's laws? Was that your daughter or something? Actually, I don't want to get into asking you questions because I don't want you to have to answer any questions. I know how people treat you. They treat you like you're fucking weird when, you were trying to point something out. I could tell by your videos when I first met you that you were actually pointing out some parts that happens when those things happen. Like a psychological portion of what happens when that stuff happens. Go ahead and tell me about Tatum. Yeah, well, that's all right, because I already told you I mind asking you. You know what I mean? Because, for one, I don't really want to get into that, to portions of questions that would be asked there, because fucking it's weird. For one, I don't really like people that do that. Not, but you are somebody I like, obviously, so I understand what you're talking about. But not a lot of people do. You know, fucking yeah, exactly. True spitter. I answer questions. I just don't tell you what you want. I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want. Or I I tell you what. Information's on a need to know basis. If I don't feel like you need to know, I am not going to fucking tell you the information. I don't give a shit who the fuck you are. I know it's not unlawful to lie. They'll try to make you believe that it's unlawful to lie, and if you start showing fear that maybe it's unlawful to lie, then fucking um, they'll use your fear and be like, "Oh, look, he's showing fear that we told him it's unlawful to lie, and now he's like acting scared that he might have committed a crime." So we know we got him. He doesn't know shit about life. No, it's not unlawful to lie. Anybody can fucking lie to anybody. Lying is not a fucking crime, not in any way, shape, or form. You do not have to tell people information that could incriminate yourself or even incriminate others. You have the right to defend yourself, and you have the right to defend your neighbor. They will try to make you believe otherwise. Lion 1 was murdered. That's crazy. Lion 1 was awesome. It's too bad. I hope that she wasn't murdered, and at the same time, I hope that she didn't commit suicide. But the coroners, they're the sheriff's department. That's what I was trying to say on the thing, but I couldn't spell the word coroner, so I didn't comment it. Yeah, well, I probably don't agree with law number 1, Corey. Yeah, that second law is pretty good. Except if you're forcing yourself on somebody, then I wouldn't like that. People that you have encounters with should like you. If you're forcing yourself on somebody, then no, that's not right. Never will be. So like, I like me, you might not like me, but do I have to force? Do I have to deal with you? Because like, I should also have the right to not have to deal with you if I don't like you. You know what I mean? So just remember that you don't want to be taking advantage of anybody. You don't want to be taking somebody's life into your own hands because it's not your life to take. But I'm just saying. Yeah, I no, yeah, I inherently probably feel a little bit differently, but I mean, I'm not the one to damn. I'm not the one to damn you or anybody else. Aquí, por favor. Aquí. Gracias. Yeah, that's cool. Under the right context, that's a good law. You have to start by loving yourself, because if you don't love yourself, you can't help nobody, you know. You have to love yourself to be able to help other people. You got to take care of yourself first. Otherwise, how are you going to take care of anybody? First thing about taking care of yourself is being able to love yourself. I used to watch Family Guy, but then I started getting annoyed by Family Guy. But yeah, I like Family Guy. It was just like after, okay, Family Guy aired, and then they kept on airing it and airing it and airing it. And then on top of it, they made American Dad, which was basically the same thing as Family Guy, made by the same people with some of the same cartoony shit. So basically, I stopped liking the Family Guy and American Dad. The jokes started being all the fucking same. It just was bad. I would rather watch SpongeBob than Family Guy. But yeah, the true spitter, I like Family Guy. It's like watching Beavis and Butthead or The Simpsons. Family Guy is your other one. It's just that I'd rather have Beavis and Butthead. The only one that fucking was any worth the shit was the one that lasted the least. It's sad. Yeah, Peter did have the beard, and he had the little bird that was like fucking living right here in Peter's beard. He used to feed it and shit. Fucking happened to be right there by his mouth. Every once in a while, there'd be like little white poop on his beard. You know, true spitter, it's a sign of luck to have a bird shit on you. By the way, Tatum is genius. She can take care of herself. Yeah, that's badass. Some of us are forced to. Sucks. But at the same time, it's what makes us strong. Did you ever have a bird in your beard? I might have had a bird in my beard before, but I don't know if it lived. I've never had one live there for 24/7. But I was holding a little baby bird like this one time, and I guess it was on my beard because I had it up here by my chest and everything, you know, because it was a little baby pigeon. Check it, if I stay in the camera angle, my beard right here looks trimmed like fucking like hella nicely trimmed. But then if I bring it up here, then there's the other years. You know what I mean? Hey, Potter's Rights Media. Good to see you. How you doing tonight? I've only been live for 3 hours this time, but it seems like I've been live for like 15 already. I didn't even want to come live, but fucking John Felix is sitting there yelling at me on his fucking live like, stop arguing with me. And I put something like, I'm not trying to argue. Or he said something about don't disrespect me, right? And I said, I'm not trying to disrespect you. Then he says, see, you're still arguing with me. It's like, what the fuck, bro? All right, bro. Okay. It's not like I'm up on panel. I can't say, hey, what the fuck, bro? Next, all of a sudden, he says something like, I don't come up on your channels or whatever, fucking argue with you or whatever. He didn't even finish what the fuck he was saying. But anyways, yeah, as soon as his live got over, I instantly went live so he could come over here on my channel. So I could let him know, bro, I like you. Obviously, you don't like me. Fucking. Yeah, you know a whole lot about shit, John. But there's some things that I know a lot more about than you. Trust me. But I'm not sitting here. I'm not here to tell you, and I'm not going to be on there. I coined this term and I coined that term. Like copsucker. I might have coined copsucker back in like 2016 on Facebook, but who knows? I'm not going to tell you. Living, waiting a call for my brother. Oh, that's badass. Hopefully you get that call. Life is good when we get calls from our loved ones. American flag. Gracias, amigo. Buenos tardes, ¿cómo está? My neighbor's dog sounds like it's getting murdered every time he gets home because the dog loves him so much that when he pulls in the driveway, the dog knows the sound of his automobile. So all of a sudden, the dog loves the shit out of him so much, but it sounds like he's actually like got his foot stuck in the door. It's funny. No, I haven't heard of them. No. I did see your fucking panel with here's the deal where here's the deal was expecting you to be perfect and fucking wasn't giving you any leeway, as if fucking you guys aren't part of the same fucking movement just because you might have a different comprehension or understanding. You know what I mean? Yeah. He was the big popular channel out of the two, so and it was his panel, so he could you know, all the guests, you know, weren't being on your side and all this other stuff. I seen the whole thing. It was kind of sad. That's probably what that's what I imagine Brian would do to me if I was up on a live panel with him. He would try to act like he had to know better instead of, you know, wanting to. It's called a meeting of the minds, but there was no meeting of the minds. There was a I'm better than you. You're fucking not right at all. I don't even give a fuck if you're when you're wrong. I'm not going to sit here and show you where you can find the spots to learn from. I'm just going to tell you that I think you're wrong. Basically, was what he was doing. You know, come on, bring up some kind of fucking part where I have to Google this shit and show me where I'm wrong. Then that's what I like to try to do. Like Eric Brandt, he fucking brought up Terminillo versus the city of Chicago, and I fucking instantly learned that. And there's some people that say they love Eric Brandt, but don't even remember Terminillo versus the city of Chicago. You know what I mean? So basically, yeah. All I'm saying is that fucking I'm not perfect. And if I ever try to tell you something that you're wrong about, hopefully I put up the, you know, at least tell you where you can find the information I'm trying to talk to you or why, you know. Some people like fucking that Juan Galt, he's like a blue line supporter. He's like he thinks that the human he thinks that we don't have natural rights, that God didn't inherently create any rights, that these are written by man. And it's like, yeah, they are written down by man, but inherently they speak for themselves. You know, like my beard's my beard. If you try to rip my beard off my face, I'm going to have to defend myself because I don't want you ripping my beard off my face. It's growing on my face, so it's obviously my beard, not your beard. So don't touch my beard. If you don't touch my beard, we can coexist. But if you touch my beard, I'm going to try to put a stop to you almost to the point where I don't want you living around me no more. Naturally, inherently, without writing that down, we should understand that that's true. But I'm not saying that has to do anything with you and Brian's conversation, but I'm just saying that's kind of a conversation I've had with Juan Galt before. He tries to say, oh, if rights are real, then how much do they weigh? These are not God's right. God, it's not. God didn't write the laws. God, those are not God laws. God never wrote the laws. Man wrote those laws. Stuff like this, as far as the rights being part of the Constitution being the law of this land. But don't ask me about that. I'm just a soft sit. I don't know shit. I mean, I was just trying to use my car peacefully without having to ask or pay a fee to do so. But I guess that's not right. I guess I'm going to have to follow the law or whatever. Stupid motherfuckers. And I say that the people are stupid to fucking keep on trying to tell me I have to have a license, registration, and insurance to use my automobile in my public. But it's not your public, it's everybody else's too. Yeah, well, I have the right to use. And fucking first come, first serve. I'm here using it, and here using it is where I'm gonna fucking be. Leave me the fuck alone now. I was just trying to move or travel peacefully. Now here you are trying to tell me I have to have more. I have to pay money to do so. No, I say no. Those are the people that don't get to just move freely and be peaceful. No, those are the people that fucking some jackass motherfucker has to come up and be like, well, while I swore an oath to the Constitution, I also swore an oath to uphold the state constitution. And while I'm an employee of the state, I'm going to enforce the state's constitution today, state's laws. Oh, okay, so I guess I'm not in my country anymore. I guess I'm in your state then. I guess I'm in your state. I don't get to be in my country no more, huh, cop? Cop has no other lawful recourse but to say, no, this is your country. All right, then get the fuck off my rights then. My country, my Fourth Amendment, my car, my property, free from the unreasonable searches and seizures. Meaning that if you want to search and seize my shit, you have to fucking first go through due process of law and obtaining a fucking warrant backed by probable cause. All done and served within a timeful manner. No, they don't fucking follow the law. And they try to get away with following the law, not following the law by saying that they're following state law. It's fucking, it's called impossibility, bro. You cannot follow state law. That's called treason to the United States law. Oh, but we're gonna fall back on the United States as a corporation when we need to. But when we want to enforce some shit on you, we're gonna enforce the part where not United States is the government of the country. They get away with every fucking thing by trying to say that the government is for the people, by the people, and trying to say that those politicians are part of the people. Fuck. Show me one of Marco Rubio's peers in high school that I can prove that he was. No. Might not even be American. American? No, United States of America Corporation. Those people are part, or those public servants are part of the USA. I don't have to be a part of the USA to live on the land. No, don't have to be. I have a sovereign right to be my own agent. I don't have to be a part of your agency. That's called a right that your agency was supposed to uphold. Can't tell you that 100 times without you fucking getting it through your fucking state skull. That's how I want to talk to the cops all the time. No, not you, Corey Steele. Potter's Rights Media. Sorry. No, here's the deal. Didn't say. No, Potter's Rights Media was up on the live panel with here's the deal. You know. So sorry, Corey Steele, for I yeah. Yeah, he won't respond that much to a lot of people. No, I don't know. Corey Steele, no defending pedophilia around here. No, no defending pedophilia around here, dude. No, I wouldn't like that. No, don't want it. Hmm. Hmm. You know, I tell you what, life be weird, Jack. Life be weird. Hmm. Anything there is else to talk about? Hey, good to see you, bro. No problem.
Yeah, I forgot to put the headphones in before I come up. But yeah, good to go now. What's up, Brody? How's it going? I'm still waiting on this call. I've been waiting for a month.
Yeah. Fuck. Waiting on a call for a month? Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, well, I tried calling him earlier today and just where he's at is horrible signal. It's in like the armpit of Florida. Yeah. So he doesn't get good signal there. So like when I call him, he's like, "It's your signal. I don't know. I can't hear you." I'm like, "It ain't my signal. It ain't mine."
So since he's in the armpit of Florida, that's like almost like the Georgia area or Alabama area or something like that, huh?
So I don't know if you know where Horseshoe and Cedar Key and
Yeah, no, I don't know nothing about Florida. No. Mm-mm.
so you know where the panhandle starts to make the curve down.
Yeah, that'd be the armpit, right?
That's the armpit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the gist of that part. Plus, that part is known. They call it the armpit also because the swampy ass, musky air in that area, huh?
Yeah, it's nasty. It's
Because
nasty.
it's the Gulf of Mexico right there. It's like right in that heat wave, that belt. Lots
Yeah,
of water.
Texas is the same way. It's actually even worse. So when you get over to like Galveston,
Hmm.
yeah. Louisiana, that whole north part of Florida, the Gulf is just
Yeah.
ugh.
Yeah, I got to live in Texas for a little bit. I lived there for like a year when I was 4 years old. It was pretty fun, except for I couldn't sit in the grass without getting ants in my pants, and um, everything else was cool. But for a 4 year old, whatever I got to do, play outside.
Yeah. Yeah. I grew up in Florida. It was like first 20 years of my life I was there. So, okay, so the first 4 is like I was a baby. I was born out west, and then they came south. I lived in Georgia for the first like 3 or 4 years, and then Florida. So till I was about 26, 27. Then I moved up north, New Hampshire. Then I moved back down to Florida about 7 or 8 years later. Now I'm out west, New Mexico.
Mm.
It's hot out here, but it's not muggy like Florida. Florida's nasty.
Ever since I've seen Albuquerque shoot the illegal camper, I decided I never want to go down to New Mexico anymore.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. It's pretty wild. I guess
It sucks too because I've been to the Carlsbad Caverns one time and I want to go back as an adult. I went there when I was 4 years old. I haven't been able to see it again since, but I don't want to go in Arizona or New Mexico. No, not if I don't have to. The only thing there is like some pretty country and some law enforcement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I do. Yeah. Well, they
There's
round
no attraction. You guys don't got no gambling. You don't got no amusement parks. I don't think.
No, they've got
Six
they got a
Flags?
casino. Yeah, they've got a casino right there in
Oh.
what they call the war zone of Albuquerque. It's a big old
Oh.
casino. Yeah, they got a track. I don't know if
Casinos ain't nothing that are cool or anything. Is not what I'm saying, but they are an attraction for people that go vacationing.
yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Well, it's if you listen to the hotel owners, they say it's the hotel, but it's really the casino. Let's be serious.
Yeah. In Nevada, they just flat out call them hotel casino.
Yeah.
You know, or hotel and casino.
Yeah. I mean, it's the
They
wild.
always have the casino down on the bottom floor, and then your hotel to stay is upstairs. But in Nevada, you don't never want to stay in those hotels unless you got hella fucking money to pay for those stupid rooms. You know?
Yeah. they definitely cost to live out here for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you like own, and once you own, you're good to go. It's like with anywhere. But if you're like renting or something like that, yeah, you go broke real quick.
Yeah. I was looking at my family and all the kids we have in our family now, because like me and my sister are getting 43 years old. I'm 43 and my sister's 41. So, when I look at the kids now, I'm thinking, oh shit, maybe 1 out of 9 of them have their own house. The rest of them are living out of rentals or whatever have you, their boyfriend's place or something. And so the thing about it is that no, I guess it costs us like $100 and something thousand just to buy like I can't remember what they were saying on the whatever video I was watching on YouTube, but they were trying to say that the price of housing is so high these days. At the same time, they're criminalizing the homeless. So, it's really ugly.
Yeah, the cheapest houses, like in the rural areas, are still going to run you a good 30, 40, maybe even 50,000, depends on the area. But if you buy in any type of, even like a decent sized town, it's going to cost you up to, easily over 100,000, usually around 120 to 130,000 to start. If you're buying in the city, it's even crazier.
Yeah, 300,000, something like that, probably. To buy like just off the city.
Small places too, and then of course you and once you buy, of course you've got upkeep and your utilities and things like that. You still got to work. You still got to have money. So that's the funny part of some of the American towns is that the houses started out small back in the day, and then the city grew in around them. So all your housing downtown is basically small little old 40s style houses. You know what I mean? In most towns in the United States or cities, they haven't just demolished all the residents to make high rises anyway. Yeah, I mean, you're in your 40s. I'm 42, so not 42, but 40 as well.
Yeah, you're 40 and I'm 43. Well, I'm gonna be 43 in November, so I basically say I'm 43.
So when we were growing up, they were building houses. I mean, there was a decent housing boom when we were growing up. Now they're building apartments and they're refurbishing houses. They're remodeling, redoing constantly, right? There's a little bit of building if you get into like the cities and stuff. When you get out into the rural areas, there ain't no building like that, unless it's like personal. People are doing their personal houses, and so yeah, it's a different world, man. It's a far different world than we used to live in, and looking like, I feel like an old guy now because I'm 40, but looking at the kids, got nieces, nephews, and considering what they're looking at as far as the future, it's like there ain't no time to waste. There ain't no time to waste. You got to get moving immediately. So, mine are all, these nephews, they're working. They're, one of them's military, the other one, are working, and that sort of thing. So, I'm really happy with that. But
yeah,
it's
but we're all trained to be happy with that. So it's a given when they have a job and everything. Then it's a given that But we're all trained to be thinking like that. But yeah, pretty soon the economy is to the point where yes, you can have a job. If you can find a job in your area, you can have a job and work the job. But it's going to cost a lot to live. And then on top of it, yeah, there's hardly with the economy, the food prices are going up, gas prices are going up, and housing prices are going up, but the fucking money is not getting any better. And it's basically to the point where you have to have two jobs, or maybe you have to have two people working in the family, with one of those people maybe having a subsidized income, basically like maybe selling lipstick on the side of having a fucking full-time job. You know what I mean? Something like that.
And then on top of that, they got, all the certificates and business, things that you have to, keep up on. And, if you're not keeping up with those, then the next person that comes along who is, able to show all those pieces of paper qualifies, and you don't, and then you lose your job or you lose your position, all based on the fact of a piece of paper. And really, you can, a lot of times the experience is there more than that piece of paper could ever mean. And, for me, the last job that I worked, I didn't need it, but the one before that, actually, no, the third one before that, it was the experience that got me through. The third to last job I had is the experience that got me through. But the kid that they brought in, they trained him. I actually trained him. And essentially, once he's trained, he's a young guy, right? They can, develop more with him. They can bring in, more training for him. I'm chopped liver at that point.
Yeah.
Essentially. So.
Yeah, that happened a lot during the early 2000s, where they had people, they train the younger guys, and then all of a sudden they have more to, they have more ahead of them, so they're more trainable or something. I mean, what you were trying to describe there.
Well, they're producing loyalty, right? So, if I can get a job, and then 3 years later, they say, we don't need you because we got a guy in here that's, 3/4 of your age that, we trained already. He's got, a couple of other little pieces of paper that mean something to us. And it's like, well, I've been here for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that all of a sudden, because he's got a piece of paper, that he's more valuable to me. That's, I believe that that's a big issue in this country as far as jobs go. Is that the businesses really haven't been looking out for their employees. But it is what it is.
They're actively trying to get rid of jobs. They're actively making computers and robots do the jobs, and then telling people that they're lazy and that they don't want to work, and that other people are taking their jobs, when it's really them making fucking ways to get rid of jobs. But then they spout out how they get so many jobs a year.
One of the last jobs that I applied for about a year ago, and I don't even count this as a job. I was there a day, and they were supposed to be training me. Now, I had experience in the job, but particularly for that setup, they're going to train me, and I'm watching, I'm learning, and then they just ignore me. And it's like, okay, well, if you want me to get hands-on, then I can get hands-on, that sort of thing. And then the manager comes through and it's like, what are you doing? It's like, what do you think I'm doing? I'm trying to learn, but nobody's really teaching me. Oh, you don't want to work. That's literally what her response was. Oh, you're one of them people that don't want to work. And I'm like,
great.
I'll tell you what. I'll be back tomorrow to pick up my check. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to sit here and get yelled at because your people aren't training, you know. And that does happen. That happens so often, you know.
Yeah, but in the United States of America or in any, well, with the right to work shit, you know, they always say that they have a right to fire anybody they want. So basically, you know, it's almost not worth even trying to, you know, jobs can come and go is what I'm trying to say. They can come and they can go. You know what I mean? Fast for any reason. You know, you could have all the experience but just not be liked. You could have no experience but be really liked and keep a job that you don't even qualify for. You can, you know that bastard is the boss's son, so that's why he's in head of quality assurance, even though he's not a very good quality assurance fucking parts checker in the first place. You know, it's little stupid things like that. You know, there's nepotism, there's despotism. You know.
Yeah, that's nail on the head right there, man.
The United States is ass backwards, fucking fully. But if you're not perfect, then you're not a good person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this coming from the perfect people, apparently, too.
You're getting told life is what you make it, but at the same time, you know the dude down at the fucking job that fucking he's just the boss's friend. That's how he got the fucking gig or whatever. And you're sitting here trying to work your fucking ass off, but they're not even trying to fucking make sure that you're you know, they're giving the unqualified dude the job, but not even trying to make sure their lower people are qualified, even though that higher person, what the lower people are looking at is higher, isn't even qualified for the job he got. He was just the fucking brother of the fucking boss or something, you know? It irritates the shit out of me, but life is supposed to be what we make it in the United States, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been fired from many jobs, but one of the only ones that I got fired, and I literally walked in on Monday morning, and out of nowhere, you're fired. Oh, really? Okay, I'll see you on Friday.
Yeah.
But it was so funny because
there's three ways in the United States. You got your fired, you got your laid off, and you got your quit. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't even fucking matter. Even if you quit, which is essentially firing yourself,
yeah,
you don't even know what could have happened 6 months from that time that could have happened, that maybe you got a position that you thought you weren't going to get or something, right? So in the United States with their right to work scheme, they automatically implemented into your brain that you're either going to be fired, laid off, or quit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's three fucking options there, and there's any of numbers of reasons why you got hired, all of a sudden making you look like the glory boy, but you didn't even do nothing to be the glory boy. You just got the job, you know, or maybe you didn't get the job, so everybody in your town's like, Johnny and Tommy got a job down at the fucking mine, but fucking, you know, Ted, he fucking is down there at his mama's house waiting for his McDonald's job. He must be a shit-ass kid. You see what I'm saying? But you find out that Ted fucking is a badass dude that would have worked hella hard for the mine, and those other two, Johnny and Tommy, were just fucking some shit fucking stirring fucking punks that fucking their daddy was the fucking millwright because he did 20 years in the Navy. That's the story, you know, but the life is supposed to be how we make it and everything in the fucking damn fucking place. But we're not perfect if it's not making it the way that everybody else thinks that you should be making it, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, so that job, that was an interesting job. It was a great job. Essentially, I was working basically a mom and pop that ran structurally corporate, right? It was lawn maintenance and landscape, but the way that they ran it was straight corporate, right? Now, like I said, I just came in one Monday and you're fired, and it's like, okay, no problem. I can go find another job. In fact, I literally drove right down the road, like half a mile away, and went and got another job working for the next door neighbor, lawn maintenance. No problem. Same money. And it was so funny because I'm assuming it was because people were talking that they didn't like me, blah, 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 blah. I'm a hard worker. I am a badass when it comes to that stuff. I know how to do maintenance. It's been my whole fucking like shtick. I had my own company at one point, and then I decided to go work for somebody because it's just easier that way. I'm making.
Well, that happens to a lot of people that get their own company. Like they wanted their own company, but when they got their own company, they found out that it was a lot of work, but they could just work for another guy for the same amount of money, basically.
Yeah.
Because whether you own your own company, you're always paying somebody, maybe, or maybe something else is happening.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I assume a lot less risk. I don't have to buy insurance, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
if you're working for somebody else, there's a lot less risk than if you got the company. No, fuck no.
Yeah.
I don't like that thinking for myself shit. I like to do a lot of labor, even though I'm not stupid. I'm not like a retard or nothing like, and I'm using those words lightly, and
yeah, it's easier to
freely.
clock in and clock out.
I'm just saying.
All that bullshit.
Yeah.
And so
I'd rather be pounding nails over here in the corner without being fucking questioned than fucking sit there and have to be like, Alex, why the fuck did you come to work late today? Teddy, why do you got fucking oranges filled with alcohol in your lunchbox?
Right. Yeah. So, and it was so funny because literally there I am, right? Next door neighbor, essentially it's a little more mom and pop, much less structured, which was great. Good for me. It slowed me down. I was way paced over what I really should have been at that age. I was like 36, 37. It was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Hey, Press with Raincourt. Sorry, I want to say hi to Press with Raincourt. Hey, if you're still around, hello, good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Great to see you, Press. Ain't seen you in a minute. So
I consider you a brother channel because, some of the things, that happen and should happen, and not by just some people, but by everybody,
Yeah. But so, yeah. So I was, this is so funny. I was literally riding in the truck. We got, so in this new company, we got a big truck. It's called the Big Red Truck. And I mean, this truck is big. It's massive. It's a box truck, essentially. And so the owner, he was an ex-cop, and he did this to kind of try to give guys a job. And this was his thing, right? So it was kind of a charity thing so that people would stay off the street. So there's a lot of street guys who would come through and work, and the Big Red Truck. Cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. So the Big Red Truck was for his real team, and then all the other trucks were just kind of squatted out, it's, the rough crews. So I'm riding along,
We got the preppy crew and then a couple fucking roughneck crews, huh?
Yeah, for real. Yeah. It was like 5 or 6 crews all together, and you could tell, right? And so
yeah,
we would go to the nice places, just like the other company would. All of his crews, all of the other company's crews, great houses, like all of the golf course houses and stuff. But
yeah,
this cop, he's friends with a lot of people on the golf course and stuff, so he would pick up some houses from his friends and stuff, and it was more of like a charity thing. So he wanted to make sure he had some money to back that, so that's why he would pick up these houses. Well, that I was on that crew, and he'd send us out, and like the second or third day, I'm in that truck. Got, by the way, it's one of those box trucks that's got like a back seat, and it's got 4 doors, So I'm hanging out the back, like with my arm out the window, and I see my ex-boss from like 2 days earlier, and I see him do a double take. He's like, he calls my crew leader. And he's like, that dude, he's a crackhead. He's the worst person ever. And I'm like, you'll see. You already saw me yesterday. You saw me the day before. You'll see me today. You make your judgment. You know,
Yeah.
and it's so funny.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's sad that they tried to do that to you. Fucking bastard.
yeah, because they all know each other, you know, out there and in the golf
Yeah.
course. You know, hey, you know what? They know each other. And it's so funny because my
Well,
ex-boss.
the bosses know each other because, you know, they're all the journeymen, you know?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like the fucking the lawyers always get together with the judges and the fucking go
They
have
eat
dinner
the
after
same
they
thing. That's right. They
do
drink
the
at the same
kangaroo
bars.
court.
That's right. So it's a pretty funny story, but just experiencing that and then going out there and just absolutely putting everybody in that company to shame, which it was pretty hard to do because the guy who drove that box truck, like I'm saying, me and him, it's like neck and neck. He reminded me of the guy who taught me the trade, right? And that's how I end up starting my own company up north. And then when I moved back down to Florida, you know, that's all up there. So I just, you know, moved back down to Florida. But I started working with them. And then when I got on with that second company, you know, working with him, like I said, reminded me of working with the guy who trained me because he was that hard of a worker and that meticulous, that perfectionist, that sort of thing. So, you know, I've worked with some really, really tough guys, you know, and that's, you know, always a plus when you get that. Some companies you can't find any. Some companies you can find one. It's a rare thing to find a second guy. Now the company that I worked for up north with the guy who trained me, we had like about 3 or 4 really hard working guys. So we had some bum ups, but you know, then we had some regulars, but we had about 3 or 4 really hard working guys. We were the best. We were the best. And it sucks because the guy sold that company, you know. Eventually, it is what it is. Hey, you know.
Yeah, that sucks when it ends like that. How like maybe the company changes hands, so then all of a sudden everybody gets laid off, lose your job that way.
And that's
and it was all good up until that point. Everything was gravy.
They bought a name. That's all they did. They bought a name.
Yeah.
It's not even the same company anymore. You know, people think that, I still got that company working, you know, doing my lawn or doing this or doing that. No, it's not the same company anymore. You ain't getting the same guys out there.
When I was young, I used to work in precision sheet metal, building like slot machines and shit in Nevada. And when I first got the job, I got the job through one of my friends I grew up with, fellow metalhead, you know. And next, all of a sudden, the boss that was the boss when that gave me the job, he was a cool dude. And it turned out that I guess the boss, the owner of the company or some big time boss from back east came to Nevada and became the boss, while my boss at the time had to go to fucking quality assurance, you know. And he was a cool guy in quality assurance, but I mean, that's just quality assurance. I mean, fuck, if the parts are precision sheet metal, the parts aren't that far off ever, you know what I mean? Maybe you might get somebody that might scrub a weld down too far with a buffer or something, and then the part is out of whack or something, has to be recalled or whatever. But or maybe the CNC machine was set to a slightly wrong setting and punched out a bunch of parts that were not totally within spec or whatever. But the thing is about it is, anyways, yeah, the new boss, the guy from back east or whatever, man, he was a real prick, fucking stupid ass motherfucker. Actually, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I'm waiting for some guys like that. For sure.
not a lot of people liked him. Where the other guy, he was like an old hippie that was badass. You know, that fucking, you know, everybody wanted to work for this dude, so everybody got their job done and everything, and we were all happy, and it was a crew, you know what I mean? And this dude was totally sweet, you know. He was, I don't know, it was badass. And then the fucking guy from back east came, and he had to be demoted to quality control while the other guy became the boss. And oh man, he was a jerk, fucking prick, dude.
Yeah. The last thing I want to do is work for an asshole.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna do it. I will go get a different. There's plenty of work out there. It's like plenty of fish. The website is set for his jobs. There's plenty of fish out there. I know I can go find a job. It's not a problem. It's keeping the job sometimes can be a little bit of a hassle.
Yeah, keeping the job and liking the job, you know, something you might want to think you like to do. Oh, I can do that. You get into it, it's like, oh man, no, I cannot sit here and do this. No, it's like painting, you know. Painting is a really tough job. You know, you think it's just slapping some paint on a wall, but no, fuck no. There's a lot of waiting around sometimes, you know, between because they have to sheetrock the wall and then they have to plaster the wall. So the plaster guy has to come in, and then after the plaster guy's out there, then you can go in and, you know, sand the plaster and paint. Or maybe the plaster guy sanded the plaster and all you have to do is paint, but still you still have to rub the paint on the fucking wall all day long. You know what I mean? It gets really monotonous. I can't stand it really, but it's a trade and it's a labor position. So I should be able to do it. It's construction. I should be able to fucking do it. But no, not me. Fucking the next time somebody asks me if I can paint, I'm going to say, fuck no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
My stepsister's ex-boyfriend or boyfriend, I don't know if they're still dating. I heard that they weren't dating anymore, but he's a painter, and he's good at it, right?
Yeah. He obviously can and everything.
He fell.
He fell?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Big ladder while he was doing the ceiling, and he broke both.
I almost fell.
Both his wrists broke, you know, so he was out of
yeah.
Oh. You know?
There was this like, it was a 3-story staircase inside of like, it's almost like set up like a stairwell, you know? Mm-hmm. And it went around the corner real far. So the roof up here was all the staircase had steps, but the roof was designed to look like steps almost on the ceiling. You know what I mean? So it kept on going up higher and higher, just like steps go up higher and higher. And I put like a four-legged object, kind of like a chair or something, but it was more like one of those folding. It was like 2 steps. It was one of those like 2 steps that you can unfold. You fold it up and put it against the wall, and then you unfold it, and all of a sudden you got 2 steps, like getting a cupboard or something.
Yep.
But only 3 of the steps could sit on the, you know, could. The way it went around the corner, one of the steps was a triangle shape, so only 3 of the fucking feet fit on the triangle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then there was like this sheet metal phone box on the wall, so I propped the step up against the sheet metal box so that it, so that my weight was leaning, into the wall, and I could stand on it. I was standing on the inside. Like top right hand corner of the steps, so that it would stay on the. So all my weight was like over the 3 steps that were on the ground.
Yeah.
But it was working, and then all of a sudden it gave loose real quick, and I was on the top of the steps right here. So when I fell, I had to fall down like 5 to 7 steps, before I caught myself on the stair, and luckily I landed. I had one leg down here on like the 7th stair, while I had this leg up on like the 3rd stair. That's how I kind of like landed, like,
Yeah.
And I got lucky. I didn't fucking twist an ankle or, accidentally put too much weight on a knee or, break both of my wrists. I got lucky.
Yeah, there's so much that can go wrong so quickly in all them construction jobs, man. And
yeah,
and I mean that's where the experience comes in, right? So like, certain jobs, okay, a piece of paper might get you a little bit, further along than some things, but not in labor. Let me tell you something. That shit don't fly in no labor work.
yeah.
If you're doing real men work, there ain't nothing that a piece of paper can teach you.
Yeah. No, you can read about stuff on paper all day long, but getting out there and doing it is way different. But that also goes for like raising goats. You can go to school to learn how to raise goats for a lot of years, and still, you might not be able to perform some of the maneuvers.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why the FFA and the schools always had them out in the field. Like you got to be out there in it. You got to be in the shit, digging in shit, shoveling shit. You're literally shit.
Plus, when the babies are born, you have to be able to basically be a gynecologist. If you raise goats, I don't know if you've ever raised goats or not, but I've raised goats, and you're basically more than a goat herder. You're a gynecologist also.
Yeah. Well, we had a couple of goats, but when I was young, like from about 6 or 7 all the way up until about 15, we had a Shih Tzu kennel, and that would bring in a little bit of money. So, and my grandma started that, and then my mama took that on. But yeah, absolutely, 100%. When you're birthing animals, I mean, when the animals get bigger.
You better be prepared for any number of things to be happening,
Yeah. And then watching them dogs eating that grossness after they have that baby, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, that's part of some people that they can read about the dog eating the afterbirth all they want, but can they watch it? Because you might find out that you're too squeamish to even watch a dog eat an afterbirth. You see what I'm saying?
Sometimes they'll eat the dog. Sometimes they'll eat the puppy.
You gotta
get that puppy before it eats the puppy.
Yeah, you better grab the puppy before the dog eats the whole puppy.
Yeah.
Butter, too, because their fresh body is so soft.
Yep.
The dog destroys the puppy real fast.
Yeah, and you go through, I mean, especially with them little toy dogs, because that's what they are. They're toy dogs.
My friend had
any of them. They're just
my friend had Yorkshires. You had Shih Tzus, huh?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, we had the pedigrees and everything, man. Way back.
I think Shih Tzus have Yorkshire in them, don't they? Aren't they like Shih Tzus like a crossbreed, ain't it?
Yeah, they're a Chinese. No, well, they're a specific.
Yeah, it's a Chinese breed.
Yeah. But they're like the.
They got like a pug nose.
Pekingese.
But they got a lot of hair like a. It's almost like a haired pug.
Yeah, essentially like a Pekingese. I would say probably is one of the closer ones.
Yeah, Pekingese.
Yeah, pugs are basically kind of, but pugs are a little stockier. They look like.
Yeah, but no, Shih Tzus are stocky as fuck, but they got all that hair, so you can't really see their body. If you shave a Shih Tzu, it looks like a little muscly pit bull.
Yeah. And what's crazy is they've got the 2 classes, the big ones, which get up to like the size, almost the size of a small Labrador. But then they've got the really teeny tiny ones, And so
Yeah.
those teeny tiny ones go for, thousands, like up to like
Yeah, the tinier they
$10,000.
are.
Yeah, and if they've got that pure breed in them, then yeah, they're a lot. They're a lot. I mean, my grandma used to make some real bank off of them. She had some really, really tiny dogs for the house, so people, when they come over, they could see this is the kind of thing that you can get from that. And a lot of people who bought them, of course, were the rich people, but then you would have some breeders who'd come through, and one, you could breed, that would cost, and then also you would sell some to them as well.
Yeah.
And just like with pit bulls, people trade them and all that. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Or Weimaraners, hunting dogs, hounds, mountain lion hounds.
Blue pits, or not blue. What is it? The
blue tick.
Blue tick. Yeah, that's the blue ticks, man.
when you have like mountain lion hounds, they're like a mixture of a bunch of hounds. They're like blue ticks and some other types. But yeah, they're specific type. They have, it's weird, but yeah, you would think that like if you I don't know, there's not enough there's awesomeness in this world, but there's not enough awesomeness in this world, I tell you that. Okay? Because there's things that hold back awesomeness in this world, and it's a natural thing. The awesomeness needs to be held back. But at the same time, it sucks because it did hold back it. Like, like with hounds, you got so many different types of hounds, but they try to use the hound for a specific purpose, right? And but with that, then you might get like bloodhounds are traditionally known as scent dogs for police or some other people that were trying to catch other humans. But you never hear about bloodhounds being used for mountain lion hunting, which I'm sure bloodhounds would be badass at mountain lion hunting, but you just don't hear about it. But maybe you need a more agile hound for mountain lion hunting. I don't know. But I know that the hounds that they use for mountain lion hunting are rather small, So, because they're not like the biggest hounds, but they're not the smallest hounds either. They're not like they're a little bit bigger than a beagle, and a lot of them are same color as a fucking beagle.
My sister's husband had some hounds. I don't know what kind of breed or whatever they were, but he didn't really take good care of them, so she had him get rid of them. So
yeah,
every time I'd go over there, they would always be in the cage, just hollering and whimpering and all that.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. and that's the thing, right? So, yeah, I mean, having those dogs is great, but you got to be able to take care of them, and that's tough.
Yeah,
because
you have to be able to buy. You have to be able to buy, like, if you have like 7 or 8 hounds, you have to buy. That's like a bag of dog food every week or something or more. Like a 40-pounder, 50-pounder.
That's some
every day, maybe even.
Yeah, they don't not eat. That's a fact.
Yeah. Plus, on top of it, you only use the hounds basically during hunting time, or unless you have a lot of fun training them. Because if you don't have a lot of fun training them, then they stay in their cage out back for a long time, or on a chain. Yeah. And but when people come over, if they're not part of the family, all they do is sit there and howl, bark. They do a mixture between a howl and a bark thing that they do all day long.
All day long. Oh
yeah.
My gosh. Yeah. And every time I'd go over there, that's all it was. That's just that constant howling and barking and all that. And so
yeah.
I'm glad that he got rid of them, because, like I said, he wasn't really taking great care of them. So that's the way it goes. He's a hunter. He's a hunter now. He is, and he teaches his son how to hunt and all that good stuff. But if you're not going to do it regularly, like bringing the dogs out, there's no point of it.
Yeah. The hunting dogs are fun, but yeah, they're funner if they're not your dogs, If you go hunting, like
even those little dogs, I mean, we'd go through 2 bags. Like, so we'd buy the big pedigree dog food bags, and we'd go through like 2 bags a week. And we usually had about 10 to 15 in the kennel regularly. So, and that was just the big bag. So we would also buy other bags for like the inside ones. You got to buy certain puppy food, certain things, so it can get real expensive really quick. If you're not,
especially if you like dogs so much that you got some inside ones and some outside ones, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's and
that's cool.
And
that's how I am too.
We had other dogs, but they were all the mutts. Those were the kennel dogs. Those were for breeding, for selling, that sort of thing. And then we had a few other dogs and a few cats. We actually had hogs at one point. We had chickens, and the chickens essentially, we lived in Florida, North Florida. Snakes got to them, so and then the dogs got to the rest of them, so it didn't last.
Yeah, that's the sucky thing about animal husbandry. It always doesn't go to as planned,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and my stepdad, because that's who we stay with my mom, my stepdad. He talked about getting a cow or two a couple of times, never did. And, but that I'll tell you something. If you really want to do something, getting a cow, if you've got land enough for one, that's. I don't know exactly how much you need, but I imagine a 1 or 2 acres is plenty fine for one. If you got 2, maybe you might need 3 or 4. Should be all right. Can't imagine you need much more than that.
It depends on what you wanted to do with your cow. I mean, if you were just keeping it as a pet, all you'd need is some alfalfa and a corral, but
Right. No, I want it to be a little, little meaty. When I send it off to the butcher,
Well, yeah. No, but yeah, if you're sending it off to the butcher, then you would definitely want to just keep it in the corral. And you'd want to overfeed it. You'd want to make it a happy cow.
Happy cow.
Yeah. But the more exercise it gets, then the more. I mean, you can fatten. There's a time to fatten them up, and there's a time to exercise them, especially if you're growing them to eat them.
Right. Yeah, that's what I imagine too. Because I worked on a hay farm a couple of summers. Did the haying thing when I was a teenager, and that's oh my God, that's brutal work, and I feel bad for anybody who has to do that. The guy in the barn, it sucks for you, but you know what? Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. I don't really want to do it. I'll put it on the elevator for you. Send it up to you. But yeah, I mean, essentially you're set. Once you send that cow to the butcher, you're set. You do a little trade deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
usually you have to do a little trade deal with the butcher, especially if you don't pay for the cow to get butchered outright.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely farming is definitely good money. It's there. You're not going to lose,
well, you shouldn't lose as long as all you have to do is raise your animals and take care and everything. There's things that happen like, you could be growing your own hay and then your crops die that year. So that's hella bad for your animals unless you sit there and pay for all the feed. So sometimes there's a winter that you have to feed through. You know what I mean? And the rest of the spring they can eat out of the corral or the field. Usually, you know. But yeah, some things happen where it really sucks, you know. But the things that you get out of owning animals or like raising animals for food and for profit, you get more than just owning animals for food and profit. You get more than just food and profit is all I'm saying. You get you have the ones that you love, and you got the ones that you don't care for, and you got the ones that pass away on you when you loved them, and you know, some that you don't even remember. You know, it's pretty different. There's all sorts of good that can come from raising animals for profit and food. But at the same time, there's a lot of cruelty and a lot of sadness that you go through watching it too. You know, that's why some people can't do it, no matter how much they pay, or I mean, no matter how much they learn about it. You know, they could be going to like some freaking school in Oklahoma for, you know, I think it's the Oklahoma school that's the best for agricultural studies. That one, you go to that college and do agricultural studies, then find out that you can't even, like, when the cow gets bloated, because they're weaning, they wean, you know. So sometimes the calf eats too much hay when it's weaning, because it really doesn't know how much it's going to eat, and then it goes and sucks down a big old thing of milk too. So now it's got both foods, and it's not, stomach ain't prepared for both foods. Somehow between weaning process, cows get bloated bad, you know. And then if it's bad, if it's real bad, you have to count like 4 fingers back, or, you know, you want to do like a whole hand width wide from the left side of the left rib. Mm-hmm. And then you have to poke them with, if you don't have anything, you got to use the tip of your knife. But the only problem with that is that you have to keep the hole all the way through. The best thing to use is like a needle for, like a perforated needle that has a hole all the way through it, but a bigger one for like IVs, like an IV needle, that would let the air out pretty fast. But if you can get something a little bit bigger than that, you know, maybe even something like that big, but then you have to be able to stab it in the fucking stomach. You know what I mean? Some people are scared to even perform the procedure, so they try to rush the calf to the vet. But by the time they try to rush the calf to the vet or the calf already suffocated, you know, because the lungs, no, not the lungs, the stomach bloats up with air and then pushes up on the diaphragm and on the lungs until they can't even fucking breathe. Their heart can't even pump in his chest. There's so much pressure. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
so
wild.
Calves often die probably, you know, sometimes you can hope for like 4% of your animals to die, and sometimes you can sit there and watch 15% of your animals die. You see what I'm saying? As far as the babies, when calving time comes, you know, they all don't make it. 15%, anywhere from like 4 to 15% of the calves die. They have wimpy calf syndrome. They sometimes are born like almost like jaundice or something, you know, where they're lacking a vitamin, and that makes them to where they can't even breathe and think or something, you know. There's something where like if the calf, it comes out all jacked up to where it can't even, it's like trying not to survive. All you have to do is feed it like selenium, vitamin E, and there's one other. I used to have to crush the pills up every morning. The vitamin E comes in a little oil pill, but the fucking other pills you have to crush up. Mm-hmm. You squirt the oil pill into the bottle. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then you then you crush up the selenium and the vitamin B12 is, I think, what it is. Vitamin E, vitamin B12, and selenium, I think, is what it is. And then you crush that up and put it in every bottle. squirt the little vitamin E into the bottle, and then feed the calf the bottle. And it basically provides a vitamin to their brain, and all of a sudden they can start thinking right.
Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, if you don't know none of this shit and you're just reading it in the books, the first time you get animals, you have to perform these things and then hope that the performance is good enough and you follow the directions enough. You see what I'm saying? And then finally, after you follow these directions enough, performing these procedures, finally you get enough experience that you don't need the book learning no more. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, it's back to the top of the barn in that hay. You go up there. There ain't no book gonna teach you how the fuck hot it gets up in that fucking barn. Ain't no book gonna teach you what the hell that hay feels like after you've been up there for 2 hours, chunking bell after bell after bell.
Yeah, but plus on top of it, fucking, what if you had to spending a living fucking climbing ladders? You could want to be a roofer or like a painter all your life, but if you can't climb the ladder to get all the way up in the point of the fucking ceiling that's like 20 feet tall, then you're out of the job. You can't do it. You can't perform the task. You know what I mean?
It's funny you say that. So I wanted to be a roofer. I wanted to learn how to do it at least. I've learned. I can basically build my own house at this point. But learning how to roof, and the tallest roof I went up was 6 floors, and it was just a straight extension ladder all the way up, carrying 3 bundles, going up, get up to the top. Okay, and I did it. But I tell you what, that is the last job that I did that was that tall. Like I will never do that shit again, ever. 6 floors, because you can't do 1 or 2 at a time. No, because if you do that, you will be there all day, and it will be worse. So you better go ahead and grab that 3rd one. Say, hey, put it on me. Put it on me, and go ahead and head on up. And you know what? Yeah, I learned that is not something I want to do. I did it. Never again.
Yeah, no. Sometimes I don't like the heights. Sometimes I'm okay with it, and I'll be the guy that does it. I'm like nobody else is going to. I will, but sometimes I get fucking locked up. I hate it because sometimes I can and sometimes I can't. I get a vertigo all of a sudden. I'm already on the side of the fucking wall or something, so there's no turning back now. I'm already there. But then all of a sudden I get all fucking like vertigo, like I'm all locked up. I can't move. I think if I move, I'll slip. So I can't move. Then my leg starts to fucking shaking. I don't know how long I can fucking hold out. My calf muscles starting to wear, Yeah. That's how I get sometimes.
And all of a sudden you just look up and you go, okay, let's just get this one out of the way. Like, okay, fine. And then you come back down and you're like, okay, I'm going to take a break, guys. I'm taking a break. I'm taking a break. And they're like, well, you got, I'm taking a break. Yeah, for real. Like, I mean, it's tough work out there, man. And, this is like one of the jobs that I've seen the guys doing, in the videos. I haven't done it. I haven't seen it. I haven't been there. I can't possibly even go there. I mean, I could maybe if I get an in or something. But the guys who do that offshore drilling.
Oh, I know. And the offshore welding of how you watch those videos of those guys going down in those bell helmets and jumping off the side and fucking just going into the dark. I don't like that shit at all. No, I don't want to do anything like that.
I mean, you've got to have been. You have to have been there watching the guys doing it, and then somebody's got to put you hands on to it and tell you don't do no, all that all day long, every day for years and for the rest of your life, really, ultimately. And then eventually you become that guy, you know?
Well, if you have a moment while you're underwater like that, no, you don't get a moment. You know what I mean? You better stop panicking before you even start to panic. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you, those underwater jobs, I'm not doing that. I'm terrified of the deep water personally. Like that's a fear of mine. So I'm not gonna do it. I mean, I really don't even want to go out on the big water now for the right amount of money. I might go out there. I'm not going down there though. I don't give a shit how much money you offer me.
Yeah.
It's not happening. No. No, it's not. No.
Yeah, you just don't have enough experience in doing it, probably. You know.
No.
So
actually, I do what you shouldn't do, which is to watch and listen to stories that the guys that shit happens to.
yeah, I don't like it. I don't want to go doing any of those jobs. I want to. There's one job I want to do that's like free dive for harpooning. You know, fish.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but then sometimes I think about it, like I want to do that, but then when I think about it, sometimes I think, no, I don't really want to have the sharks come up by me. You know what I mean? Because you see those people just push the tiger shark like this on the nose to make it go the other way or whatever. It's like, I do want to harpoon the fishes and stuff in the ocean, but I don't want to have to try to push the tiger shark's nose like this one. You know?
That's the part that gets me. It's not so much like the fact that you're in deep water and then the pressure builds or anything like that. It's not like something going wrong with the equipment.
Yeah, that would be bad too. That's worse than the tiger shark probably. If you're down too low and then all of a sudden you have to come up too fast and your body starts boiling. You know what I mean? How about that one?
There's so much that can go wrong. But
yeah, no.
The other part, the part that nobody tells you about because they can't, because they're gone, is that you don't know what's down there.
Yeah.
I don't know what's down there, and they don't know what's down there either because they're dead. They're dead. They never came back to tell you.
It's like flying in an airplane. Yeah, you can fly in an airplane 1,000 times, but it only takes one problem. You know what I mean? So why even fly in an airplane? Oh, you got to get to work faster? Who fucking gives a shit? You know what I mean? No.
Oh, shit. Nah, I will say I'll do that, but it's going to be a commercial liner. That way, in the case that something does happen, somebody's going to get paid. At least, if I die, somebody will get paid.
Yeah, but pay is not going to really pay for anything, That's the problem,
They'll pay for my funeral.
Oh, I know. And you hope it pays for your loved ones. Excuse me.
But that deep water, oh no, I am not going down there because, like I said, it's not so much that you're so deep that you could literally be crushed by the water, or that something could go wrong with your equipment. But it's the fact that you don't know what's down there. I don't know what's down there. It could be anything. It could be an alien down there, and we just don't know.
Yeah.
Have you seen the squids? They get big.
It's like those people that go missing in Alaska. People go missing every year when nobody finds them ever. And it's like, what actually took them? Bigfoot or what? Because they never came around to tell,
We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't
know. No time.
Yeah.
No choice.
Like I can do it. I can live in the woods. I can survive. No problem. I can hunt, I can fish. I can forage. No problem. But do I want to? And do I want to take the risk of, Yogi Bear coming along and saying, I like that you got your lunch, but it's my lunch now.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
The more you can feed the bear, the better, if that's the way it had to be, especially if you didn't have very many weapons. In bear country, the first thing you'd want to make is a spear. But you don't want just a spear because bears can get their whole side ripped open and still fight with 700-pound. I mean, not 700. They're not 700 pounds. They're like 400 pounds.
Yeah.
600 pounds maybe.
Some of them get that big. Them grizzlies get big.
Yeah, the grizzlies are like maybe 500, 600 pounds, right?
Yep.
So You know, if they can get their whole side ripped open and still fight with a 500-pound bear, you could probably gank them in the side with a Bowie knife and they still fight you. You know what I mean? So you want to touch them from a ways away first, you know. So if you only have a spear and a knife, you got to get them with the spear first and then get them with the knife. And you still might get got, but at the same time, don't just get them with the knife, and probably don't just get them with the spear neither, unless you can get the right spot.
Well, and then you got the bear. There's some wolves out there still. They're not all gone. You got some big cats still here in North America. And then the funny thing about it was, I don't know, man. I believe that there's some big birds out there. I believe that there's some big birds that take little people. Now, I'm not a little person, so they probably wouldn't get me. But if there was like 2 or 3 birds, like one of those big birds that come along, I mean, what are you going to do if they just come in and attack your ass and rip your ass apart with talons, you know?
Yeah, birds are different because they have hollow bones and our bones are dense. So our like your right arm is a club essentially when it comes to a bird. So they don't really like attacking us, you know. But there are some big ass birds, like a 6-foot wingspan condor type bird. That would be a pretty big bird, you know, but it'd be scarier if they started learning how to work as a team and started coming in flocks.
You know what I'm saying? I wonder sometimes, because a lot of disappearances, you know, that you like, I've heard these disappearances, and it's, you know, this person, they were never seen again. And I wonder, because they say you can't find their clothing, can't find no trace of them, they just disappeared. And I just gotta kind of wonder, you know, they say, you know, could have been a bear, could have been a cat, you know, a wolf, something like that. But you would think you would find some clothing tattered, some blood on the ground, that sort of thing. But if you don't find nothing like that, the only other thing I could think of is a bird. And I believe that some of these big birds are really out there, and that they hunt at night, like owls. Let me tell you something. I saw the owl at my aunt's house in Florida, okay? This motherfucker was about 3/4 my size. I'm 6 foot. It was a tall motherfucker. I saw him on the other side of the trailer one night, and my aunt had told me about him. All of a sudden, he was there. He looked like a fucking person. I'm like, he just looked. He did his owl head turn, looked right at me, blinked, like he wasn't even bothered by me. It was a dude. It was a full-on dude standing there, you know.
Like a big ass bird, huh?
Yeah. And
wow.
Of course, now I'm doing my double takes, and all of a sudden, like, I'm looking around, and then I look back, and he was gone. I mean, he was gone. And this was a full-on grown-ass man, you know, this owl. Big-ass bird.
It was like one of those gray horned owls, like a female gray horned owl, like the biggest owl probably that there is known or something.
I don't know, man. It's out there in the armpit of Florida.
I remember when I seen the golden eagle for the first time, standing on the ground.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit! The golden eagle was like this tall, you know, like three and a half feet tall on its feet. You know, that's pretty big.
That's a big ass bird, man.
Yeah.
You know, look, I hate birds. I hate them. So for me, right, like,
beautiful like birds.
Avians. I hate avians. Let me say it that way. I hate avians. Creatures that can fly, because I can't fly. Kind of pisses me off. But no, they can fly, and then once they fly in, swoop in, and come and get whatever it is they want, they're gone. They can't be stopped. You know, unless you have a big ass rifle, you know, to shoot them. They're not gonna stop, you know. And like, what are you gonna do when the big ass bird comes and starts ripping into you with his talons and his beak? Now, I've been bitten on the ear. I was bit on the ear by a parrot that wouldn't get off my shoulder. I'm like, look, dude, you got to know now. Come on now. And all of a sudden, he just bit the shit out of me. And I'm like, and I got to, I whacked his ass with the broom.
Parrot's beaks don't fuck around.
Yeah. So
I don't like the idea of a parrot being on my shoulder like that because my ear is like right there. So I just don't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll have a parrot like on my arm right here probably, but not on my shoulder. Yeah. You got to catch them. You got to get them with your other hand before they start walking, like this.
Yeah, because he wants to chew you. He wants to eat you. He's a bird.
Yeah, some of them do. Some of them are cool, Some of them are all right. Some of them are only all right to their owners, though. Some of them will bite everybody else, but not bite their people.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, and I believe that was the issue with this one, which I didn't know at the time, and the owner was probably thinking it was fine. I don't know, but it didn't matter to me. The motherfucker bit me, and I whacked his ass with the broom. And every time he would see me, he'd go, wah, wah, wah. Would you want another one?
Oh, sorry.
No. I was thinking about the hawks, though, right? So with hawks, now hawks are like the baddest ass hunting bird. That's what they do. They hunt. They are hunters, right?
Yeah.
So, but they're
like raptor type birds is what you're talking about. The raptors.
Yeah. The talons, man. When they come in with their thumb hooks.
Yeah.
Grab whatever it is. And,
raptors are like Pacific birds of prey. So they're always hunting.
Yep. So, but the truth is that all birds are scavengers. Every single one will eat anything.
But they go for the easy stuff. They go for the easiest food that they can get right now because they don't want to get their wing broken,
Yep. Even the flightless ones, right? So because the swimmers, right? Like the penguins, right? They go for what's easy. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
And
a penguin is just as brittle as a fucking regular bird. I mean, so I bet they don't want to get touched underwater. Or on water. They're pretty resilient how they jump and fly and everything. They're not fly, but they actually fly underwater. They're like flying. They're faster than shit. Little torpedoes.
Yeah, they are. They're some of the fastest little things up underneath that water. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But I don't know if you know this about the birds, and this is the gross part, but their butthole is their pee hole.
Oh,
and it's also the place where they lay the eggs out of.
Yeah.
Everything comes out of the same hole.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
It's all out of the same hole.
Their arms are their wings.
That it's the shoulder blades. Instead of arms, right? They've got the shoulder blades extend and that becomes their arms. That's wild. So there's a lot of things. Wild. That's a wild animal right there, bro. Like really, when you think about what an avian is.
Yeah, it's pretty weird how the different animals have been allowed to be like here on Earth. It's so weird to think there's many different animals, and it's so weird. Some of this different types of species, fuck. I'm pretty weirded out when I think about all the different species we share the planet with, and we have to find out what's good and what's bad so that we don't like step on a stick or or step on a snake
or eat the wrong mushroom.
Yeah, eat the wrong mushroom. The wrong one might be the right one, depending on what you want.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's problems around this earth, but there's also a lot of glory around the earth too. My thing, because I really don't like football no more, even though I grew up wanting to be a football player and stuff like this. I watch motocross and supercross. It's like the slaviest thing I do. basically, well, try to do. Everybody is a certain aspect of slave. We comply with one thing or another in this world, whether we like it or not. But I'm just saying, I go out of my way to watch motocross, and freaking recently, this guy, he broke his neck a couple years before, and basically was almost about to be paralyzed from the neck down. But he had to come back and started racing again. And he just recently, not this Saturday, but the Saturday before, it was a track called Unadilla, and it's like a really fast track. The jumps don't go real high. They're more like rounded off things that you go so fast over that you fly like, you're only going like 10 to 15 feet off the ground, but you're going like 70 feet across.
Right.
Or more, maybe, probably. But yeah, anyway, it's a really fast track.
Yeah.
And this guy, he wrecked out hella hard, and he'd already broke his neck the earlier the years. And man, when he was flopping on the ground, everybody was wondering whether he was going to come back too and shit. And he did come back too, but when he did come back too, he stood up. And there was a flagger there, and he was really waving the flag, Nobody went to him and tried to hold him down on the ground and make sure he didn't get up in case his neck was broken, But at the same time, there's a thing going around with motocross right now where there's people that are really talking shit about the people that usually have put on motocross for years, they're known as the AMA, right?
Okay.
But it's like the American Motocross Association or whatever. Well, badass bike. There's this one guy who he's a YouTuber. He goes by this guy named Slowy, and Slowy got kicked out of Loretta Lynn's this year. Loretta Lynn's is a children's event, that pretty much showcases the up and comers. You have to qualify at nationals to get the chance to race at Loretta Lynn's. And basically, this Slowy went to the Loretta Lynn's and then started fucking showcasing everything that was wrong with it. You know what I mean? Basically, his little stupid YouTube channel could possibly in years to come get this historic event shut down. And basically, it's a historic event to the point where the young up-and-comer kids, everything from like 50cc motorcycles all the way up to 250cc motorcycles for the bigger kids, they get a chance to showcase their skills and maybe get a ride or whatever, like a sponsored ride.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, so it's just really cheap. I mean, yeah, the motocross is not a safe sport, but that's a lot of the reasons why people watch it, because everybody that rides in motocross, they know that it's not a safe sport. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's super dangerous. It's racing.
Yeah.
I mean, anything with wheels racing, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You're gonna have accidents. I mean, even going up on the mountain. I love snowboarding. There's so much that can happen. I don't like skiing. I've never tried it. Just never thought the idea of having my legs on two separate boards was a good idea. So I fell in love with snowboarding. But going up on the mountain, and doing anything dangerous, is gonna, like, I got a concussion. That's how I got my concussion, was snowboarding. So, and I can't blame the mountain for me going off of the big jump, because I felt like I could, I was doing great, man. I was working my way up. I started doing it when I was like 29. So it's not like I was a young kid trained up doing it. I learned how to do it, and then I got good. I got good, real good. And I was doing, the little rails. I was doing the little jumps. I'd do the moguls. I loved doing the moguls, which is odd for a snowboarder. But then I did medium jumps. great. I was doing them. I was landing them, you know. I wasn't doing any tricks or nothing. And, you know, I felt comfortable with doing the big jump. First time I tried it, landed on my back, had my helmet on, landed, you know, got a concussion. I stopped doing the big jumps.
Yeah, no, you hit the ground hard on a snowboard. I know that. I the first time I went snowboarding, I bled for 2 weeks in my lung. You know.
Yeah.
I coughed up blood for 2 weeks first time I went snowboarding.
Yeah, it's dangerous, man, and it's all of that, you know. I ride the scoot.
Where was the first place you went snowboarding? In Tahoe?
No, New Hampshire.
Oh, New Hampshire, huh?
Yeah, Attitash is the mountain.
Dang. I have to look that up. Attitash, huh?
Yeah, it's a big mountain. It's a big.
Probably like the only place out east that snowboards, right, or what? No, they got places to go, don't they?
Yeah, New England's got quite a bit. So that like Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, they have quite a bit of mountain. You got the Green Mountain Range, you got the White Mountain Range, and then in Maine there's like one or two decent sized mountains. One particular one, I haven't been there, but Sunapee. And then New York has a couple, I do believe, upstate. But once you get past that, it really becomes more like the man-made snow and all that. So, but when you get up to like northern New England, Vermont, New Hampshire, northern Maine, oh, beautiful, beautiful mountains, beautiful, gorgeous, and the snow does get icy compared to the Colorados, from what I understand, which now that I'm out here, I get to go see what it's like. I've heard that the Colorados are just straight powder, like feet.
Yeah, the best powder is in Utah, probably in the Wasatch Front, but that's the Rocky Mountains right there too.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of POW up there by Denver.
Yeah. I'll be going at some point. It's just a matter of time. You know?
My first time was Mount Rose in going up to Tahoe, off Geiger Grade and Reno. Well, you go to South Reno, and then you go to Southwest Reno, and then go up this highway called Geiger Grade.
Yeah.
And then, well, no, not Geiger Grade. Geiger Grade's on the other side, going up to Virginia City. What the hell was I thinking? Mount Rose Highway is what it's called. Mount Rose Highway.
Okay.
Yeah, Mount Rose Highway. And the ski resort I went to for snowboarding the first time was Mount Rose Ski Resort. It was pretty cool. It's called Mount Rose because it has the mountain is kind of rounded, and it had the ski resort makes it look kind of like a rose. You know, it does look like a rose. You know, with all the it's got chutes and shit. It's known as the chutes. That's the backcountry. A lot of people die in there every year. They don't recommend. Yeah, they don't recommend you go for the chutes. A lot of people go for the chutes though because they're like wanting to try, you know. But basically, there's like these levels that you can graduate to before you know you can qualify. Like I don't know, you probably want to qualify. I wouldn't never try to go do nothing like that because I won't even go down the double black diamond. You know.
Yeah, no, I don't do the crazy stuff anymore. I'm too old for that shit. You know?
My friend's a skier, and I could see where going down the moguls on the double black diamond would be all right on the skis because you can shift back and forth easily. But I went over there on my snowboard, and I just got off the lift, and my friend walked me over there because he was going to go down it. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, I can't wait to try this. But then when I got to the edge, I sat there, I looked off the edge, I seen those moguls going down, and it was steeper than shit like this.
Fuck that.
You know? It was like that. It was like, so you want me to just like drop off the cliff with the snowboard attached to both of my feet? You know? No. I was literally sitting on the edge with my feet dangling over the edge with my snowboard on one foot. And I was thinking about doing it. And then I was going to crawl back up and buckle in and then go. But I decided, no, I'm not going to do it. And then my friend, he fucking basically made fun of me and then jumped off and went down on his skis. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of
And
course he's on skis. I mean,
yeah.
yeah, no, so there's a couple of spots that I've seen, right, and I've been like, nope, not doing it. And I'm watching the guys on the skis do it, which is fine, you know. Ain't no snowboarders going down there. No. No.
Yeah. Some of them do, but a lot of them they don't, you know. Why would you?
Yeah.
With the board strapped to both of your feet.
Yeah. The place that I would go regularly was about a 45-minute drive from where I lived up there. And that particular mountain was like it was the one where everybody went to because it was the closest one. They always, you know, what's the dredged, or I don't know what it's called when you're doing it on the mountain. They bring the machines out and do the whole, you know, push the snow around for it and have it ready for.
It's called grooming. They groom the slope.
Yeah. Yep, they'd have it all groomed out. They'd, you know, do that. And then, you know, there were certain places where, you know, when you go up there is like they had the black diamonds. I don't believe they had any double black diamonds for that particular mountain. If they did, like I don't really know about them. And then, you know, the main difference, I believe, probably would be that the New England mountains, like I said, are a little bit more icy because you get the more icy snow, whereas over here it's going to be that powdery stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, it'll be interesting to see the difference, but it'll be very interesting to see the difference of the actual layout because while the layout, I'm going to guess that the mountains here are a lot bigger. Like I haven't been out, you know.
Yeah, no, the Rocky Mountains are huge, dude.
Yeah.
You know.
Mount Washington is massive, but
when you get into there, you start thinking about big country, you know.
Yeah, this is way out. Yeah, this is big mountains. So
yeah, the buffaloes are big, the mooses are big, the grizzly bears are big. Yeah, everything's big in there. Watch out.
Oh shit! Yeah, might see Grizzly Adams too.
Yeah, no, you got to go to northern. Grizzly Adams lives in northern Utah.
Yeah.
He's the guy that raised the grizzly bear that was in the movies back in the 80s and 90s. Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting, you know, not only to see the difference of the size and the layout, but then also to see and feel powder. That will be really cool. You know, and like I said, I do like moguls. With a snowboard, which is an odd thing for a snowboard person, but the idea of, you know, doing a black diamond mogul, no. I did moguls, but it was like what I don't know, the middle level moguls, you know, just a few trees here and there, and you know, and then you got a few trees, and then you go out and you're back on the trail, and then you go back in and you're back on the trail after a few more trees and that sort of thing. You know, I did one hard trail. I forget, you know, what the level underneath the Black Diamond is, but that whatever that level is, one harder trail, and I was like, I'm not doing this shit again. I mean, I like moguls, I do. I like the work in, but then, you know, after a while, it gets like, okay, I'm done with this.
Yeah. It's the part where you have to go sideways and kind of slow down by knifing your edge into the snow. And if you're at that steep, it's a little bit, starting to get too steep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's for me anyways. I like to snowboard. I've only been like 3 or 4 times though, and I went to Mount Rose twice, and I went to I went to a place up in Donner Summit, and I think that was Boreal, but I'm not sure. It could have been Donner Ski Resort. It's weird because you go on the backside of one and the front side of the other is the other, and the backside of the mountains the other ski resort. So I think I've been to Boreal, and if I'm remembering right. But yeah, I've only snowboarded in powder like twice, and one time I only snowboarded in powder for like 40 yards down a hill where we made a jump, and then we were doing jumps like just up in the snowy mountains instead of going to a resort or whatever because we were broke,
The jumps is where it's really at. And
Yeah.
me personally, the kids that I would go up, and we'd hang out on the mountain. That was fun. They love to go fast, so they would go down the long straightaways and try to go as fast as they could. Of course, they've been doing it since they were young, right?
Yeah.
Personally, I like doing jumps, so I didn't really like doing the big jumps anyway. I was just doing it because I was trying to get good, But the little jumps, just the little tiny ones, I love doing that. I love the little jumps, especially like when you go off the trail and they got the little ditches that you and then come back up on the trail, like that. That's what I love doing. Like just
Like going and finding little lines and stuff.
yeah, exactly. All the little side jumps, all of them. I love doing that shit, man. It's so much fun. But that's probably because I'm an old guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm an old guy too now. When I was younger, I had a lot of fun with like sports type deals like that, dirt bikes and snowboards, stuff like that. But yeah, now that I'm older, I just want to ride dirt bikes basically. But I don't really want to. I'll go out on a track still, like a little bit, but I'm not gonna sit there and try to run around as fast as I can. But I like desert riding and trail riding up in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
These days because I'm old. I like.
It makes a big difference when you get the older and you're sitting there with your old bones on that, on them wheels and the boom, 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 all that shit.
Yeah, going at nighttime. I used to travel between Fallon, Nevada, and Lovelock, Nevada, on the back highway. You go off to the northeast of Fallon, Nevada, and it goes out and cuts up northeast. It'd be like this, where it cuts up northeast like this to a town called Lovelock up here on the map. Anyways, but it's a hell of a fun ass ride, and I used to take the ride, 2 or 3 times a month back in 2017. But it's 2025 now, but even back then I was getting a little old, not necessarily too old because I could still ride. I could still do it today, but I was riding a 78 Suzuki SP 370. So it's like you got your enduros, but you got your street bike that can go on the dirt, or you got your dirt bike that can go on the street. But sometimes you got your one that can it was a mixture of the two. I mean they're all a mixture of the two, but some are more street and some are more dirt. You know what I mean? And it's weird. But yeah, this one, this 1978 was like a little bit more street than dirt. Had speedometer on it and this and that.
Damn, you got me thinking about my go-kart now. Damn.
I need a newer bike because the vibrations through the handlebars. As I'm getting older, I'm getting arthritis and stuff. So holding onto the handlebars, it's not necessarily painful, but when you look at your fingers, you can see them vibrating so fast that you can almost see your fingers go like opaque. They're vibrating so fast you can almost not see your fingers. They're vibrating. The blood inside the fingers is vibrating at the same time. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you need your hands to hold on to the handlebars, but at the same time, holding onto the handlebars creates your hands to vibrate like 1,000 times a second. So they're just sitting there, just vibrating, and all the blood and everything inside the bone marrow and everything is getting paint stirred.
I know I've mentioned this before, I got the electric scoot, and I'll tell you something, that thing is sweet. That thing goes fast.
It's like a stand-up scooter, but it's electric.
It's electric, it's a stand-up, and it's got three settings, 3 gears, essentially. The first setting, it goes up to like 17 miles an hour. Second setting, it goes up to like 32, and the third setting,
takes you to the moon.
60 miles an hour.
60 miles an hour,
standing up on the scoot
with the wheels like this big.
It's 11 inch, yeah, 11.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a little bit bigger, but
yeah,
about like that.
Yeah,
fast. Let me tell you,
the rim is 10 inch, but the tire is 11 inch or 12 inch, huh?
Yes. No, wait. So the tire. No, the rim is 11 inch. The rim is 11 inch.
Wow.
So with the electric scooters, or actually, the way the mechanics work on tires. So for a regular car tire with a valve stem, the smallest you can go is 11 inch.
Huh.
Right. So because of that, actually, I believe it's like 10.5 or something like that. So they do 11 inch.
Yeah, I think it's 10.5.
Yeah. And so
something like that.
Yeah. And so, with the 11 inch, it's the bottom of whatever that mid-grade, scoot would be, because you can go higher, but once you go higher, you might as well get the 15 inch, well, I think the next step up is like 13 or 14 inch. So, when you get a bigger scooter, they go up to like, thousands of dollars. This one was $1,200. So
yeah. That's pretty good. That's good. I mean, that's an all right scooter there.
Yeah, and I usually get about 25 miles max out of it.
Wow.
And that's if I don't like.
So you can ride 12 miles out and come back 12 miles.
Yeah, exactly. I can go all the way to the city center and all the way home.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Let's were talking about it. He said, if you want, I can just go drop you off, and you can roam around and then come back when you're done,
Yeah.
You
have to make sure you're within 12 miles and don't go further than 12 miles when you're roaming, though, when you want to come back, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty good now, because I had this scooter before, and then I bought another one while I was here. So the one.
So you got 2 batteries?
No. The battery's built in.
Oh, too bad you couldn't get 2 batteries. I would get like 3 or 4 and stack them and tie them down.
But the chargers that come with it, I just put them in the backpack, and I can take them with me and recharge wherever.
Yeah, but it's nicer when America lets you charge up on the public plug-ins. A lot of places don't do it. Some places do. You know what I mean?
Albuquerque is really, really bad about it because there's a lot of homeless people here, so they don't have any plugs outside.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I have. That's one of the biggest problems I have is that they always claim to fucking be that they got like $2 billion for the homeless. It's like, well, then motherfucker, make sure the power is always running to this fucking pole, no matter how many homeless people use it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what
it's
I'm
supposed
saying.
to be a service for the public, not just the homeless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if a person who is homeless, who does not have a home to go to, happens to come by and be plugged into there, what's the difference between that and me coming and plugging in? Nothing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no. It should be for the homeless and all the public because, you know, there should be no. I mean, you don't want to be treating the homeless any different than regular public in the first place, but at the same time, that is a given in some aspects, and not, and then you want to try to minimize the pointing it out in other aspects. You know,
it literally costs them nothing, and here's how I can tell you this: is because when you pay the electric company, who gets that? The government, right? And so when you plug in a government facility, who's paying for that? The government. It's literally power that they do not look. The same amount of power, and this is the way the plants work. This is literally the way nuclear power works, is that power will be produced no matter what. That power
for 1,000 shelf life or whatever, right?
Yeah, it just sits in a cell. It sits in a cell, essentially.
Yeah.
And so it's alternating current. It will always.
Atomic power is designed to run for almost eternally.
Yeah.
It'll take tons of our lifespans before it goes out.
Yeah. So the power is there, right? They only have put a meter on it to see how many electrons, essentially, how much electricity has been applied through the line.
That's what the meters were supposed to be for, but now the meters are used to fucking charge us for shit that our tax dollars. Like we should have, maybe we got taxed to put the machine in, but once the machine's paid for, we should have no more bills.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. You're not draining anything. It's not like a tap of water where the water comes out and then all of a sudden there's no more water in the tank. No, that's not how electricity works. There's a charge, and then whenever you send electricity into a battery cell or you charge something up or you plug something in, that power, that cell that sits there in the plant, it's still got the same amount of charge. It's still the same amount of boil that it had before. So there's absolutely no reason that the city should ever have any power shut off to the public, ever. I should be able to plug anything in to the public facility, and which means that they should allow people to plug in on what would be outside plugs. So once they put the outside plug in there, like what's the problem with someone who's quote unquote homeless to come by to a police station and plug their phone in to an exterior plug? There's nothing wrong.
The police should be so happy to serve that they're happy with people coming into the fucking building, you know?
Yeah. And you know that the quote unquote homeless people aren't going to camp out at the police station. They're just going to come by, plug in their phone, and then they're going to leave. It's not like they're going to sit there and camp out at the police station. Let's be real.
Yeah, maybe not the police station, but maybe if they could, maybe one of them would, you know?
Yeah.
But, there's still public. Public is first come, first serve, you know?
Yeah.
It's first in line, first on time. So, basically, they, you know, some people should be able to, I don't know, maybe everybody should start sleeping in public instead of sleeping in homes, because all of a sudden now you don't have to fucking pay for anything. You can get used to living on the street. You know?
That's what I'm saying. There's more public parks in this city than you could shake a stick at. You can't even name them all, right? And in every one of those public parks exists a light post. Now, if they put an exterior plug into every single light post, or just one of the light posts at every single park, there would literally be power for anybody who needs it, and they won't do that, not because they can't afford to put an exterior plug in. And this is to be brutally honest with you, and I can understand this, it's because people are stupid. You know why they put the warning label on the medicine bottle? It's because people do stupid things. So you can't have an
Yeah,
exterior.
they don't give a fuck how many people drink the entire bottle. They just put the warning label on there because it's like, I told you so. You went ahead and drank the whole bottle anyways.
So if they were to put, the plug there and then put a warning label on there, use at your own risk, then that solves the problem. But the truth is that they won't put it there because people are stupid and they come by and electrocute themselves. And that would be the claim. But you put a warning label there, plug in at your own risk.
They have a they try to do time limits, like maybe a reasonable time, like for charging your phone, a reasonable time would be like 5 hours, I would say. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And ultimately, like, so
That'll be all right.
Let's say that okay, so Joe Schmo ties, plugs his phone in to the plug, and he's there for 5 hours, and you got 3 other people waiting in line. Okay, well, put 3 more exterior plugs in. What's wrong with that?
If the city gets like $2 billion for homeless, then how many fucking plugins can 1/10 of that buy?
I'll do it for free.
Yeah, install them.
Yeah. I can build my own house. I know how to do this shit. Like, come on, get out of here with this shit. You know what? You
want the city knows where the shutoffs are. So the city would shut off the main power. Then some volunteers would install the plugs, and then fucking from then on, the power should be coming straight free for any of the homeless or people in the public.
If you don't want people there after hours, you set up park hours. That's
their policies and their rules and shit are keeping a lot of Americans from enjoying these public areas. You know what I mean?
And that is one, bro. You hit the nail on the head. It's because of shit like this, right? That I don't see. Like I said, you can see more parks than you could shake a stick at in this city, but I don't see people there. And here's why.
Yeah, nobody wants to hang out there when they can get confronted by people, where they can be confronted by the police. Somebody trying to tell them what to do at the park. They don't really even feel like even getting out there to go to the fucking park. You
go there, have a pizza party, and the police come and say, "What are you feeding the homeless?" You saw this.
Or they try to tell you no barbecuing in the park.
Yeah, like what? You got a barbecue grill right here. Well, you got to get a permit for that. Really? Then why do you have the barbecue grill with no sign? You don't even have a sign here. Well, somebody must have ripped it down. Well, I don't care if somebody must have ripped it down. It's a public park.
Yeah.
I can sit at the picnic table, but I can't use the facilities.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, right? So.
Oh man, they haven't been making sense around our public in years. I almost said thousands of years, but that's just my dyslexia. Sorry. For years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say since the early 2000s is what I feel like it is.
Well, shit, more than that, man. Even back in the early 90s, they had their fucking little park rules, man. And sometimes back in the 90s, they were even enforced stricter. Yeah. Everybody got the fuck out of there, basically, for the most part, because they knew that they could get beat up. And, back then, everybody wasn't catching everything on cameras all the time,
It really stems from that crime bill bullshit.
Yeah, the 94 crime bill. That too. But, what's his name? Rodney King was caught and captured in that video was captured in 1992. So You know, people were starting to catch things on camera, but it wasn't that prevalent. You know.
Yeah. Now it's on the phone. You can't stop
Yeah,
me.
now it's so prevalent that the cops are just doing fucking wrong shit all over the fucking place.
Well, they've been doing it. They've been doing it. We just ain't catching them.
Yeah, you can't. The cameras haven't been catching them, but now the cameras are everywhere, so they're catching them, and the violence is everywhere too. You know.
Can't stop me now, Copper. I got it in my pocket. Right.
Yeah.
Here. It's got.
Plus, I'm telling you, we don't even have to go to the local news to have them play this story, because back in the day, they just wouldn't play your story. You know. That's but nowadays we can play our own stories on our own channel.
It's so funny because they won't even play the story still. And you got mainstream media going and getting the story and won't play it. And then you get the story and you play it and they're sitting there like with their thumbs up their butt. You know, like, what the hell are you doing? I'm playing the fucking story because you wouldn't play it. You should have played it.
Yeah.
Now I get the proceeds and you get to sit there looking like an idiot because you're lame.
Yeah, but that's if we even get any proceeds off of some of this shit. Because like maybe if some of the channels are getting paid, which I don't know how many are actually getting paid or how much they're actually getting paid, but I mean, they're not. This is not a living by any means, no shape or form. You know, this is just basically talking amongst our people on the internet for fucking couple hours.
We're protecting ourselves.
Yeah, we're trying to come. We're trying to assemble in a way where we can keep the news between our cities relevant. You know.
Yeah. And you know, it starts on the low level, and if we're smart about it, we get what's in our communities, in our neighborhoods, you know, and you know, in the city, you know, mostly we don't go too far outside the state. You know, we might, you know, capture a little bit here and a little bit there and relate certain stories to certain things and how things are working in this place and they work the same way in that place. But ultimately, you don't have to go very far to find corruption.
No, you don't. That's the real problem with the United States right now is that there's corruption being found in every state. So now it's to the point where, yes, we are catching the corruption on camera, but how could you possibly cover this many stories of corruption? You see what I'm saying?
You can't.
For every single case that's actually getting won, there's tons of cases that are getting mixed by the wayside, you know?
Now, imagine if those cases, when the corruption is found, that those people were actually taken to court and what the courts would look like. There wouldn't be nobody in there doing speeding tickets because everybody would be dealing with corruption cases.
Even in my case alone, by the time the government gets to a point where they actually take the public service agents in my videos and say, wait a second, you were not doing right. That'll be so far down the road, it might never even happen in my lifetime. You see what I'm saying?
It's going to come to a head.
Because the public service agents in my videos committed actual crimes while all I was doing was yelling at them and recording them with my camera.
So I don't know if you saw the last live stream that I did downtown, but the horse actually ran over me.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't actually cause damage like to my physical person.
Yeah, it came and bumped you. It came in. Yeah.
Brush up against me, violated my rights to assemble, all of that.
On you.
Right? Now, I would consider that damages for sure, 100%. But did he like cause like cuts or bruises or abrasions or breaks or anything like that? No. But the fact that
the damage is in the breaking of your right to free movement and travel. The cop used the horse to come and do chest bump on you, and that's what sent you back about 3-4 feet, maybe 5-6 feet. Yeah, you were still moved from your position. You were basically ran over. Maybe not literally ran over the top of, but that's the definition of being ran over.
The horse is a vehicle, and essentially you ran over me with your vehicle. And
Yeah.
that is a very serious crime. That is a crime. It's not just
Yeah.
I bumped into you with my chest, like I accidentally bumped
Yeah,
into you.
if you weren't under arrest or detainment, then it would be a battery. It would be a police brutality. If you weren't under arrest or detainment when he used his horse to fucking like body you, that's a police brutality.
Yeah. So what they've been doing in downtown Albuquerque,
Basically, they used their horse to force compliance on you.
yeah. So they essentially drive the people like they're cattle away from the bar after the bar lets out, because the people will stand on the sidewalk for a longer period of time than what they want, because they want to force their way. Well, guess what? There's no fucking curfew. So get the fuck out of my way. Get the fuck. What are you doing? Get out of my way, horse.
Were you drinking at the bar? Or were you out there video camera?
No, I was pressed. I was pressed that night. So
that's awesome.
I've been down there before and just essentially got them on camera. Chili was down there, and he got them on camera. And he went and spoke at the council meeting, the next meeting, and told them, you got your horses down there. I sue a lot of cops. I don't want to have to. And then one of our counselors says something about, if you want to talk about it, we'd rather see you, privately. We can discuss this matter before a lawsuit and that sort of thing. So essentially, this was like 8 months ago, something like that. Well, ANCAP, Cop Watch, who's out here all the time, he's downtown. He's been going downtown all the time. And he's been catching them doing the same thing over and over and over again. So me and Let's went down there. Was it a week and a half ago, something like that?
I think I saw a couple of these. I saw Delete Laws's video on his new channel or his other channel. I can't remember seeing them run the horse into you, but I'm gonna go back and watch more. I think I probably only saw one of your videos. You got like 2 or 3 of them down there. It looks like nighttime, and maybe it was you, ANCAP, and Let's Go TVO and Chili, wasn't it?
Well, so the one with Chili was, like I said, about 8 months ago. But the one that just happened was like a week or 2 ago, and that one was me and Let's down there, and then ANCAP was down there, and that's the first time we met ANCAP, actually. So we just met ANCAP. We've been out here this whole time, and we just met him. And now I've done a couple of different things with him, which is pretty cool since. But yeah,
cool.
We met him down there, and he was capturing it. And Duke City Crew, I don't know if you know who that is. He also was down there, and he captured it. He got a really good shot of that horse running me over. And then right after that, one of the cops walking was basically, along with the horse that ran me over, he was blinding me with his like flashlight flashing on and on. Well, one of the cops walking around, essentially when the horse bumped me off of the sidewalk, another cop walked up, started shining his light, blasting his lumens in my face, telling me to get out of here, right? And all this. And I'm like, I'm not here for you, dude. I'm here for me. What are you talking about? You get out of here. I'm like, what's the curfew? Who's your supervisor, bro? I go off on him. I go ham, right? And Duke City Crew got a really good shot of that. And so he's got it on his channel. But I also have the live stream on Potter's Rights Media from like a week or 2 ago. And then I'm also going to put something together. ANCAP put something together, put it on his channel. He was also down there live streaming at the time. And I've got Letz's static recording. So I've got all this extra stuff, and I'm going to put a bunch of stuff together and make a nice story out of it. And then I've also got a bunch of shorts I got to do. Oh my goodness, I got so much work to do.
I even got a lot more video footage than I've ever uploaded on my channel. You know?
It
I
stacks.
even had one of my video. I got the computer chip from one of my video cameras that got smashed on the
Oh,
ground. That has a lot of footage,
Yeah.
you know. And I just got to find somebody that can decode that computer chip, you know, because the fucking
I wonder if
they,
Best Buy can do it. I bet you Best Buy can do it. I bet you Best Buy can actually has with their Geek Squad can actually get all of that information back. Yeah, they're really
that'd be really nice. That'd be cool if Geek Squad could get the camera footage off of it, because it was basically a CamPro body camera, and it held out pretty good to the lady smashing it off the ground for quite a long time. But I mean, she smashed it 4 times before it broke, and then I was luckily able enough to retrieve that. I had another camera with me that got smashed, and I was in there's video footage of one of the guys sneaking off with my shattered camera, because I got attacked by 2 women and a man, and then that was for quite a few minutes or an hour or 2. Well, it was like a few minutes until then one of the lady's sons got there, and then I was in a fight with 2 men and a lady, basically at that point. Yeah, and
it
went on for quite a long time.
Yeah, I would say that try Best Buy, and if not Best Buy, then probably one of your local computer guys, probably, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, that live stream, there's a lot to that live stream. There's so many good, moments of capture. Let's, which he got the static of the initial interaction. Some little black Karen was basically telling him that she didn't want to be recorded and he can't record her, and it's a new law. And then I came up in the middle of the conversation.
I might have seen that. Might have to go back and look. Sorry.
Yeah, it was so funny because in the middle of that conversation, I walk up because I'm live streaming at that point, and she's like telling me that he called her a skank, and he's like, "Yeah, I called her a skank because she keeps following me."
Yeah, they couldn't believe how you were talking so freely like that. I think I remember coming across the video. I think I remember watching that. I probably got the notification for that, and the lady was trying to say, "No, this is a new law." Something about that. How's that?
Yeah, she was trying to say that shit, and I'm like,
"You can't record in public. This is a new law." I think I remember seeing this.
I'm sitting there telling her, "No, you're wrong. We have every right to be here." And I can see the chat as I'm recording, and they're all in there going, "Skank, skank, skank." The whole chat is like, "Skank." Hilarious.
Yeah,
that was such a good live stream.
Yeah, people are cool. Like a lot of times on lives, especially when the getting goes good, the fucking chat starts running fast.
She went full Karen, man. It was so hilarious. Hilarious.
It is kind of weird how those videos where you got like a pig or a Karen, those ones are the ones that get more views, but that's only natural. That's where all the action's at.
Yeah. Absolutely. Saw one of the cops that usually is at the council. Also saw a cop that we have prior incident from the public defender's office. Also saw a couple of lieutenants that I've seen around. Man, there's so much in that video that I can connect to here, connect to there, and I'm gonna make videos and shorts, and it's just a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? Recently, I don't know, because I imagine you've probably seen them in the feed. You might have even made a comment somewhere or two where I'm doing the procedure rules for the court, the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, FRCP shorts, where it's just basically it's a card, and it's just each of the rules broken down. I've been doing that. Those are super easy. Yeah, they're
I'm gonna have
super
to go
easy.
look for that.
Yeah, I figured, because the thing is, there's a lot of people that don't know their rights. There's a lot of people that haven't learned the law. But I guarantee
There's a lot of people that know a couple of the rights, but don't know a lot of the rights.
right, and very little law, right? But I guarantee you that most people don't know the federal rules of civil procedure. So that when
The
you go
problem
into
with
the
any
court,
law these days is they're not being enforced the way that anything was supposed to, and there's no telling you can't there you can't know what's right or what's wrong when they are enforcing law by the seat of their pants
yeah,
all
they
the
don't
time.
even know it. They don't even know it, right?
Yeah.
So I figure
Right now, there's only a hopefully I don't get fucked with, because there is no I know the law, because it's whatever the fuck they want to enforce is what the law is, basically.
yeah, there's like a handful of laws that they actually do know. They know what trespass is, except for that they enforce it.
They
the
don't
wrong
know what
way.
trespass is because they fucking try to enforce a trespass, but they enforce it in the wrong manner.
They do, right. Now they do know it. Let me tell you something. I'll have a
Yeah, they
conversation.
know it enough to break it. They're skirting it. They know it enough
They're trying to
get
see if
over
you
on
know
it, people.
Yeah, they're trying to see if you know it. And if
They're
you don't know
acting
it,
in incompetence, but they're acting in knowledge, but they're making it look like it's incompetence.
right? Yeah, that's exact, bro. The Jeff Gray videos are classic. When he shows that they like the guy sitting there going, "I don't recall." Officer, I don't recall. You remember that one? I don't know if you saw that one with the deposition. He's like sitting there going, I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall. And through that whole deposition, that's all he.
Yeah, Jeff Gray's good.
Yeah.
At the same time, a lot of people love Jeff Gray, so basically he gets like he's able, he's like an ex-military, so people already automatically act like that he got a little bit more tickle on his butthole.
Standing up for the homeless kind of thing. And
well, that's badass. Yeah. Standing up for the homeless, even standing up for the vets is badass, because there's a difference between a veteran and a military. But I mean, at the same time, some veterans are all right, some veterans aren't. I like the veterans that know that their military was fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you
I don't like the veterans that think that the fucking country isn't that bad, and that fucking they were, I don't like.
Yeah, if they're happy with the way it is, then they're not really paying attention. Or
they're the good old boys.
Yeah, they're being complacent on purpose. Yeah, they're doing it on purpose.
Either complacent on purpose, or they're truly evil, and they like knowing the fact that they're doing stuff like they tell us that they're fighting for defense, but they're fighting for oil type of shit. And years of people trying to say, hey, you guys are fighting for oil, and they're still acting like they're not fighting for oil. I like the guys that know that realize that, oh my God, I've been fighting for oil this whole time. I would have joined. And that's the people, that's the veterans I like, Like my grandpa, if my grandpa could come back, I would fucking chew his ass out, like before I got the chance to love on him again. Because he was in the military for 40 years, dude. He must have found something that he thought he was doing good or something. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, me and my pops, right? We've had some serious conversations about it. So he did 22 years active duty, Navy, and then 30 years civil service as essentially basically DK1. He's a dispersing clerk. He's the guy who people come to when they have money problems, that they spent too much, or they took too much, or they took it when it wasn't supposed to be theirs and they knew it, and they blah, 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 blah. He's like, well, it's too bad. And he literally just this year finally retired. Like, again, right? Because he did the 30 years civil service, and then they said, Mr. Jones, we can't have you leave yet. We need you back. Can you come and do some contracting for us and just teach how to do this? Because we can't find anybody who can do what you do. And he's like, okay, for the right amount of money, right? And so he did that. He did that for like 3-4 more years. So essentially, he's got like 60 years I guess pretty close to 60 years. And so me and him have had some serious conversations. You know, I've got my issues, my legal issues, right? And you know, he's told me, you know, I want to help you, son, but I can't because I've got my status. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you because I'm going to have these issues, you know, and now I've got to learn it, and which is fine. I do need to learn it, but it just sucks because
what are you doing that you deserve to have to be messed with courts and stuff that are supposed to be lawful issues, not legal issues? But
right.
What are you doing to have these issues?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Essentially, I didn't learn the law. I mean, if I'd have learned the law prior, then I would have been able to fight these cases. But unfortunately, the courts are not. They're not.
Yeah, but what did you do? You were recording in public, and then they tried to say you were trespassing.
Oh no! This stems from prior.
Oh,
so
it
yeah.
was nothing like had to do with protesting or nothing. It has to do with actually active, doing a mistake.
Yeah, doing a mistake. Exactly. Yeah, alcohol. You know.
Yeah.
And so, you know, so of course now I've got to deal with that, which isn't a problem because of course I made a mistake and I need to deal with that. But at the same time, the processes that they've put me through are actually outside the bounds of the law, right? As with many auditors and cop watchers, you know, once you get hit with some unlawful, you know, legal bullshit, then you start.
Yeah, then you start paying attention, and then you start learning some things. Then you realize that they aren't even doing their stuff by the law. So they're trying to sit there and put you in jail for doing something supposedly unlawful. And they're sitting there doing something unlawful, but you're trying to tell them, hey, bro, you guys are fucking not following the fucking law.
Yep.
And then they're like, oh.
But we can do that because we're the judge. We're the cops, right? Okay, well,
yeah.
Fine. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what. You can have that for now. And here down the line, whenever statutes of limitations run out and I learn the law and then I bring this shit back because now I know the rules, not just the law, not just my rights, but the rules of the court. And I come and I bring you all this case law that says this and says this and says this and says this. And then you have to reverse all this shit.
Well, they don't even fucking respond to case law. They're dumb shits. What they respond to is writs. If you have to motion the court and you have to you don't have to anything, but you it's all a bunch of trial.
It takes that. Yeah, because a lot of times they won't respect the precedent itself, like you're saying. You know, they won't respect the precedent, so you end up having.
But sometimes you write like a petition, but then they deny your petition not because it was because they're going to deny you a petition, but because it wasn't something wasn't explained enough.
Typo or some bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, there might have been a typo that made them read it wrong or something. They couldn't fully read the document, something like that. Okay.
And violate Rule 1.
So then it sets you back. You have to redo it again. You have to remotion the court for the same thing, and you have to try to get the mistake fixed this time. You know, but
and
the problem is they know all this, but they use it for evil instead of fucking good.
Yeah. What's funny about this though is so back then, right now, when I was talking to my dad saying, "Hey, Dad, I need some help, man. Pops, I need some help, bro. Like, come on, I need some help. Can we get some help?" Like, I didn't know, and I didn't have the time. I've got time now. I've got time. So the person who's helping me, not just, you know, in life general, but also now I've got time because of that, is Let's. If it wasn't for Let's, I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in now. Great person. A wonderful person, a wonderful human being. He listens and he does. He takes action. I mean, you saw it. He's been out there, boots on the ground. And so now I'm able to learn all
he's cool because of his age. There's not many people out there his age that are even willing to go out there and do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In fact, you'll find quite the opposite. Like my dad. You know, like, oh no, I got status here. I can't possibly do that. You know, like what? No, I need you, right? And it's even crazier than that. The people that don't have status that are of that age won't do it because they just don't want to get in trouble. Well, what are you going to get in trouble for? You're like 70 years old, Pop. You're like 70 years old.
Well, the cops will fucking kill a grandma, dude. You can't think that they're like 70-year-olds, so they're not going to get hurt. The cops, like when I was like, I think it was 2010. I got held down on my stomach with my hands cuffed behind my back, forced up over my head, and I was knelt on by several deputies out of jail.
So
I was active. They actively were trying to positionally asphyxiate me. I had to survive. I had to perform a breathing technique. They were actually putting a 250-pounder on my upper chest while I was laying on my stomach. And if I breathed out, I wouldn't be able to breathe back in because the weight would crush down on my chest. I wouldn't be able to pick the weight back up off my chest again to get a sufficient enough of breath. It was a positional asphyxiation, but I was able to live through it. But if I was like, let's OTVO's age, no, I can't promise you that I'm going to be able to perform the breathing technique and stay calm and fucking hold my chest cavity strong enough for the length of time that I need to, you know, because I basically had to break their ass. You know what I mean? They were trying to kill me. I could tell because they were yelling, "Stop resisting." But they had 6 to 8 of them on me, and I was handcuffed behind my back. And they were forcing. If you put your hands behind your back like this is an unnatural position. Your natural position is this.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you hold your 2 fingers behind your back and let go of your 2 fingers, your arms flop to right here.
Yep.
Okay. So, putting your hands behind your back and then wrenching them up over your head at a 90-degree behind your back with your hands cupped, so they can't separate at all. That's a different position. Now you already almost can't breathe. But now have your head pinned to the ground by someone's knee while the same guy that was pinning my head to the ground was holding one of my wrists. They were actually bending the top of my wrist down like this while using their other hand to fucking hold like that with my hands behind my back. And then that was one guy kneeling on my skull, plus he was fucking holding one hand. And then the guy that was kneeling on this shoulder, he was holding my other hand. And then the guy that was kneeling on my upper chest was on my right side over here. And then there was a guy kneeling on my back of my thigh and another guy kneeling on the back of my other thigh. And both of the guys kneeling on my thighs were using their hands to prop the guy that was 250 pound up on my, so he put all of his weight on his kneecap basically and didn't have to balance because the other 2 cops that were kneeling on my thighs were holding him steady. You see what I'm saying? And then fucking there was one guy holding both of my feet down while I was on my stomach prone with my hands cuffed behind my back, pulled all the way up over my head. There was a crazy ass lung diaphragm flop thing that I had to perform to live. And they were at first were saying stop resisting, but you couldn't resist if you wanted to. And then at first I was saying, I'm not resisting, but then when I realized that they didn't give a fuck if I was resisting, they were just yelling, I'm not resisting, while they're trying to kill me, right? So then instead of yelling, I'm not resisting, I was basically like, you motherfuckers are trying to kill me, fuck, stuff like that, like talking to, like, I can't remember exactly the things I said, but man, I was really straightforward with them, and I let go of all my muscles except for my chest muscles. Like I basically went out of body with my mind, and I I didn't panic because I was on the verge of running out of breath, you know, so my body was trying to panic, but I was trying to keep my heart rate down, you know, so I was trying to not panic. I was trying to hold my breath, but at the same time, get a breath. But I couldn't use my rib cage to, I couldn't really use my diaphragm and my rib cage to really get a breath. I had to like hold my rib cage as tight as I could so that the weight of the pig wouldn't fucking keep falling down. That when at first, the very first second, I went to breathe in, right? But as soon as I went to breathe in, I felt the weight of the pig go down on my chest, so I automatically stopped breathing in. You see what I'm saying? So then all of a sudden, I needed to breathe in at the very start because I initially naturally went to breathe in, but felt the weight start going down, and I couldn't take a breath in no more. So already he went down maybe a half an inch to an inch. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And at that point, my chest cavity was already compressed. And so I basically had to just like I had to try to not pass out. The pain was excruciating. The weird pain in the back of my thighs I was on the cement on my belly. And there was two cops, one cop on one thigh and the other cop on the other thigh with their kneecaps. And it was basically pinching the thigh bone. When I was prone, your thigh muscle's not tensed at all. You know, they didn't have my legs pulled up over my butt or nothing, my feet. They had my legs held flat on the floor. You see what I'm saying? So basically my thighs were extended, so they had no muscle resistance. So when they knelt on my thighs, it just basically pushes the muscles aside and goes straight for the bone. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So basically my muscles on my belly side were getting pushed up against the concrete while the kneecap of the cop was going straight to the bone on my femur. It was a tickle. It was like, it's like a torture tickle that you don't want to be tickled like that right now because it hurts like a bitch too. You know, it's like a weird hurt tickle. And it was enough to make you try to squirm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But if you squirm, then they try to tell you that you're resisting. So you have to somehow come to grips with the pain. Yeah, not even think about it.
I have a permanently fused thumb knuckle on my right hand. This one.
Oh yeah.
So I can't.
Yeah, you got barely wiggle.
With
Dang.
This. I can't do this with this one.
Yeah, it's the tip of your thumb.
Right. So yeah, that knuckle right there, I sliced the whole knuckle all the way on each side with a hedge trimmer. I almost lost my thumb. Almost lost my life because it did cut the tendon, the artery, all of that was squirting blood. Young guy I was working with. It was my job. He drove me to the hospital. That's part of the reason why I stopped working for myself too. But so essentially I've got that injury now. And anytime I go into cuffs, every time that I go into cuffs, it swells. So
wow.
Essentially, I need medical immediately.
Yeah.
Every single time. Always ask for medical. Because essentially they always put them on too tight and they swell and it cuts in. And so I don't know if you remember or got to see it when I first had my first bit of content, if you want to call it that, was my arrest video from Jacksonville. And what they did was this is 2 years after that injury. I worked. Actually, was it like 4? It was almost like 3 or 4 years, actually, since that injury happened. I worked doing my job, which is my maintenance. Got back to good. I'm working, healthy arm. I get arrested at the courthouse. They dragged me through the courthouse lobby by the cuffs, wrenching my arms up, shit like that, dragging me. essentially trying to do what they do, which is tear
It tears your shoulder tendons right off the bat. You know, when they drag you by the cuff.
I told them immediately that I have this injury and that the cuffs were too tight and I need medical now, right? Because you just put me in cuffs and I can't be in cuffs tight like this. Even a little bit tight, it's going to start swelling. And at that point in time, I'm not resisting. I'm just in a lot of pain and I'm damn near fainting out. And then some asshole comes and snatches the cuffs up. At that point, I'm just down. I'm down. They end up taking me to the back, pretending like I'm some freaking T-word, you know, and I'm like, nope, I'm not. And who the fuck are you, right? All this shit. Calling them all sorts of names because they're a bunch of pieces of shit. They dragged me again, blah, blah, blah. And so essentially at this point in my life, with that happened, you know, I had my injury. Then this thing happens. This was like 2.5, maybe 3 years ago that this happened. At this point, I'm not arguing. I'm not resisting. And yes, I know that it can happen. It can happen where they just beat the shit out of you. But this is my thing. So, and I wish that I could teach people this, is that, you know, I'll cuss the police out. I get paid to cuss the police out, you know. It's my room and board and it's my bread and butter. But I'll also, you know, if it's a respectful human being and they're willing to honor their oath, then I can be respectful.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what I won't do. And that is, I will not at all resist those cuffs anymore. I will tell them if they drag me this way, if they drag me that way, I'm going wherever. It's like, oh, I can't, because it's too much pain. As soon as the cuffs go on, I'm compliant. And here's the thing too. If the cuffs are on,
they're probably like, damn, well, that's what we want.
Well, here's the thing. As soon as the cuffs go on, it's de facto arrest.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, as soon as they stop you, it's arrest. Custodial arrest is a stop. You know,
I understand that.
If you're not free to go, you're not free to go. You're effectively in their custody from the moment they tell you, hey, come here.
Hold on. Detainment, yes, I agree. The thing about it, though, is they could argue a Terry stop, essentially. Now, I will win it.
Yeah, but a Terry stop is a detainment. A detainment is a stop. They even call it a Terry stop. They act like they can call it a Terry stop, but then say, no, it's not a stop. You know what I mean?
So minus a crime, I will win in civil court. So if they don't have anything, I will win in civil court. Right? But as soon as they put those handcuffs on me, it is a de facto arrest. They cannot argue any type of Terry stop. They have to have an actual crime having been committed. They cannot put those handcuffs on without an accusation of a real crime.
Yeah, so, I would say they need it before that, but we know for a fact that they don't do what what they're supposed to.
Right.
But yeah,
but because of the courts, and you know, so because of the courts. And also my injury.
They have a right to stop us in that. They have a right to say, hey, I want to ask you questions, but we should have a right to say, I don't want to ask questions or answer questions. So if all you have is questions for me, I'm not answering any questions today. And they should be duty bound enough to honor that. You see what I'm saying?
You remember the blind guy and the
if they had more than questions to ask you, they would have an arrest warrant, but they don't have an arrest warrant.
So you remember the blind guy and the cripple guy in the video that was being covered not too long ago? The guy that had the shotgun blast to the face and the guy that was crippled and had to do a catheter and the police officer wouldn't let him do the catheter.
That.
No,
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, this Chili just covered that one, and that I believe a couple of other ones covered. Oh, it was civil rights lawyer covered it. I believe it's actually out of West Virginia. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So the guy in the passenger was the blind guy. Obviously, he's not driving. He had been shot by the police prior to this, and why he didn't trust the police, and they're like telling him go here, go there. He's blind, literally.
This is the one where the driver was paralyzed and the fucking other guy was blind.
Yes.
Yeah, and they were like forcing the paralyzed guy out of the car, and then they were trying to tell the fucking blind guy where to stand and everything. He's like, bro, I can't see what the fuck you're pointing at, little boy. You know? He didn't exactly say that, but that's what he meant, right?
Yeah. So essentially, right, what you see there in that video, right, with them being compliant, they have no choice, right?
Yeah.
Because that's my situation. Every time they put the cuffs on, I don't have a choice. I wish I did. I wish I had the choice to resist. I don't have a choice to resist. If
you're not under arrest or detainment, though, it's not resisting; it's defending yourself.
My arm is destroyed. No. Like my right arm. So what happened when I cut the thumb? Right, the knuckle. Right, that tendon that goes right here, it actually goes all the way up the arm right here, all the way up to the shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay? That thumb, right? It's like having your big toe cut off. You've got to relearn to walk.
You got to walk and shit. Yeah.
It's the same thing, bro. I literally am in pain all the time, and that's the part that
I bet.
Yeah, people don't understand that about me. Is like I worked really hard to get back to where I was with the lawn maintenance and that sort of thing, and I was working. And then when they dragged me through the courthouse, bro, it destroyed every bit of work I had ever, worked for. And
did you ever get your thumb
I'm disabled,
sewed back together, or did you just not use it after you sewed it back together?
So what they did was they did reconstructive, and the doctors actually, initially, they just sewed it up. Right?
Yeah.
And then I went in for reconstructive, and they went in, opened up the thumb on the side. See if I can get it into the camera. They opened up the thumb on the side. I don't know if you can see the scar there. Opened it up on the knuckle on both sides, splayed it open, pulled the tendon up with the forks, sewed it. Right, they sewed it all together with the knuckle, along with the blood vessels and all of that and the artery. Then they took and cut open this wrist, right, this side of the wrist, pinched off. Yeah, they pinched off the nerve. Then they went on this side.
Why the fuck did they do all that?
They cut a nerve out of this and spliced it into the thumb.
Tendon. A piece of tendon.
Well, no, a piece of nerve. The tiny little nerve. So they actually spliced it into there so that I could have feeling. They did that so that I could actually have feeling in the thumb, and I do, but it's always tingly, right?
Yeah, it's tingly.
It's always
you got nerve damage.
Extreme nerve damage, bro. My whole right arm is fucked up, and I'm always doing this shit because it's always in pain. So essentially now, anytime, like I said, if I put anything on this right hand, I feel it, right? If it's sharp, if it's metal, if it's handcuffs, it goes on here. Guess what? There's no nerve in a certain part right here, and this nerve was pinched off, and there's an extra nerve in here. So you can imagine what being dragged around by handcuffs is going to do.
Dang.
So my arm is absolutely destroyed. And there's nothing I can do about it other than live, and I'm disabled at this point. I mean, that's the truth. I can't get around that. I can't stop that.
I got knifed in the hand right here when I was 21, maybe 22.
You just got me up.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I know I'm a sexy beast, so I get it.
Let's see here. I made a guess that exit solo layout. Yeah, right here in the hand. I got knifed, and I got the tendon sewed back on here together here, but they took a little bit of the tendon on this side and they sewed these two tendons together in between my index finger and my ring finger. But since I ripped that off, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I got in an accident. My finger jammed to the left or the right real hard and tore the tendon where they sewed it together right here off the middle finger knuckle, which is actually better because now I can move my fingers independently. I used to be able, I could always move my finger independently this way, but I couldn't move it. I couldn't move it that far apart this way, but now I can go like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this tendon right here, basically the tendons and the bones work together. So now this bone right here in my wrist is knuckling up. So it hurts real bad, all the time. And this tendon right here runs all the way up through my arm, all the way into my shoulder. You know what I mean? That's why when you wiggle your fingers, you can see your shoulders moving right here when you're like buff and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's true, though, man. It's so wild the things that you learn only because you did something crazy or had an accident.
I've actually been real buff before, so I've actually been able to just like move my fingers and watch my shoulders ripple across this front. You do a lot of fucking 40-pounders like this.
Yeah, I'm a fat guy right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like 195 probably. Which ultimately it's all in the belly. It's all in the belly.
I'm fatter than I've ever been in my life right now too, and it's all in my belly. But I'm like 42, going on 43. But at the same time, I'm like 209 or 210 pounds, maybe a little bit more.
How tall are you?
5'10".
Oh wow. Yeah, you're good. Well, you definitely have a little more muscle mass on you than I do.
Yeah,
I'm 6 foot, so.
Oh yeah, well I don't know how much more I got than you, but I got, I do have muscles. You know what I mean?
I started
working out.
I started gaining at a point where I was as lean as I had ever been, and that was because I was working and doing lawn maintenance, and I was probably at like 155 and just straight rip, right?
No,
and
I've been there. 5'10". When I'm at 155, I have straight ab, 6-pack abs, everything. I had 17-inch biceps, 6-pack abs. I thought I was like 185 pounds, but when I actually got on a scale, I was actually 155 pounds. But that was some of the most dangerous years of my life. I was highly dangerous at 155. I was like a stiletto.
Yeah,
switchblade. Just quick, fast. Plus, I'm pretty powerful for my size.
It really sucked. It sucked for me because of my injury, right? So because of the fact that I'm like this, and I'm like, ugh. But then I got my injury. I'm like, I can't do anything. I would absolutely destroy myself.
You can do it. It just hurts like a bitch the whole time. So then you're wondering why you're even putting yourself through this shit.
Exactly.
That's how arthritis my chest is. But I still try to get my push-ups and body weight exercises. You know what I mean?
It's like those guys that, play football and then end up tearing their ACL or whatever, and then you can't play no more. And it's like, it sucks, man. It really sucks, and, you go through life, you shit happens. Well, the shit happened to me, and I'll tell you one thing, now I'm going to learn it. And where I'm at now, like I said, with Let's being out, not willing to help, I'm like, I'm going to go full bore. Like, that's always been me, though, It's like, whatever I do, I'm going to do it to the fullest.
Well, you can only do what you can do. I mean, don't put yourself out there so far that you can't reel yourself back,
This is true now.
I'm right on the edge of that, but I've been a survivor a long time. So, like, where I'm at, I had to make a conscious choice. I was watching my court date, like, I had my case on video, my arrest and the things that led up to my arrest was all on video. So basically I figured I was watching my court case and the things that the county was doing to me during the court case. And I was thinking, I was drawing lines in the sand the entire time. And when I passed one line, I'd be like, okay, no, can't trust them here. Different land, they go past different. Like I should have had my case thrown out a long time ago. They have no probable cause. Their claim is meritless. There's no foundation. Yes, I did push the public service agent, but that was when he was already threatening and menacing me at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So that was a defense. So I have it on video. So what I have on video is my defense, and my actions. Mine was not actions. Mine was a reaction to their action.
Yep.
So basically, that's what the video shows. Basically, yeah, it looks like I, pushed the public service agent. And most people would be like, "Oh, you never push a public service agent." Yeah, but what if they're threatening you? What if they're threatening you and walking at you? You told them to stop walking at you and threatening you, and they keep on walking at you and threatening you. Now they got in within distance to touch you. What do? Basically, I defended myself, and that's what my video shows. You know what I mean? So all I'm doing is waiting for competent authorities within the authorities, to, like, if half of the cops were good, the other half would be in prison, is the saying. And it needs to be fucking happening by now, where, my video doesn't show me walk across the street and push the cop. The video shows the cop walk across the street and push me. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would wish, cop, deputy, I like you. You seem like a good guy, but you actually did come across the street and push me, bro. And, well, if I came across the street and just shoved you, I would expect to do the time that you're asking me to do. But you're trying to call me a battery on a peace officer when you're the one that came across the street and pushed me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so this kind of goes to the point of, when I was up on Brian's channel, remember? And you mentioned that, you saw that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I was having that conversation with him, and we were talking something about, he mentioned, would it be violent to put, a 38 slug into somebody's chest? I said, well, yeah, that's extremely violent, right? And then he's like, well, what if? And he added a caveat that, the guy's attacking your family. I'm like, that's a caveat, Brian. What are you doing? Like, you can't add something after I give you an answer. But here's the interesting thing, right? So I had this conversation with Google about about self-defense, and I put it into the legal perspective, right? And
yeah.
Right. So in the legal perspective, right, there's a couple of different doctrines, right, as far as self-defense goes. One of them would be the stand your ground, or castle doctrine, essentially. And then the other one is duty to retreat. Now,
some states have a duty. Some states exercise a duty to retreat and some don't. But when it comes to the public service agents, they always have the duty to retreat, not a duty to retreat, the duty to retreat. So when it comes to public service agents and when it comes to their safety and yours, they can't just they can't just go ahead and put your life in jeopardy. They have a duty to retreat.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that is actually the way that from what I understand, the military works as well, because it's not you shoot first. They have to actually, the person actually has to shoot you or shoot at you or the public first, right? So the attack has to come from the other side. That's why
that's why all the people in the military can't understand why, hey, if they have a fucking shoot policy, why don't the cops have a shoot policy? That's what a lot of military men have a problem with. They have it's like you can't fire upon somebody until you're fired upon.
Right.
But the cops, they just fire upon people that they think had a gun.
Right. And so that quote unquote duty to retreat or stand your ground, both are legitimate self-defense claims.
Yeah, they are.
right?
They are.
And there's a reason for that. It's because you're not on the offense, right? You're not on the attack, right? And
Yeah, it's called elicited conduct, like not illicit conduct, elicited conduct.
right.
Where yours is not an action, it's a reaction.
Right. It's a reaction. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So essentially what you've done is, and I had this conversation with Google AI in the deep dive, which, essentially I like this AI stuff. Boy, it pulls out.
Yeah, I like deep diving on it too, but you have to have discernment and you have to know the difference. Like the AI always tries to trick me into believing some fucking brainwash bullshit. But then I say, wait a second, what about this part? And then they say, "Oh yeah, that's an interesting aspect."
That's a really good point you've made. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they fucking don't. And then all of a sudden it doesn't go back to trying to blow smoke in that aspect no more. It tries.
Yeah, it's so funny, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to really be on top of. I know a little bit about something.
Yes.
To use it because
intuitive.
Yeah,
intuition.
I had a conversation with the AI about like the Ethics in Government Act that I already had read, and then it tried to tell me some bullshit about the shit, and then I said, yeah, but what about this part? You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I went ahead and fucking had the conversation with the AI about Marbury versus Madison as it correlates with the slave abolishment and fucking the new age the ICE, what they're doing with the deportations. It's the human roundups. It's basically slavery. But it corresponds with what's going on right now because yes, it's a legal policy. Immigration is a legal policy, but it's going to be a couple years before they find out that the immigration policy is unlawful. Yes, while it might be a legal policy and it might be being practiced legally in the United States right now, it's against the law. It's against the basic human rights. So
basic human rights. That's right.
Yeah. So while it's not recognized as such right now, in the future it may get found. But at the same time, when I was talking to I had a conversation with the AI about the Marbury versus Madison because it always tries to bring up the legal with me instead of sticking to there is a big difference between legal and law, and people are being tricked to think that there's no difference. But I try to prove that slavery was legal in the United States during the 1800s. They fucking practiced slavery as a legal fucking practice, that they were actually fucking upholding the policy of slavery in the United States. But slavery was never lawful. And then the AI was like saying, "Oh, you're making some profound arguments here." You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does that to me all the time. So yeah, actually, just like a couple of nights ago, I was curious, and I said, "Hey, what was the first civil rights case, right?" And it brought up the slaughterhouse cases. And I said, well, what about, is there anything before? Because the date on the slaughterhouse cases was like 1869, I believe. And the civil rights was passed like prior to that, like by 3 or 4 years or something like that. And I was like, well,
1960.
No, the Civil Rights Act, not the stuff that came in this,
not the movement, the act
from the 1860s, like from the war, from the Civil War, right? So the civil rights era, right, of the 60s and the 70s, the 1960s and 1970s, only came about because of the quote unquote Jim Crow laws. But that was not
it went from slavery. It went from slavery to basically Jim Crow. And then it went, now it's in the Terry era, like Chili teaches.
Right. But prior to that was the Reconstruction era in the 1870s, 1880s, right after the Civil War. So the slaughterhouse cases actually was from, I believe it said 1869. could have been 1871 or something like that. But regardless of that, so I said, well, wait a minute, that seems a little
Shortly
bit
after the Civil War, or basically, or the
right.
abolishment of slavery.
So I would have assumed that there would have been some cases like immediately after. It would have made sense, right? That the Supreme Court would have been essentially loaded with a few cases immediately, not some 1969 stuff, and the war ended in 1869, whereas the war ended in 1865. So the Supreme Court, I would imagine, would be, hit with a few cases prior to this quote unquote landmark slaughterhouse cases, where essentially now we're having the civil rights enforced by the courts. And it said, well, yeah, you're absolutely right. So there was this other case, and it was some woman named Bradley or something like that versus the United States. And then I said, well, and that was like 1868 or something like that, or 67. And I'm like, well, that still seems a little bit off. Were there any other cases? And sure enough, it's like, yeah, there were some other cases. So it starts bringing up all these cases prior to the quote unquote landmark slaughterhouse cases that is taught in history as the landmark cases for the civil rights cases. So it's like, here it is. We are being taught one thing. And even Google will teach you this at this point. But the truth is that there are things that have happened that is not being taught. And this is history. And it's so crazy because like I'll do these deep dives on AI on Google, and it'll be like, oh, that's such a great point. Yeah. And so with the violence thing, right? So I actually did a deep dive on the definition of violence. And so the term that violence is supposed to be, according to etymology, its own root word. You're telling me that violence is its own root word, according to etymology? Oh, it's from violencia. And Brian's too dumb to realize that this is Google you're talking to. So he took the definition straight off of Google, right? And I actually...
Oh, I saw that he Googled the definition. But on top of there's a legal definition, and then there's a lawful definition, and there's a couple of different types of definitions. But at the same time, violence isn't when you're defending yourself. There's what Brian was trying to say. There's no violence when you're defending yourself because it's a defense, not a violence.
No, he was trying to say that is violence, and it's good violence. I was the one saying it's not good violence because there is no good violence.
Yeah.
And
no, it's not. To shoot somebody in defense is not violence. It's a defense. The words are almost the same because there's violence, defense. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They're almost like opposite words,
And so what's funny is that when I was having this conversation with Google, right, I was saying, why Google would it be that, some people would say violence is good. And so it broke it down. It's like, well, some people believe violence is good because of this, because of self-defense, right? And I said, well, that doesn't sit with the legal definition of self-defense, because the legal definition of self-defense is essentially you're putting up a wall, right? That's a defense. A defense is a wall, right? And so
a defense is something where you're quelling violence.
Yes, exactly. It's a reaction to something that's coming. Yeah.
Yes. A defense is a reaction to violence.
Yes, exactly. It's the opposite of offense.
Yeah, it's the opposite of an offense is a defense.
Yeah,
but an offense is violence.
A deterrent.
Yeah.
Like I put a lock on my bike because that's a deterrent, right? It's a defense against an unlawful act, an offense, a theft, right? And so in the legal concept, Brian is missing that part. Not only is he missing that part in the legal concept, but it actually translates to common sense too, right? So when he was trying to define violence by the root word violentia, which is the Latin for violence, he's not really understanding what the word violence means, because the word violence, and I said that the root word of violence is vile. And so what I was saying is that all violence
I remember
is evil.
that.
And I was saying all violence is evil because you're attacking someone. You're unjustified in your attack.
Right, you're like sneaking up on somebody, ambushing them, attacking them, fucking overpowering them with intention.
There's no defense in that, right? And so you can't possibly argue that violence is ever good, in my opinion. Now, I know Brian has his opinion, and he's went to Google for it.
What he means is the defense is good. If you shoot somebody without it being a defense, that's a violence. But if you shoot somebody in defense, what he's trying to say is it still causes the same amount of damage, but that damage is good damage. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is a good thing to defend the weak. Right, so you're defending your family who cannot defend themselves against a violent
or defending yourself.
attacker.
Or defending yourself because like if somebody else ain't gonna defend you, who's gonna defend you? Yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and so the actual root word of both, if you want to go to the Latin, because if we go to the Latin, that's fine. We'll go to the Latin. Okay, so and I did this deep dive because I actually know a lot about etymology. So with violence and vile, the actual root word of both is actually man. It's VI. It means 6. In the Roman numeral, VI means 6, and actually that's a reference to man. And so that was from the Roman numeral. And so Brian is going off of what he was taught in school by a bunch of doofy libtards, I guess you could call them.
I don't know. I think that you guys just got off on the wrong foot. I don't think Brian should have been treating you like that. I don't think that he's a bigger channel, and you guys weren't that
it's
much
not the
different.
First time I've been up there.
You guys were just being adverse. It wasn't different,
Well, I was surprised,
but that probably caused a rift in your guys' relationship.
Absolutely.
Probably.
I unsubbed him. I absolutely 100% unsubbed him.
I would have unsubbed him too, But I wonder if he unsubbed you too. But he's like this big popular channel. Obviously, everybody's gonna. If there's a misunderstanding, everybody on the whole panel could know that or everybody on the whole chat could know it's a misunderstanding, but still side with the popular one. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're going with the crowd because they don't want to look like they're a bad guy.
Even though neither you or fucking Brian had a reason to argue. It's just that the argument happened because it was a misunderstanding. You guys were not seeing where each of you guys were coming from. Well, so even though you guys were saying almost the same fucking thing, he wasn't seeing where you were coming from. You were saying almost the same fucking thing that he was,
We were trying to achieve the same goal, which is that people should be left to their devices as long as they're not harming anybody. I'm just for rule of law, and he's not. And so because I'm for rule of law, he called me a tyrant, essentially. Yeah. And by calling me a tyrant, essentially, he did not look good. In my opinion, I feel like that a lot of people...
he blew off the handle and fucking started calling what they call ad hominems.
And then he accused me of ad homing him in the chat because I would say to him in the chat, well, if you're not for rule of law, then what do we do with the really bad people? And I asked him up there too. I asked him, I said, well,
Brian is for rule of law. He just doesn't want to admit it because he's got other things to think about. There is other things to think about because in a society that's a civil society, a rule of law is fucking key to a civil society. But a lot of these people have never seen a true civil society. And they think this they call the United States a civil society, and it's anything but fucking civil. They don't preach civil. They don't talk civil. They talk boom, boom, but big gang banger. I'm going to make money, and I'm going to make all the money.
It's
You see
all
what I'm saying?
code. It's all code, right?
They don't teach any honor. They don't
This
teach
is-
any honor in the United States. All they teach is what's your E3 going to be, or your E4, or your E5. How much pay can you get for the duty that you're serving? All this shit.
We are the pirates that took the land. This is what we are. We are a.
Well, all I'm saying, I don't know, but all I'm saying is that Brian and those guys, they've never seen a true constitutional republic run. They've never seen a civil society operate.
No.
Okay.
No.
So don't knock the fucking rule of law or the social contract before you try it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
For one, if I'm like in New York and my elderly mother is in fucking Kansas and some dude's trying to beat my elderly mother in the face, I hope that somebody will come and fucking take that dude out. That's part of the rule of law. That's part of the social contract, where if I can't defend myself, somebody else can step in or needs to step in and defend me for me. And everybody in the whole place realizes that this is how it is. That's called like an unwritten rule. It's a unwritten law. It's a social order. It's something that you don't even have to enact. It's that
the strong defend the weak.
Yeah. And understand that they have the right to do so. You see what I'm saying?
And most people should be able to walk around with a degree of common sense.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who can't, those who don't have the ability to, we may do a couple of different things. One, we may declare them a little bit insane and give them a little forgiveness. But if they're not insane and they're just doing it out of willy-nilly, well, God dang it, they're a crime. That's a crime. They're criminals. And that's what people call them.
We also need to realize that the statutes are for the agents, because the states are agencies under the fucking government. You see what I'm saying? Like the states are acting like they're individual governments themselves.
Us. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They think they're individual governments themselves, where they need to be their little state policies need to be enforced on their state agents.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, we're supposed to be adhered to the constitutional law, which is we're supposed to.
People have sacrificed it over to them.
Yeah, they're supposed to uphold our rights, and the Constitution is a set of our rights that they swore to uphold. But we have more rights than what the Constitution showcases. But at the same time, the public service agents should be upholding our rights at all times. They should not be telling us what to fucking do.
The only time that they're supposed to step in is when the thing that we have paid them for to step in for is needing to be stepped in for. Other than that, I don't need you to step in. So I actually had this conversation with ANCAP because he would probably align with Brian on the.
No, yeah, they do align with Brian because it's anarcho-capitalism. So it's anarchy and capitalism mixed.
Right, but
that's ANCAP. That's Brian. That's James Freeman. That's ANCAP, Cop Watcher, which I get along with all three of them. But at the same time, sometimes I don't, because I actually do believe in like the way that the forefathers established the Constitution, and I think that the Constitution just isn't being followed, and none of us have seen it be followed. So, it's easy to talk shit about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly right. Right. So it works in theory. It just hasn't been applied.
It's being told that it's being applied, but it's not being applied. So everybody's like, their favorite quote is their favorite quote is the Lysander Spooner quote or whatever it is that says, maybe it's not Lysander Spooner, it's somebody else. It's a different quote that says the Constitution is either incompetent or too incompetent to stop it from being misused or something like that. I can't remember the exact quote, but it's something like that. It's
that's an interesting one. I've never heard that.
Haven't you heard that? Like Brian says that quote all the time. Either the Constitution is useless, or it's or it's not enforced enough to be useful at all. Either whichever one, you know what I mean? I can't remember exactly how to.
Part of that is it falls down to the we the people part, and the we the people part aren't educated enough, and that's by design. I do agree with that part. But what needs to happen is that the people need to be educated, and they need to educate
the people
themselves.
can't be educated enough. Want to know why, Brick Jonesy? Because Brick Jonesy, is it Jonesy or Jonesy?
Jonesy.
Jonesy, right? Yeah, Jonesy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You're good. Yeah. You can call me Clay, Brick, whatever.
Yeah.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, I figured that you know, because you know your channels, you know, but
yep.
What I was trying to say is let this issue serve as an example with ICE, where half of our country wants this immigration policy followed, and the other half of our country doesn't want the immigration policy followed. Mm-hmm. But this ICE is enacting like they don't have to worry about the other side at all, that they can just do whatever the fuck they want to the other side. And what Donald Trump says goes. And the thing about it is that it's
the entire ship. And that's the part that they don't see. So actually J-Town Press, Lana, put out a post, and I thought it was a perfect meme. So it's 4 guys on a boat. 2 guys are on one side where the boat is sinking, bailing the water, and the other 2 guys are sitting up at the top where it's lifted out of the water.
Yeah, trying to stay dry.
I'm glad it's not our problem. Like, what are you doing? Oh my God, it's so dumb. It's the whole ship, and the ship is sinking, and one side's blaming one, you know, the other side, and the other side's blaming the other.
But one side right now one side right now is creating human atrocities. They're creating war crimes. They're doing human rights violations, which a human rights violation is always a war crime in and of itself, because each one of us are supposed to have our own agency. Like, you're supposed to be able to sign your own contracts, and I'm supposed to be able to sign my own contract. I'm supposed to be able to say no, and you're supposed to be able to say no to me. You see what I'm saying? I shouldn't be forcing you to do hardly anything. So if I do force something on you, that's a war crime, because I just waged war on your agency. My agency just waged war on your agency. Basically, my nation just waged war on your nation. But a lot of people aren't being taught to think this way at all. But I forgot where I was going with that before I got fucking stumped right there. But it was an important. It was an important fucking something to say about that part, dude.
The 2 sides, Trump and.
I was saying something about the 2 sides, but there's something I was trying to point out. You know, that it had something to do with, like, one side is fucking creating the human rights violations right now. You see what I'm saying? The other side's really not that much. The Democrat side, it's both. It's 2 heads to the same shitbird. So I'm not Democrat or Republican, but all I'm saying is that when Biden is a president, I don't like his ass, and when Trump's a president, I don't like his ass. But at the same time, this military being used in our streets wasn't being done.
We don't need a standing military.
He's going to put the military in D.C. and then 19 other cities or something. Basically, what the fuck is that going to do but cause fucking conflict? If the military thinks that they can just touch people, I don't know how they're going to even do that, because military does martial does a fucking what do you call it, the
martial law.
It's like martial law, but it's not called martial law. It's called something that's called court martial. That's what it is. Military does court martial, where we do due process.
Yeah, they go by UCMJ.
Yeah, so basically every move that Trump's trying to do right now is trying to deprive due process. He's trying to deprive the due process of the illegal immigrants that he calls illegal immigrants.
Right.
And then he fucking is trying to enact the military as the police in our country, which makes it to where if the military is policing us, therefore all of a sudden the people start that's the start of the lack of due process, and you start getting court-martialed instead of due process. You see what I'm saying?
I forget where I was, but I was on one of these panels going around the debate drama sphere, not the 1A panels or anything like that. And somebody was telling me that because they're quote unquote illegal immigrants, that they don't have due process. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. No. You got the Sixth Amendment.
If they're an illegal alien and they didn't have to come across the stupid border, they're next to a lizard.
Yeah. They
have no fucking rights whatsoever.
It's literally in the 14th Amendment about them as well. So it's really wild. The 9th Amendment. I mean, actually, by the way, I don't know, because I haven't had a whole lot of conversations with you. You know that all of the rights in the Constitution are supposed to be in conjunction with each other.
Yeah.
So one can't exist without the other. And so when they find one that they've got to amend the Constitution for, it's supposed to be because that particular right was being violated, and it's not supposed to violate any of the others. So it would be in conjunction with.
Yeah, but at the same time, when any amendments are supposed, it's written into the fabric of the nation where any amendment is supposed to grant more rights, never less. So they're never supposed to be making limitations on rights. They're supposed to be finding ways to go around the problem without violating rights at all. You know what I mean?
That's why prohibition never worked.
Yeah,
and it never will. Never will.
Yeah, but things that happen like with prohibition and shit, that stems from class war.
Yep.
Some person doesn't like drunks, and a whole other group of people love to be drunk. You see what I'm saying? So obviously that's going to create a class war between the two parties. When you don't have peace between two parties, that's obviously conflict. That's obviously a breach of the peace.
Yeah, I don't like that you're wearing a black shirt, and you know what? I believe all black shirts should be illegal. All of a sudden, it's like
that's what that burning of the flag thing is. That fucking you get a year in jail if you burn a flag. It's really? Wait a second. So you mean to tell me if I wear blue shoes on Sunday, I also get a year in prison? You better
They can't do that because it's the court precedent has been set, and the courts are the ones who decide that.
Yeah, but they're trying to say that the court that they're it's not. He's trying to sign it into a law, but it has to pass the House and has to pass the Senate and all this shit. But then everybody said that one big, beautiful, stupid ass bill wouldn't pass, but it straight up passed. You know what I mean? So Trump could get his shit passed, which is a straight up First Amendment violation.
Yep.
I don't care if you don't like me burning a flag. I have the right to burn the flag. I'm pretty much saying, fuck you, USA.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's my property. I'm not damaging your property. I'm not damaging any person. It's my property. Mine belongs to me.
But they don't even they can't even comprehend how you could not like the USA and still want to live in the Rocky Mountains or somewhere within their fictitious border. You see what I'm saying?
And ultimately, what they would be doing if they made it illegal to burn a flag is that they would be declaring a state religion, because that would be
big time.
Yeah,
straight up North Korea. I've been saying for years the USA is the real North Korea. Well, get ready to fucking love your fucking dear leader Trump, because if he can make it to where you can't even burn your own fucking flag, he can fucking pretty much tell you, hey, I'm not even going to follow the Constitution this year, so I'm just going to stay as president for the rest of my life. Get ready for South Park to be true. I'm the new Saddam Hussein. You know what I mean? Or something, you know?
Yeah,
This is the shit.
but it wouldn't. Even though I know we're at a time in history where things are very difficult to make happen, I don't believe that he could ever actually make it happen where he stayed in office that long, because I believe the thing that people fear would happen would actually happen, which is that he would not be around. I know that somebody would do it. I just know it. It's not that I would want somebody to do it. It's just that I know somebody would do it.
No, like there's other things that happen. You know, a lot of people think that they want to sit there and think that maybe somebody might do something. Well, you know, nature is coming for the old guy, and like it's going to come for all of us too. But I'm just happy that I didn't get born daddy's little rich boy and fucking use all my fucking wealth to buy hush money for people I considered whores that were just young ladies that were trying to get a model job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, bro, they were just young ladies trying to get a model job, and you told them that they couldn't have the model job unless they sucked your ugly, fucking nasty ass, fucking big orange ass, fucking greasy ass, fucking dick or whatever. You know, fucking punk.
You know, and here's another point, right? So you remember the senator that got attacked by the police officers in California? You know, that was federal agents that attacked him. So that was
ICE agents.
That was Trump who attacked him, essentially. And that's using the arm of the government against your political opponents, essentially. And it's not going to fly forever. And look, here's the thing.
No, it's flying right now. It's really ugly, but yes, no, it will not fly forever. It'll fly for so long. That's why I'm scared right now, dude, because it flew into Germany for fucking like 30 years, bro. I don't want to sit here for the next 30 years with the United States where all I want to do is sit there and enjoy my mountains, and fucking the USA is fucking doing some fucking crazy shit with like Nazi shit. I'm trying not to do that, you know.
So and that's the thing too. You know, I don't believe that the U.S. government or the people who work for the U.S. government are stupid enough to really try to come against the people. Like I can't believe that. Like
it's always
terrified. They're terrified of a camera.
Yeah, I know, but it's always been that fucking no. It's always been that they will stomp the fuck out of the people, bro. It always takes. They always say the pen is mightier than the sword, right? But it takes miracles sometimes, okay, to win wars and to win justice, peace, and integrity and all that shit. It takes miracles, because we could be in a day and age where I watched a video. It was a computer simulation, but they counted up all these missiles that were like these like almost like Tomahawk missiles that could be computer guided and all this shit.
Yep.
And all they did was set the computer to fucking hit like every meter of Earth, and then they counted up all the missiles that it would take to just basically cover. Like, say if they were going to do it in Las Vegas, they would just calculate however many missiles could blow up within like a couple meters of each other, and just fucking like a whole grid pattern that covered the entire town. And then fucking when they fly, they all flew at the same fucking time. You see what I'm saying? And then started hitting the ground in a wave that just fucking on the computer simulation, which all they have to do is program this into these Tomahawk missiles. You see what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden they could take Jacksonville, Florida, and just fucking wipe every square inch of Jacksonville, Florida with the Tomahawk missile. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a very small bomb, but at every meter, you see what I'm saying? And it's all done by a computer, to where they just put the coordinates into the computer and they all flew in a fucking like a swarm.
I mean, they can do a lot of things, but the one thing that they cannot do, and this is kind of why I believe that it will be very, very difficult to essentially take this country away anymore. And essentially, it's partially because of technology and the internet and the information age. But
We gotta hope
partially,
that there's somebody that's peaceful enough in the heart that has a change of heart that fucking doesn't push the button. You see what I'm saying?
well, but the issue, because of the information age and the technology that we have, is that as much as they will try to remove the Constitution, it's out there, bro. You know, like even like, so if people don't know their rights, it's out there. I mean, this
rights are such
document
a
is in
thing where
other
you don't even have to
countries.
write them down. Okay, so like if you get slapped in the face, you're gonna know your rights were violated because you didn't ask for that slap. He just came up and did it to you. So basically, you don't have to have a constitution to know that your rights have been violated. But the Constitution was supposed to fucking show the government the things that they were supposed to uphold. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But
because
they're
we're
not
paying them.
upholding any of that anymore. So then basically the whole world just goes to the wayside, you know, and then you have to rebuild it again into some sort of another civil social like order or whatever.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is this. So let's say that they destroy the actual document, the actual Constitution, right? There's copies. Not only are there original copies, but there's copies of the copies of the copies of the copies. And not only are there copies of those, but there are electronic copies in the system, and people have it downloaded. And it's so widely spread. It's kind of like, you know, the Bible or any philosophical stuff, you know, Aquinas, you know, Nietzsche, you know, it's everywhere. And the Constitution is probably one of the most widely distributed documents in the world, much less the US. So as much as they would try to destroy what we have, I mean, I just don't see it happening, because ultimately what will happen is, okay, let's destroy it all. And then now we have this document, the country's still here. The people still will read it and still see that these are the lawful things. And that what happened before was the atrocities, the war crimes. And they'll say, okay, well, okay, if that's the war crimes, then we need to prosecute, and this is the way we do it, and this is the due process, and go back to the Constitution. That's what I believe. Now, I don't know. Ultimately, you know, until Jesus is back, we're really not going to know anything. You know, I don't know, but you know, as far as countries and nation states and all of this goes, I would say, even though it sucks what we've got going on here, it's the best we got.
Yeah, but
It's the best.
really, there's a lot of more freedom in other countries. The United States is one of the most oppressive countries on the face of the earth. And there truly is there's truly more freedom. Like I've seen, the dogs in Mexico are freer than my neighbors in the United States. You have to walk your dogs on a leash at all times in the United States. Here in Mexico, dogs just roam the fucking streets, doing what they want, killing each other. Fucking, you know, sometimes they might bite a human, but even if they bite a human, they don't really just go out there and get rid of the dogs. Maybe they might, if it's bad enough, like maybe, you know, but if you're just like a guy walking on in the road, you don't, if the dog bites you, it might not have liked you that close to its house or something, you know, that's how they think here, you know, it's pretty badass. I like the freedom. Freedom is unsafe, you know, and freedom is dirty. If you don't have freedom to accidentally drop the, you know, plastic wrapper out of your pocket, you don't even have freedom. You know what I mean? So it's something that because they got a constitutional republic, and the thing about it is their constitutional republic is basically the same one as ours. Their constitution, man, it reads almost exactly like ours, only their numbers are different. Like number 16 is our number 1, okay, or something like that.
Yeah. Actually, I was actually looking at the Russian one. It's pretty similar too. You know?
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of similarities in a lot of countries. The I would say that probably the main difference between this one, and this is why it's really different, is actually when you get into the articles that describe the checks and balances. So the way that other governments are structured, we have this 3-branch system over here, and according to elections and that sort of thing. And I know that there are elections and there are certain branches and that sort of thing in these other governments. But in the U.S., because you have the courts that can overrule any executive order and even interpret what the law means, what the statute means, even Justice Scalia said that the law is the law and it needs no interpretation, which is the honorable thing that the Supreme Court is actually supposed to do. They're supposed to say it doesn't need interpretation, it's plain English. So then you've got the legislators who can reverse laws. They can remove laws completely off the books. They can add laws as they want, but it cannot, none of this is supposed to violate the Constitution and the rights. And so that, as well as those executive orders, which are the policies, right? Those policies that they put in are not supposed to violate the laws. And they are essentially, the executive branch is only supposed to be the executors of the law. And what they've been doing is going outside the bounds of the law, just like the courts have in the times past.
The courts are supposed to be the executive branch. Well, no, they're supposed to be the legislative branch, huh? I mean, not the legislative, but the judicial branch.
Judicial, right. And then with the legislators, right? So it's the legislators, the representatives who are actually supposed to be writing it all. The courts do not write law. The executive branch does not write law.
Yeah, I don't think that the court should be even deciding law at all either. It's pretty wrong.
Really shouldn't. Yeah, the what they call interpreting, and it's I agree with Scalia's.
Discretion. They better stop that discretion shit. You know what I mean?
And the thing is so when they are applying the law as the court and as the executive branch, they can be more liberal. They cannot be more strict. That is the law. So if my rights are, I'm allowed to carry a firearm, and you say, but you were carrying this kind of firearm, which we say is too much. Well, guess what? You can't say that. I get to carry any firearm because that is what is my constitutional right. Now, if you say, well, you were carrying this thing that we didn't like, but guess what? It doesn't matter because it's your constitutional right. And not only that, but we're also going to prosecute the person who put his hands on you. That is a liberal application of the law, right? That is the application of the law saying we're actually going to rebound and capture the person who violated your rights. We're going to liberate you by
but also when if they apply the law, they have to apply it liberally for your sole benefit, not for the benefit of their own. They can't just conserve. They can't just conserve because they don't like you. They're gonna sit there and give you the max because they don't like you. But that would be their conservative, and that would be they would be being liberal in a bad way instead of liberal in a good way.
Yeah, it's unequal application of the law. So
it would be for their sole benefit and not for your sole benefit.
Yep, and that would be a violation of the 14th Amendment and the 6th Amendment and the 7th. No, it's either the 7th or the 8th. I forget which one's criminal, which one's civil. But that.
I always start with the fourth. I always start with the 4th Amendment on everything because that covers property. Yep. And then because all of our rights are property, so it's always the 4th Amendment violated anytime any of the amendments are violated.
Yep.
Or anytime our property is violated, or the 4th Amendment is violated. Then the 9th is the second one because it's the one that says any other right, even those that aren't enumerated. And then I would say probably the second, because that's the right to defend everything.
Yep.
It might be the second first, then the fourth, then the ninth, then the first.
Actually,
You know?
I would say that the first is always the first to be violated because one, it's your right to believe, and they're always going to come for your right to believe first. They're going to try to change your views, and that's the thing that they've done from the very beginning. They always want to try to convince you that you are just a citizen, but you are more than just a citizen. You are a human being. You are a man on the land, and that is first and foremost. So that's the first one that they always try to violate. And then and then they come for the next ones. Actually, I believe, and this is interesting because I believe that the founders, when they set those rights up, they knew exactly which rights that they would come for first. So religion and then speech. Then they would try to shut you up from being able to speak out against what they're trying to teach you, right? And then they would try to stop you from moving about and spreading that word. That's assembly and press, right? And then the fifth part of that is your right to petition. That's your right to take it to the court. That's the fifth thing that they would try to stop you from doing. And then what they would do is that they would try to take your firearms, your actual defense. That's the Second Amendment. Then what they would do is they would actually come into your home. That's the Third Amendment. Then the Fourth Amendment, and you are absolutely 100% right to consider that one, which is your person, your papers, and your effects, right? It says person first, right? And that's in conjunction with all of the first three amendments.
The person is in conjunction with your papers, too, because your person is basically your papers.
Yeah, when they look into your
because your person isn't this flesh right here, your body. This is not your person. Your person is the fucking the entire cartilage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, your aura, your boundary, everything that is you. Yes, and then of course your property, your person, your paper, right?
Yeah.
So, and then of course your Fifth Amendment. They would try to compel you to speak, and then charge you doubly. Right? And then your Sixth Amendment, your due process is gone at that point. So they're going to strip that from you. Your Seventh and Eighth, they're going to charge you with all sorts of criminal crimes and civil fines and things like that. Then you've got the Ninth, which is your natural human right.
The Eighth is where they deprive you of your fucking bail and deprive you of equal
debtor's prison,
cruel and unusual punishments. You know what I mean? Cruel and unusual punishments and the deprivation of due process.
So I believe that the founders, when they were setting up those amendments, they looked at it in a philosophical way and said, okay, if I was the man in power, which they were at the time, how would I go about destroying the people?
No, they talked about all this before they were the men of the power. They decided what they were going to write in the Constitution prior to 1776. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
They did all that. They declared their independence in 1776, and then they showed everybody the Constitution that they wrote up. But they were talking about this for way before they got in power. They were basically peasants of the first 13 colonies. They were British. They weren't even United States yet. You see what I'm saying?
A lot of them were studied men of the law. They just were in power, and so
they were studied men of all sorts of areas of the government, but they were British.
They had to know this stuff. Yeah, they were required to know this stuff. If they didn't know this stuff, then they would have not had their power that they had, which wasn't much because the king could just come in and take it.
Well, they got lucky. They used a bunch of things to their advantage. One of them was their attacking country was across the entire Atlantic Ocean, which is the harder of the two to cross. And then on top of it, the 13 colonies used the Native American tribes and
And the French.
the slaves and the French. Yeah, did they use the French? And
The
then
French
for
love
the
them.
revolution?
They kind of hate us now, but I think they kind of really deep down they still love us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
'cause it
French.
was the
There were I believe there were some battles where they weren't really fully on our side, but from what I understand from
no, I think the French was prior to the French was prior to the revolution because the English won the country from the French.
right.
So then
Yeah, they were pissed off already. Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
That's
and they were pissed off already. But the Native Americans did help during the revolution. Plus, a lot of the slaves helped during the revolution.
Yep.
And they used all sorts of resources at their exposure to win.
And it's
But
kind of funny because the
it was a
Spaniards
very
didn't
lucky
even-
time. You know, it was a very lucky time because even back then, only 3% of the people fought against the government, and the government, even though it was back then, they still had the English government really had an advantage at beating the crap out of the rebels of the first original 13 colonies. But
yeah, there's absolutely no reason that the British should have lost that, but they did.
yeah.
You know?
Luckily, I don't know if we can win this time, but at the same time, that should not stop the people from trying. When it gets so bad that there is no other option, there's going to be like gnashing of teeth before that happens. It's going to be the government's going to be so bad that there's no other option but to stand and go against. And at that point, it'll be a natural progression. It won't be a hey man, I think we should stand against these guys by now. No, it'll be so blatant. It'll be a natural. Be a natural thing. The people will have no other option but to fight back at some point. And the thing about that is that it's not going to be pretty at all. But at the same time, it's inevitable when the country is treating a people this way. I don't give a shit where they think the border is. If you treat people this way, people are going to go back. So basically, I think that the United States of America as the people are counting way too much into Donald Trump. You know what I mean? They're like, we voted for this. This is the day we voted for, and all sorts of shit. Well, what happens when every single brown country in the whole world, including all the African nations, all the Middle Eastern nations, all the Oriental nations, all the South American nations, and even the North American nation, Mexico, that's brown. What's going to happen when all of those nations, no matter how powerful the United States thinks it is, actually does something? You see what I'm saying to the United States? I think that it's going to be very bad for the earth. You know what I mean?
There's a whole lot more brown people in the world and melanin people in the world than there are the non-melanin.
Yeah, we're such a minority that that's why I get it's like a bad cop. You know, a bad cop is more dangerous for all the good cops than the cops. Yeah. You know, so basically,
yeah.
So basically, some white racist fucking be's bad to all these fucking melanin people with higher sets of melanin. Next, all of a sudden, they ruin it for all of us that don't.
Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly right.
Be racist, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the wasp nest sitting in the tree that was there, you know, for I don't know, 6 months, just being there, sitting in the tree, ain't doing shit to nobody, and then all of a sudden, a wasp stings, somebody, and then, damn, the wasp nest got to go. The wasp nest got to go, and that's the way it goes, Hey, it's funny because I believe that's an acronym, WASP, too. I know I've heard it somewhere. But anyway,
I couldn't believe that those Chinese Coast Guard's ships collided like they did. I don't know if that's what the legitimateness of that. You didn't see that where it was like a Chinese military ship and a Chinese Coast Guard ship. They were chasing down a Philippine Coast Guard ship, and the Philippine Coast Guard ship was trying to outrun the ships, but they were gaining. And the Coast Guard ship was coming this way, and the Chinese military ship almost clipped the Philippine Coast Guard ship. But when it missed, the fucking Chinese Coast Guard ship ran straight into the fucking Chinese military ship and basically crushed in the nose of the Coast Guard ship and put a big old hole in the side of the military ship. And
Wow.
yeah, there was 2 men on the bow of the Chinese Coast Guard ship, and they don't know where the fuck they went. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's wild, man.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's like, man, what the hell? Why would they how they must be? I wonder how. Does the United States just not pull maneuvers like that, or does the United States know better, or are they trying to not find out? You see what I'm saying? I can't tell, but I know for a fact that if I guess we just don't. Maybe that's happened, and they don't tell us about it, but I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe that. You know, part of it too, you know, is, you know, again, going back to the thing, you know, this thing that we got right here. The only reason we see or hear about things is because of that, you know, is because people record it and ends up on camera. If it doesn't end up on camera, we don't hear about it. And especially if it's from the U.S. government or certain other governments and any religion, you know, they're not going to tell us, like, you know, unless it's on video, and then they have an incident and then they got to report on it. And it's like, oh, yeah, that thing happened. And this is kind of what happened because of this, but that's all. That's the only reason it happened. Yeah, that's why. It's because of the camera. And this is why I always tell people, and it's so funny because especially now that I'm learning like all of this stuff, I'm like, always record everything. You know, we hear always film the police. Always record everything, because you will capture some shit, and it's shit in the background happening as you're filming, and you're like, damn, that happened too. And you'll listen to stuff that happened on your recording, you know, from 6 months ago, and you'll be like, damn, I forgot about that, you know, and shit like that, bro. I'm like, always record everything. And I know it's crazy because you feel like you're in a dystopian universe, sitting there holding the camera all day, like, I'm the guy holding the camera, you know. But no,
but Jesus, it's like that Guns N' Roses song where I think it's called Civil War, where the start of it goes, "What they wants is what they gets it," or "If they wants it, they gets it," something like that. You know what I mean? That's basically what we have to do. You know, we have to do it. It's the only time we can save ourselves.
Yeah.
If I didn't have I always complain about what's happening to me right now in my case. But if I didn't have my videos, it would be way shittier for me right now. It would be. Yeah. I wouldn't.
Well, you know, Let's and I got arrested in Santa Fe. We still haven't dropped that, by the way. We have the video.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, we have the video. We still haven't dropped it. Now I've been working on all these other things, you know. New Mexico's wild. Albuquerque is insane.
I bet. You know.
Yeah. So for Memorial Day, I'm actually I gotta do a bunch of shorts. So what I'm gonna do is so like I'm doing with the FRCP shorts. Essentially, I'm just doing some real quick shorts. So me and Let's have been going to all of the city council meetings. We go every single time, right? And so that's twice a month. So essentially, we've got like 30-something videos built up of us at the city council meeting. So what I'm going to do is essentially it's a 2-minute comment, throw a little, you know, pizzazz on it, make a bunch of shorts. And so for Memorial Day, I'm going to drop them every half hour. And I'm just going to drop over and over. All of those on Potter's Rights Media, because that's the big channel now. Even though his has more subs, I'm using Potter's Rights Media to build a base, and that's going to be like ultimately what I'm going to use that channel for is educational stuff. For I try to do maybe some cop watches and stuff. Not really super, worried about it on that one. And then events, right? Events. And then also this. So these shorts. So I'm basically using it as a shorts channel and for a live streaming channel. That's what I want to kind of use it as, for long form content and very short content. And then for Letz's channel, Let's Otvo, LETZ we're going to use that one ultimately for audits. That's going to be the audits channel. So when we do an actual audit, that'll be where we'll drop that. So, got it kind of planned out, designed out. So I'm going to do that for Memorial Day. I'm going to put all of the prior year public comments out. We started going in December. And so from like the last one or the first one in December, I can't remember. And then January all the way through to now, it's like 30 something shorts. So I'm going to drop all of them, get rid of them, and I think I'm going to do that every Labor Day. Because it's Labor Day is on Monday.
If I win my case, finally, when I get my rights restored, I'm gonna start getting all the licenses, registrations, insurance. I'm gonna fucking start being the fucking perfect little American shit slave. No more fucking trying to stand up for rights. When I stood up for my rights and basically my rights, it was just a detriment. It was a detriment to my well-being, detriment to my my life. Basically, like right now, I can't even go home without the threat of the county fucking serving their frivolous warrant.
Yeah. I mean, and that's it, man. Because I happen to be in a good situation. I
don't think it's worth it to go out there fucking like auditing or anything anymore. It's not even worth it, bro. The evil are in control of the system, and they're pretty much showing like what that Fahey did to Long Island audit, where he spit in his mouth and everything else. That's pretty much a show that they can do whatever the fuck they want, get caught on camera, and still get backed up by their little Goonie buddies.
They will lose a lot of money, though. I'm going to tell you that. With me, they will lose a lot of money because I ain't doing shit. I'm going to be – if I do audits or cop watches, I ain't fucking going in at 6 foot close. I ain't doing crazy shit. Now, I might stand on a sidewalk where it's a public place, and then, if the horse comes to try to run me over, I'll get out of the way. But he did violate my rights. Something like that. Like, I'm not fixing to go, up and knock on somebody's door. Don't get me wrong, you're well within your right to knock on somebody's door, but oh my gosh, bro. No, like, you can do it. You're an investigative journalist. You can go.
He should have been able to go and knock on that dude's door.
Yeah.
Easy as shit. That dude was a public service agent. He's even more accountable. Like for him to even, the front door for one didn't have a fence, to it. The pizza man can come to the fucking front door.
Yeah.
If it was my house, I'd have a fence all the way around with pit bulls in the yard. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't want people coming up to your house. Well, guess what? You need to put up a fence, and that's the way.
Yeah, a fence at least, and then have some pit bulls, some Rottweilers or something.
Yeah, and some no trespassing signs. Like, it's really that simple, bro. It's as simple as putting up a no trespass sign. But you know why you didn't do it? Because you thought it was ugly. And so you didn't put up a no trespass sign. Well,
or you thought that it wasn't going to work, or that it's meaningless or something. Some people don't even put. Some people think that it's meaningless to put up no trespassing signs, but some of these, like the cops and everything, are part of secret societies, the Elks Club and others. And they honor some of these four-post rules. You see what I'm saying?
If Fahey had a no trespassing sign up, he would have been well within his legal right to have Sean arrested, but he didn't. And so therefore, not only did he not have any legal right.
As soon as he told him to get off of his property or whatever, the dude started walking backwards. So there is no there was no trespass at all.
Yeah, he went way overboard, and the pulling of the firearm was way further outside the bounds of the law than a self-defense could ever claim.
Yeah, no, it was too much. The Fahey guy, he definitely needs to get in trouble, but will he? I'm not sure, but I hope that I hope that our country fucking doesn't let this douchebag just do what the fuck he wants.
Shouting at him, within, literally touching nose to nose, spitting on him, chest bumping, and all of that with a firearm in your hand. That is assault and battery.
LIA fucking actually got his mouth spit in by that fucking weirdo. You know what I mean?
I mean, you gotta be a nasty dude, because he was like literally kissing the guy pretty much, Yeah,
he was definitely using his gun, his position, and what he thinks he knows to fucking do that to Long Island Audit, who just went to his house to knock on the door and ask some questions.
He 100% used his position too. He said it. He said it right out of his own mouth. He said, "My position, essentially, is why I am this thing that's coming at you right now, and I get the hell off of my property and all this," and then ends up spitting in his mouth. And he essentially used his position as that leverage to be able to.
Yeah, it was the gun, it was the position, it was a lot of things. It was that Brian Fahey's comprehension that he was like some sort of a unstoppable god force. Yeah,
that's what he thought. He thought he was a god man. Now he ain't got a job. Now he's got an early retirement.
I know, but I bet you he's not early retired. I bet you he's still collecting the retirement for that, what they call a job. Yeah. And I bet you he could be a law enforcement officer in New Hampshire for all we know.
True.
Connecticut like touches it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and let's be clear too, because his position, right? He might have his position and be able to collect all of this retirement and all this money and all this extra because he might have a little something on somebody.
Maybe or something, but basically they all do this. They all are protected by each other. Even the guy in my case, he's just the public works guy. He's basically a county maintenance man. But he's getting full protection from the county. The entire county is working to make sure that I cannot complain against this dude and that dude can continue to harass me around my house. That's basically what's the gist of what was happening. So basically, he's just a county maintenance man. But now try to talk about the state fucking some higher up in the state fucking troopers. That they're going to be protecting his ass twice as hard, 10 times as hard as just a county maintenance man.
Again, going back to kind of my story a little bit, I don't know how much you were able to actually watch of my story before what happened with my channel. But the way that I tackled it is the way that I try to explain people to tackle it, right? And I know that in certain situations there's only so much you can do. So this is how we tackled it here. Got a welfare check here at Letz's house.
Mm-hmm.
The reason the welfare check happened was a supposed phone call was made from Florida from a sheriff's office.
Well, yeah, I remember that one. Yep.
Right. And so we went and searched for the records as to how that could have happened. And so what we were told was that there was a phone call placed, then a teletype was placed, and then another phone call was placed to confirm that the teletype was placed. So we received the teletype, but we couldn't receive the phone calls. So we kept asking for the phone calls. And we kept asking and kept asking. Not only did we go to the clerk multiple times and make a fool out of him and his staff multiple times, and then we also went to the counselor and made a fool out of her, the counselor for Letz's district in the city of Albuquerque, made a fool out of her and her staff. And then we've been speaking at the council meetings. And also, you remember the live stream I did where we got trespassed from the police station and the mayor's office?
I'm not sure. Possibly.
Okay. So
it's like there's a lot of faces and you can't always remember faces, but sometimes you might be able to remember names. That's kind of like what I'm going through right now with people's channels too, you know?
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we went to the police station looking for these records and to possibly get a sit down with the chief, because figure, if something's wrong here, we could maybe talk to the chief or somebody, higher ups, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can't get any action. So for months and months and months, we're waiting and nothing, no responses. Certain records aren't being produced. I ring the bell this day and nobody comes. Eventually I talk to a security. The security doesn't the actual chief of the security comes down. Okay. I'm talking to the chief of security and I'm like, well, if you can't get me a audience with the chief of the police, then maybe I'm talking to the wrong guy, but you're the doorman. So I would assume that you're the right guy. I'm not the doorman. I'm like, yeah, you are the doorman. Can you get us an audience with the chief of police? Because we haven't even spoken to any police officers, and we can't get an audience with anybody except for the security. And now you're here, right? You're the doorman. So he goes back in. He's all pissed off. So I ring the bell. Nobody comes. Ring the bell. Nobody comes. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming. This goes on for about 10 minutes. And so finally, an officer, just a rando officer that's there, comes out, ends up trespassing us along with his sergeant, or not, actually, wasn't even his sergeant. He's not even from that station. He's not from the main station. We're at the main station. He's from a different station, a different substation. Another sergeant from another substation comes in. They both trespass us. So we leave. We're going to go over to the mayor's office to try to maybe have a discussion with the mayor because, we've been trying to get an audience with the mayor for the past, we did a bunch of videos of this one for the past, 6 months or whatever, and can't get him. But we've talked to some of the staff, made fools out of them. So we get up there, right? Same day, same live stream, walked right over, went up, get to there, make the little call on the little phone, say, hey, see if we can speak to somebody about what just happened. We were just trespassed from the police station. Weren't there 2 minutes looking out the window. The elevator bell rings. Out step the same 5 officers who had just trespassed us from the police station. They end up forcing us to ID, trespass us with an actual written trespass this time from the police station, verbally trespass us from the public area, waiting area for the mayor's office.
Wow.
We're forced to leave City Plaza, which is also where the city council meets, the same city hall, right? So now we're forced to leave. We're trespassed. We have the same meeting going on for the city hall that we've essentially been going to past like 2 or 3 times within, the next day or two. So we go to the city hall, not knowing whether we're going to be arrested because we had just been trespassed. We gave our public comment, didn't get trespassed, didn't get arrested. We go home. And now essentially at this point in time, they've unlawfully detained us from, and trespasses from the police station and the mayor's office, City Hall. Essentially, we got all this on video. We live streamed it.
Yeah.
At this point, now we've got a lawsuit.
Yeah, you should have a lawsuit.
Yeah. So we are suing them.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And so this is the way that we handled it. Like I said,
If I can get my warrant dropped, I'm gonna pursue my lawsuit further. You know what I mean?
Yes, you should. You should
Because I
absolutely.
can stand in court without them coming and arresting me.
Well,
you
put it
know.
to you this way. Even if you lose, right, as pro se, you don't spend much. You spend maybe $500 to $1,000 on the lawsuit itself, which is like $400 or $500, and then like about $500 on stock items, right? And then they spend $30,000 on a lawyer. So who's winning? You are.
Oh, I know. But plus, on top of it, when they get sued, then it's they have all their bonds and their insurance and their bonds go up to a point where they can't.
Absolutely.
Basically,
Yep.
they're not supposed to keep on being a police officer, but they keep on doing it anyways.
They're listed.
They won't get caught.
Yeah, it's just like Chili says. Now you've been listed on a federal civil rights lawsuit, and so essentially your bonds go up, the city's insurance goes up, and you're already spending money on lawyers. Yeah, and so essentially, this is how ghost towns are made. So shitty officers make ghost towns, and if the people don't sue, and then change the system. And see, this is actually part of my belief. Once you sue, right, what a person's supposed to do, in my humble opinion, their civic duty is you sue, you take that money, and you don't go to Vegas. You take that money and you either run yourself and change the system, or you put it into a candidate that you want to change the system, that sort of thing. So you actually take that money and you put it back in.
Yeah, but don't do that. Don't do that giving it to no candidate. They don't give a fuck about us. God.
No. What I mean by that is if it's like, so me and Let's are a team, right? So if Let's were to want to run, I would totally back him. You know what I'm saying? If I win the lawsuit, I'm going to put my money into Let's being a council member. I would absolutely do that.
Because privately, you can know that you are getting your money's worth off of him, even if he doesn't win, because you know him privately.
Right. Or even mayor, right? So if he wanted to be mayor, I'd totally back him. Or if he wanted to be sheriff or whatever,
Definitely,
so that's what I mean. So essentially, what a lot of people do is, okay, they get their rights violated and then they sue, or they have their family's rights violated and they sue, and then they take that money and they go on vacation. They don't want to deal with the system no more, which sucks, but you have to. And people aren't, they're suing for the right reason, but then they take the money and they don't change it so that it doesn't happen again. And that's why it's gotten worse and worse, in my opinion. That's really my opinion.
But at the same time, it's your winnings and it's your making a whole. What makes you whole is what you need to do, and not what you think that other people would think that you're badass about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people would think that you are cool for, investing the money into some change, but at the same time,
and I understand, and I cannot blame.
If I won a lawsuit against the county today, I would be buying a house in a different country. Yeah.
I don't blame you. See,
because after knowing some things,
I wouldn't blame a person for bailing out of the system because I understand it, but I also wouldn't blame a person for taking it and going to Vegas. Once you win, it's your money. I'm just saying that because it's something that happened to you, if it's going to happen to you, it could happen to somebody else, and it will happen again and again and again and again until the system changes. And, like I said, I can't blame a person, but that's the way I feel. And so that's what I would do. And hopefully I win because that's what I plan to do. And if I don't, it doesn't matter because guess what? I still win because we spent a little bit of money. They spent a lot of money. They spending a lot of money, and they're going to be listed. So, and this isn't the first, or I shouldn't say the first. This won't be the only one, because here it is: the public defender's office. They violated their rights. The other night,
every single person that was involved in pursuing charges against you for lawful activities needs to get involved in the lawsuit. That's the hardest part about writing the lawsuit, is involving every single person. But that's why my little sister sat down with me and we made an entire list. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then we went through each name, looking up their fucking salary and their government name listed on their position and all that. And then we included all that into the lawsuit and fucking put it in their private and government capacity and their private capacity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what I know now, and I've kind of learned this, and I kind of suspected that this would be the way it goes. So a lot of things are discoverable, right? And so what happens is, so you sue somebody, right? If it's the government, right? So you sue a government agent. Things that were held back that that government wasn't willing to release. So that city government or that county or state government wasn't willing to release. Once it's released, then you get all kinds of new information. And because you get new information, now there might be another lawsuit, or there might be someone else to add.
Exactly. Right? The lawsuit also is, it's purposeful to keep on amending the lawsuit towards the coverage, especially like if you might find out something in discovery that you never even knew happened, and that's addable. It's not addable.
Yeah. And so probably what will happen with this one is we'll get a lot of information from this lawsuit that ends up in discovery that we end up getting from what happened originally with that welfare check, to where then we can take that civil rights lawsuit and use it as evidence, and we can go sue Florida.
Yeah. You might be able to sue that state that called the false welfare check in on you too. Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Hopefully, but yeah, I don't get my hopes up at all, but I still move forward with the paperwork. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
It's not for me to think about. All I do is try to make the paperwork as right as I can and tell the most truth that I can, and then just keep filing it forward. You see what I'm saying?
And let me tell you something too, by the way. We got one of the dumbest attorneys defending the city. They have paid one of the dumbest people. See some of this.
They're all dumb, man. I can't believe some of the dumbasses. That's kind of why I get mad at I love Michael Eline, but at the same time I get irritated as shit with him. I'm like, bro, you are supposedly a bar attorney. I don't give a shit if you're just a fucking small claims lawyer for the injuries or whatever he says, Yeah,
it's because he's a bar attorney. Because he's a court officer now. Let's not forget.
Yeah, I know, but he needs to be showing that he's already trying to buck that system. That's why I try to beg for him to, come on, bro. You need to be using everything you know and even the things you don't know to make sure that system can't take away our Sixth Amendment no more. He's
got status.
Yeah, or something. And that's the same thing with Catherine Henry. She's a Florida attorney. She claims to be wanting to fucking make change. And it's how you gonna make change? You're following the same fucking bullshit that they've taught you to follow.
Yeah. You're not trying to make case law, change the precedent, change.
I need somebody like Catherine Henry or Michael Eline to take the government ethics policy that they're supposed to be upheld to. It's a provision of law set to regulate his or her official conduct.
Yeah.
And I need one of these, like Catherine Henry or Michael Eline, to take that ethical. It's
Stand.
the ethical manual, for the government, and fucking make sure it gets enforced by like the DOJ or something. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because it already says it's the DOJ. It's government ethics official is what it says in the ethical standards. The government, when I looked up the ethical or the obligated ethical official or something like that, it's something DG something. I could look it up right now, but it says that the Department of Justice is supposed to is where these officials are based out of, and they're frankly not doing their fucking. They're working against the people instead of holding the government accountable, and that's not right. They're supposed to be the Department of Justice make sure that the people get justice, not make sure that the fucking government gets protected from the people.
Yeah.
Let's see here. It's under 5 CFR 2635.101. It's number 14, I think. It's like it says what they are. Let me look at this real quick. If I can get it to here it is.
It's really cool when Chili comes through and leaves a comment on your shit, So he came through and he watched the firearm buyback that Let's and I were at, and I live streamed that, and ANCAP came out later on, and anyway, 2012. That's the timestamp. He said, "Yep, it's your civic duty to hold them accountable." It's probably something I said. So
that's cool.
Yeah. And then he left a couple more comments, which was pretty cool. So yeah, I definitely had to heart that one. That, like I got to give the man his kudos. I really would not have learned much of anything without Chili Dog. So got to give the man his kudos.
Yeah.
And now I plan to go further. No, I'm kidding. I don't know how far I'm going to go. I'm going to be at least press, if nothing else. Like
we can always just try, Even Chili got his trolls and all of his fucking haters, and so all Chili can do is try. He's only a human at the end of the day,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anybody expecting more than that needs to go ahead and try and do it themselves.
Yeah, no, he is a hero, but it's not like he can be everywhere at once,
That's right, man. That's right. When Superman is saving Lois Lane, he's got to do that. Sorry, it's just what he's got to do. It's what he's got to do.
Yeah. He's got to choose Lois Lane over somebody he doesn't know, right? Which is hard.
Well, and that's I believe a lot of it, is because it's like. When it comes to people who are really in it to win it, you can rely on them, and you kind of have to stretch out your hand for them because they're going to stretch out their hands for you. And then when somebody comes through and says, "Well, you didn't help me," and then you're looking at them like, "Well, I mean, I can kind of see why, because you kind of got a horrible attitude, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that." The person might have had a horrible attitude either. It could have just been that, Superman didn't have time. He literally just didn't have time. He couldn't make it in time. Sucks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he couldn't make it in time to save me.
The point is the one with the most subscribers is the one with the most attention on their channel, so they obviously can Chili could help you get your story out more than you could help yourself get your story out. So yeah, I would, I think that helping with bail is one thing, helping with raising money for an attorney is another thing, but also helping get attention on people's stories is another thing. But Chili does do that, but at the same time, it's like with Press with Rancor. He actually showcased Press's videos. He actually helped Press try to get a attorney or whatever.
Yeah.
And other things, but it just didn't work. No matter what Chili did, it didn't work for Press with Rancor. And then that kind of made Chili feel like he couldn't help everybody at all, really, kind of is what it made me feel like is all I'm saying about that part. But but
no, and it's
there's more
crazy.
steps that could be taken, like fucking we need to be able to go across the country for others. You know what I mean? Like what Chili did at Ironton, Ohio. That was badass. But he hasn't done another Ironton for some reason. And I wish he would do like another Ironton. Yeah, you can't go back to Ironton, but go to like fucking where they did somebody wrong over here and fucking do the same fucking thing you did. That was your cream of the crop. That was your bread and butter. You know what I mean?
Well, Chili has his faults, and I could point out a few easily.
Well, yeah, we could sit here and point out faults of Chili all day long, but he's a human being.
But it's not just Chili. So this is something that happens with all of us, and I've seen it happen. I've experienced it a little bit, and I've had to check myself essentially, and I'm still having to check myself all the time, right? So it's called the big head. It's the ego, right? And then when you step into a crowd, essentially what happens is like, yeah, everybody knows who I am. That, right? That happens, right? I've done it. I do it all the time. It's so dumb, right? Because I look like an asshole. But at the same time, it also lets people know that your name is there. And what it does is it takes away anonymity, right? And people act differently. It's called the Hawthorne effect when they know that they're no longer anonymous, right? And this is the thing with Ironton. So when he went into Ironton, he was anonymous, essentially. He wasn't really known. And the police really didn't believe much of anything of him being like some big press journalist. Well, guess what? Now Chili's got a big name. And every time he steps on the scene and he says, oh, I've got, X amount of subscribers, I'm well known, I'm press, and people look him up and they're like, holy shit, this guy is really, really well known. And then they start acting differently. And so that is not beneficial for an investigative journalist. What's beneficial for an investigative journalist is the anonymity. It is not good to be well known. It's like Donald Trump stepping on scene and you're like, holy shit, it's Donald Trump. Let me act correctly. Or it's like, Governor Ron DeSantis or, the chief of your town police, right? And he steps on the scene and you're like, holy shit, let me act correctly. Like what happens is that Hawthorne effect takes place, and to let people know your anonymity is not here anymore, it's actually detrimental to the investigative journalist. And so I've seen it happen, and this is how I know it's happened, and this is why I'm saying it, is because Let's does it all the freaking time, and it kills me because I'm sitting here going, dude, I wish you would just not tell them that we have channels because I don't want them to know. I want them to frick up. I want them to act like an authoritative piece of garbage. I want them to show their true selves, and then I want to catch them.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people don't understand. They think that you're baiting them or something else. Why don't you just tell them what you're doing? Why don't you just let them know that you're conducting an audit and all this other stuff? It's like part of it is called a test. You don't want people to know that you don't want them to pass the test before you even give it to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's what the point of a test is. That's exactly right. I want to see the true self. I don't want to see the Hawthorne effect. Yeah, the camera's already there, so that's a little bit of a Hawthorne effect. But are they really going to recognize what that camera's there for. And if they don't,
Well, they still don't even recognize what Bay Area transparency over in California. So basically, I don't think that the United States is going to be recognizing anytime soon. That's one of the other reasons why I'm not fucking. It'll be like I've already been talking with some of my friends on YouTube, and it's hard to even be subscribing to all these channels. I might unsubscribe to a bunch of channels. Like if I have to battle my case to the very end with no help from the people I thought would help, I'm going to just fucking I ain't fucking around with no acting like I'm gonna stand up for rights no more. It's a detriment to the health, and nobody's there to help you when you need it. You know what I mean? So basically,
yeah, I do.
I'm not going to be doing it shit no more. It's not key to me. Maybe what the bigger channels that are well known, it's key to them, but not for me. I don't really need to put my neck out for a bunch of people, when it's not. But every once in a while, you might even. It's like you didn't want to get beat up by the cops, but all of a sudden they stopped, and I'll pull out my phone and record that part. But I'm not gonna go looking no more for no cop stops and try to stick my neck out for the rights and the freedoms, because it gets you targeted. It gets you
right, and especially
it gets your rights violated, and then nobody is there to fucking stand up for your rights.
Especially if you're loud. Especially if you're loud. I love Les. I love what he's done for me, but it's hard going out there with him sometimes because he's a big guy. He's already noticeable. He's like 6'7" or something. And then on top of that, he is a very poignant guy. He will tell you where the bear shits.
Yeah, that's good though. You gotta. You don't think it's good all the time, but at the same time, it'll be good when you need it, and it'll be good when you don't need it. I would just,
absolutely. And I don't believe that we're ever going to get into trouble that we're ever going to be convicted of. Like, I just don't believe that. That's not just. I can't.
Yeah, but sometimes it's worse than that, though, bro. Like for me, I'm not going to take the chance. There's other things than arrest, dude. There's other things than jail. How about if they fucking put you in one of those strap chairs and then fucking put you in the freezer like they did that one guy? Now you're talking about more than a protest. Now you're talking about more than just going to jail for something you didn't do. Now you're talking about more than fucking just having to eat jail food.
This is why I don't fight with them, man. I don't fight with them.
Well, I know, but Brick, you don't have to fight with them, dude. You don't have to fight with them. No, they might not like your look. They might not like that you have a beard on that day or something. They might be mad at their own fucking girlfriend. They might treat you bad. People are always like, "Whoa,
bro."
The reason why I don't get in trouble is because I follow the law.
No,
I've been
back to blue until it happens to you.
I've been to jail. I've been to prison. I know what it's like, bro. I really do. Like, I know what the shit's like. I really, really do. And it sucks. And the thing is when you're there, and this is like, again, going back to, I wish that I could teach people this, is that, yes, it sucks. But if you don't fall in line, if you do not fall in line and do exactly what you are supposed to do and follow the rules, exactly the way that the rules are, I've read the rule book. I know the jail rule book. I know what the rules are. It's funny because when Chili was in there, right, he made that phone call while the live stream was going on. They cut his phone off. They sent his ass to the to the hole, right?
Segregation.
I knew about it. Now, there's nothing I could do about it, but this is what Chili was doing. And I also know that you're allowed to write the judge and protest and petition. That's called a petitioning for your.
Yeah, that's why Chili making a phone call to his friends on the internet was totally lawful.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. No, if the jail has.
Yeah, it is, because it's a right to your self-defense. They can't decide what your defense is. They can't decide what your. Yeah.
No. Yes. No. There is a rule.
Oh, I know their rule, their little jail rule that you can't fucking make outside communications and
So what happens, right? And this is
what they would want you to not do.
after conviction, right? So if he's been convicted of a crime and he goes to jail, what happens is that what that means, if you have been convicted of a crime, you are forfeit those specific rights that they are restricting.
They want you to believe that, but I would never fucking claim that. No, I don't give a shit how many of them tried to tell me to believe that.
So if
I would always retain my rights.
No. If you commit a crime, okay, then you still get to be a free man.
Yeah, you still retain all your rights when you commit a crime. Yep.
No. So I'm talking
Sorry
about
to say, but the time that you spend in the jail is the punishment, not the losing of your rights.
So you're not a free man.
Well, yeah, you're not able to just you have to serve some type of time, but losing rights is different.
Some of your rights are forfeit. Your right to assemble is forfeit.
Why? Because you're assembling with other people in jail.
No. Jail is not a place you can assemble. That is a place that they put criminals. Like they put
you're able to make phone calls to your friends, bro.
You can make phone calls to your friends. You just can't do certain things. Your speech is limited. Your assembly is limited. Your petition is limited. Your press.
And they didn't even prove that you even committed a crime. They just wrongfully convicted you. Then what?
And that's fair. This is why the civil rights lawsuit goes through. This is why the overturning of the case goes through. But when a conviction goes through, yes, you are forfeiting your rights, right? So that is a thing. That's what they
believe. They want to believe. That's just like them believing that if they call you a felon, they can take away your Second Amendment, and that's not true. It's not true. It's totally not true.
So the idea of a felony, I do believe that there's some problems with certain types of felonies for forfeiting certain rights.
Well, no, it's not. It's not necessarily the felonies. It's being called a felon and then using that term as now we've called you a felon, so now you can no longer have guns.
You can have your rights restored. That's
not true. No, let alone your rights restored. They can't take your rights away just because they called you a felon in the first place. Like that's double jeopardy. If you serve your time for your crime, they can't, even if your crime was a felony, they can't just say, "Oh, now he's a felon."
So with the criminal punishment statutes, right? So when it comes to the actual punishment, I've heard this argument. So what people will say, and I'm guessing that you would be included on this, would be that once you've served your time, now you're a free man. Well, like
the thing about it is you're not supposed to be tried for the same crime twice. Therefore, you're not supposed to be in trouble.
Okay. So
for the same crime twice. You can't use on top of that. I always have the fundamental right to defense, whether that be with a bazooka or a jet or fucking a bow and arrow.
If you red rum somebody, right, and you're convicted now, okay,
I still have the right to have a gun.
You still have a right.
Sorry,
to have
I know your feelings don't like it, but I still have a right.
Prison.
Yeah. If you red rum someone, you mostly get that's a capital offense, so you get a capital punishment. So there is basically no getting out to have a gun in the first place. But now we're talking about theft. If you commit a theft with a fucking firearm, you still have a right to have a firearm.
Like I said, there's certain felonies that I don't agree with. Okay, but let's go to the extreme one. Like we can have a conversation about the whole, theft and why that shouldn't be a felony, which I absolutely 100%.
Say armed robbery. Well, just because I committed an armed robbery once doesn't mean I can't have a gun. That's fucking bullshit. Sorry, I hate that your feelings are like hurt by that.
Right. Hold on.
I'm not necessarily saying your feelings, but I'm just saying. So I'm exaggerating because I'm pointing out that it's a feelings-based notion to try to call somebody a felon.
All laws are derived from feelings. All
I
of
don't
them.
know about all laws because true laws are self-evident.
They're all
Truth.
subjective. They're all subjective.
No, true law is self-evident.
Well, when you say true
Okay.
law, what you're talking about would be God's law, and that would be an objective law
Or
that we are all subjectively interpreting.
the thing about it is like if I slap you across the face, it's inherently true that that's wrong.
Some ladies like to be slapped.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit. That's something different anyway.
I'm doing it.
I'm talking about if you unintentional or if you intentionally slap me and it's an unwanted touch.
Yeah,
if it's an unwanted touch, it's a crime. It's
so what should happen to me if I do that?
Well, that's different than what we was talking about. We were just talking about what know.
No. I want to know. I want to know what would be the necessary punishment. Is there a punishment that's necessary if I did that to you?
Well, the thing about it is if you did like if you did a felony armed robbery.
If I took a bat to your forehead, like
without me asking or without me wanting you to, that would be
when I took a bat to your forehead. What should
it depends on what happened. Like if I can't defend myself, then
if I just
you would have to be defended against by somebody else.
If I broke into your home, I wasn't defending myself. I broke into your home. I took a bat.
Well, then I would use I would use a shotgun on you if you broke into my home.
So what should happen? No. What should happen to me in the court of law if you don't get to do that and they catch you?
You get served the time. You get served time, but then after
so
you get time, to jail. I don't give a fuck if you broke into my home. You'd still have your rights when you got out.
Okay, so I took the bat to your forehead, right? I don't get to have bats anymore because that's a weapon that could be used against somebody, right? So I would definitely
know about that. That would be based on my fucking feelings. Like if you hit me with a bat and I lived to tell about it, and I was fucking basically for all intents and purposes
while I'm in jail serving my time, I should be allowed to have a bat.
When no matter where you are in life, you have the fundamental human right to defense.
Should I be able to have the key to the gate?
Is that going to be a part of your defense?
No. I'm asking you, if I did the thing, right, and then I go to jail, should I get the key to the gate as well?
Well, I'm not sure about that. I don't know the fucking true nature and cause of that question, so I can't give you a definitive answer. But when you get out of jail,
then I have rights restored. Yes.
Well, I don't know about rights restored, but when you get out of jail, you shouldn't be called a felon and then said that you can't have a gun.
And that's fine. That's fine. So in the theory of now we've got a criminal punishment. Okay, like I've got to serve. We'll say for taking a bat to your forehead.
10 years.
How many?
10 years.
10 years. Okay, 10 years. What if I'm a good boy for 8 years? And they say, because you're a good boy, you get out.
Yeah, but if we were really doing law, then there would be no of that. You'd have to serve your entire prescribed time.
Well, here's the thing: we're a liberal nation, and our
but you're talking about a legal system as opposed to law, right there.
No.
Yeah, no, you're talking about what do you call it? Plea deals and fucking good time and work time and shit like that, and fucking getting out early. And you're talking about fucking
your rights are not fully restored.
Parole and probation. Parole and probation are legal things, not law things. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
All that legal shit would, in a lawful society, all that legal shit would be out the door.
In the case of the full 10-year sentence being served, you would say that I would be required to spend the entirety of that time 10 years in the prison as opposed to 8 years with 2 years probation.
The provision of law, the provisions of law state in Title 18, Section 242 or 241, whichever. Yeah, it's 242, because that would be beyond conspiracy. Now you'd actually be committing enact when you hit me with the baseball bat. So it would fall under 242. So you'd be depriving me of a right, which resulted in bodily harm. So you would have to have 10 years. It would be 10 years for a deprivation of rights which caused bodily harm.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, under law, you would be 10 years flat, no time.
So no 8 years
parole.
or 2 years probation, no more than 10 years.
No, you don't get you get 10 years flat. You don't get parole, probation, fucking none of that. You get 10 years flat in a constitutional republic.
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really agree with that because ultimately there's enough time being spent behind bars. And if someone is able to rehabilitate and do good, then I believe that they should be allowed to leave early. Now, all of their rights, as we would understand them, might not be restored immediately, but they would be free from the cell. Because ultimately the jail is just one form of punishment. The jail is not the entire punishment for your crime. If you commit a crime, right, and the crime happens to carry with it up to 10 years of a sentence of jail time, that does not mean that your crime is fully served under punishment. That just means that the jail time has been served. And I do believe that that's what the confusion here is because there are certain rights that are afforded to you that you forfeit, one of them being assembly. You are not allowed to freely roam in public, and that is for that up to 10 years. But there are also other rights that you are forfeit for a certain period of time by committing serious acts of crime, and that is
a true crime.
Yeah, a true crime.
Like committing a true crime, like a damage to people or property.
Yeah, well, see, and so like a kid who stole a candy bar, he's like, 7 years old. He stole a candy bar out of the store. Should he be put into cuffs even? No, hell no. Call his daddy. Call his daddy. Stop him at the door. Call his daddy. His daddy will take care of it, right? Now, if he doesn't have a daddy, well, guess what? Mommy's going to have to do it. If mommy doesn't, isn't there, then, well, does he have any other guardian? So,
but these days they fucking just arrest the daddy or the mommy. You know what I mean? They're twistedly crooked these days.
Yep. And so you can go down the line of the different crimes and the various.
That's the thing about law is that there's an established precedent that you're not competent to. You're not competent until you're like, I think it's like 21 or something. Yeah, it's 18 nowadays.
25 and 26.
The very last number is like 25, I think. But
the insurance.
They moved it to 21, but still 25 if under certain circumstances, like
the youngest people who are practicing law, I would say probably
legal circumstances, like basically internment school or something, or like some sort of a trade school or something.
I'd be surprised.
They're about 24 because 24 is the cutoff line for
because a paralegal, I believe
the guardianship,
like at least 3 or 4 years in probably the most liberal states.
If you're considered a child, then you're considered not competent to stand for your own
correct
problems. Therefore, they can't prove intent because a child basically makes all sorts of wild decisions, not thinking fully about the future, and can't be held to. Like basically, if they decide to steal from the store, they basically can't be held for the length of time that an actual crime would be subjected to. It's not, they can't even be held for even a day, really, because they're not. There was no intent to commit crime. So
Yeah, they're
basically, there was no crime.
legally incompetent. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Even
as
based
you move
on
up,
like this is like principles so commonly, like everybody can agree to this principle so commonly that it can be no other way. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
these things go without prejudice. There's no prejudice to these doctrines. Nobody argues against these doctrines, therefore there's no prejudice to these doctrines. These are common doctrines. It's called common law. A lot of people are not being able to fucking come to grasp with some of this shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. And
How
so
can you punish a child that fucking barely even knows better, is barely learning about life right now, is a child still growing to a full form, and then to be expected to be held liable for their punishments? But you know, there's all sorts of different aspects, like for instance, murder. They might not get tried as an adult, but there should be some sort of still a taking away from society for a length of time.
oh, absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
that's
you
fucking.
intend,
It's
yeah,
still a carnal. It's
as
still
a child, as
yeah.
a child,
Murder
if
is
you
still like a
intently,
carnal crime. You know.
Yeah. yeah, if you
That's a carnal
intently,
crime.
it doesn't matter what age you are. There is definitely something not right in here. If you intently
Yeah.
harm someone where it's not self-defense, there's something not
Yeah.
right in here. So it's got to be checked out. And if we got to put you in an institution of some sort, you know, that's a necessity.
Yeah.
For society at large in general, and individually. Like there's
Yeah.
no question about it for me.
That's part of that is exactly the part about like societal, like a civil society, that people that want to be ANCAP, because I like the ideas of ANCAP, but at the same time I can't fully be an ANCAP because I'm not hating their little ANCAP shit, but at the same time I understand the fact of common law. You see what I'm saying? Like, and if it's
lines in the sand. Lines in the sand, private property, right? If I, like, and that really kind of I believe goes to.
But it comes down to like what I was saying about fucking without prejudice. You know, if nobody can, if everybody can agree on something, then it's for the majority. Everybody agrees that murder is wrong. Therefore, without prejudice, it's decidedly so. Murder is wrong. You see what I'm saying?
It's unjustified killing.
Yeah.
That's what red rum is. Unjustified is literally how it's defined, is unjustified. You know, you don't have justification unless it's self-defense. That's the only justification is literally self-defense. If it's an attack.
True murder with intent to commit should always be treated with prejudice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And this is why they call all crimes that are supposed to be crimes offenses, is because it's always supposed to be not justified.
An offense. Yeah.
Offense. Yep.
It can't be a reaction to an offense. That would be a defense. It's got to be an offense.
Exactly. So if you try to take my possession out of my hand, like some people have done with the guys with the cameras, right? Some
exactly. No, I got my cameras taken. I had a camera in both hands because I purposely made it that way because I didn't want anybody to try to say that I was the one that like initiated violence. Because I already know they try to attack you. You know what I mean? So basically, I put a camera in each hand and then held my hands up like hands up, don't shoot. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the whole time when I'm recording in public, I'm standing there like this with two cameras, and fucking I was attacked. They ripped the cameras out of my hands and then started punching on me. They didn't want to punch on me until they got my cameras away. You know, they thought that if they took my cameras away, that they would be taking care of all the cameras. But actually, my fellow journalist, my brother-in-law, was holding his cell phone camera and caught the whole thing anyway. So even though they destroyed my cameras trying to get rid of their evidence that would convict them, they still fucking got caught by a camera.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the county let them go. You know that the main lady that they didn't charge anybody but the mother of the family that attacked.
Mhm.
Even though there was like 5 or 6 other people that were involved in physical attack, they fucking they only charged the one lady. They gave her a $50 bail, and she only saw 3 hours. She saw 2 hours of transport time and 1 hour of booking time, and then she got out on a $50 bail. And they gave her a fucking $24 fine, and she had to take a gun safety class because she fired a gun at my brother-in-law.
Wow.
Yeah, while 2 of them were attacking me, they called their family member to the scene of their crime, and the family member brought a 357. They were trying to use the 357 on me, but I ran around the back of the store. As soon as they started fumbling for the bag, I ran around the back of the store. My brother-in-law, he basically thought that they were after me, but after I ran around the store and I was no longer their target, then they turned the gun on my brother-in-law. My wife first, really, but my wife is handicapped sitting in my truck. They basically thought better of it and then turned the gun towards my brother-in-law. And then my brother-in-law started walking away slowly, not even looking at the lady, and she drew down on the back of his head and then fired the gun over his right shoulder. She got a $50 fine or $50 bail. She saw 2 hours transport, 1 hour fucking booking, and then she fucking she basically paid a $24 fine, all because we're cameramen. So basically, the county helped her get skate instead of getting attempted murder charge or shooting some sort of assault with a deadly weapon. She got firing a firearm within city limits. So basically, they converted assault with a deadly weapon into a misdemeanor, firing within city limits, and gave her only a $24 fine, where that misdemeanor should have had a $1,000 fine mandatory. You see what I'm saying? Plus, her gun-related felony, she got fucking a hunter safety course for it. You know, she had to complete a gun safety course. But they never proved to us that she even went to a gun safety course. You know what I mean? Where's her documentation that proves she even fucking did the gun safety course? One of the guys, I basically got attacked by these counter protesters. I'm using my camera to record in public, and I'm protesting in public, and some counter protesters come and fucking start attacking me physically. And basically, one of the guys there says, "Oh, we'll find out who's harassing who when the cops get here." Well, fucking, they were a whole fucking crew of counter protesting attackers that didn't think one thing about a camera. Now, we were fucking people who watch fucking First Amendment audits every single day on the YouTube and always take our cameras into public, you know, in case something like this happens, you know, especially when we were at a protest. We were there to record and to protest. We weren't there to attack nobody. So basically, yeah, they were caught on camera attacking me and then firing a gun at my fellow journalist. And they basically got off scot-free. This was 2002, May 7th, 2002. I got a fucking video. Even the fucking local news made a video about her arrest. It's pretty crazy. The local news won't even say nothing about. I contacted the local news. I was like, you guys know that she only got like a $24 fine, $50 bail, and only saw 2 hours transport time and an hour booking. She never even went into a jail cell. But the news crew didn't even want to talk about that.
Sounds about right.
Because we were cameramen and she was a counter protester against us. This is the video right here. Let me refresh this. Pause. I didn't have my volume up, but yeah, this is the video right here.
Dealer, Saida Trudeau Chrysler Jeep Dodge and Ram. An Nye County Sheriff's Office deputy was dispatched to the corner of Bruce Site and Main Streets in Gabs. That's where several people told the officer Linda Seeger pulled out a handgun, pointed it at them, and said she was going to shoot them. The victims explained this happened after a verbal argument with Seeger turned physical. One of the victims told the deputy Seeger pointed the gun at him and fired one shot. They described the handgun as a Chrome 357 revolver. In the arrest report, the deputy says several witnesses stated they heard a gunshot but did not actually see the gun. When the officer spoke with Seeger, she stated she had gotten into a physical altercation with the alleged victim, but said she was simply defending herself. After being taken into custody, Seeger said she never fired the gun, but the officer says she later changed her story, in one version saying she shot a round into the air, and in another version saying she shot at the ground. A family member retrieved a gun that matched the description of the one the victims described. The officer took possession of that gun for evidence. Seeger was placed under arrest and booked into the Nye County Detention Center on 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of assault with a deadly weapon on a vulnerable person, 1 count of discharging a gun where a person might be, and 3 counts of aiming a gun at a person.
7 felony gun charges, and she got them reduced to 1 misdemeanor, firing the gun within city limits. On top of it, she tries to say that she was the one. The people at the scene that were attacking me, they said, "Oh, we'll see who's harassing who when the cops get here." Well, they had no video of anything that they did, but we had video of everything that they did. You see what I'm saying? So basically, they thought that when the cops got there, that they were going to tell their side of the story. Only problem is with their side of the story was that I attacked them and that they had to defend themselves against me. But then when we showed the deputies the fucking video, guess who goes to jail? This lady. You see what I'm saying? Only problem with it is that fucking the son that brought the gun to the scene of their felony attack, okay? Because usually a fight if I got in a fight with these people, it wouldn't be a felony attack. It would be a fucking mutual combat. But when I was there to record, the video shows me with my cameras in my hands when they attacked me. What they do first is rip the cameras out of my hands. The mom went on this hand and the daughter went on this hand. You see what I'm saying? Basically, the mom gets on this side of me, the daughter gets on this side of me, and the son-in-law, the daughter's husband, is in front of me. The son-in-law starts punching me in the face while the daughter and the mom are holding my hands down, trying to rip my cameras out of my hands. You see what I'm saying? So then when they finally get the cameras out of my hands, I did like this spin move and then moved down the sidewalk, and they chased me, trying to attack me. And then the mom and the son-in-law were sitting there attacking me while my brother-in-law was recording all this. And fucking the daughter is seen in the video smashing my cameras on the sidewalk or on the road, trying to break the evidence. You see what I'm saying? But they didn't even put 2 and 2 together that my brother-in-law was recording the whole thing on his cell phone. I mean, he's standing there like this, holding his cell phone, recording, and they never went after his camera to smash his camera on the ground. But my cameras, I had a body camera in this hand, and I had a one of those little sport cameras, like those underwater sport cameras. I had like an underwater sport camera in this hand and a body camera in this hand, and I was standing there like this when I got attacked. And then my brother-in-law's video shows that. But even though we had the attack on video, and there were several of those attackers against me at first, and then what they did was she was charged with assault with a deadly weapon on a vulnerable person when she pointed the gun at my handicapped wife. My wife had like several strokes and paralyzed on one side of her body. You know what I mean? So basically, when the lady pointed the gun at my wife, That was, I guess, assault with a deadly weapon on a vulnerable person, something like this. Well, when it's funny because this protest that they attacked me on, basically, that was for the same guy that had been harassing me. I was protesting the same public service agent. I'm sitting there protesting the public service agent in public, and these counter protesters walk up the street and start attacking me. You see what I'm saying? Funny thing is the county helps her. Like the kid, the son that they didn't have a gun there until they called the son to the scene of their crime with a gun. You see what I'm saying? So the kid that brought the gun to the scene of a felony attack should have been charged with a felony crime himself. You see what I'm saying?
It's a wild ass story, bro.
Yeah, it is wild, but sometimes auditing can be hella wild. Don't just think because you got a camera out there that fucking you're gonna be safe and fucking the people aren't gonna just be psycho. Dude, you can get fucking killed while you're trying to just audit. There's actually auditors in our country that have gotten killed that their videos never even made it public, and we just don't know about it. I'm telling you.
This is why I go live. This is
yeah.
why I go live. I don't go
You
out
want to
there
go
unless
live, you want to have Mace, you want to have somebody there with you. You want to make sure that fucking the other person that's there with you isn't just fucking standing right next to you. You know, you want to separate yourselves a little bit so that they can't pinpoint one or the other. You see what I'm saying? If they destroy your cameras, you got to hope that somebody else got a camera. You see what I'm saying? This is the only way. Otherwise, in my case, it's just like what the news article said. Her first story was that she was defending herself against me. You see what I'm saying? But in reality, if I didn't have the fucking camera, her story would have fucking stuck. Okay? Just saying. There'd be a higher probability.
Maybe.
For one, they did not like me protesting their public service agent. That county.
It was the camera.
Yes, the camera and the protest. It's the camera and the protest. You know, they're not going to stick up for me. I'm protesting their public service agent, and I'm using a camera to record their bad actions. They want to eliminate me and uphold anybody that is there. It's like we were talking about earlier. Like this guy was just a maintenance man for the county. But if this guy was like Brian Fahey, a state trooper, fuck, man, they're going to.
Well, and here's another thing.
The level of protection for that Brian Fahey, it'll be surprising if fucking Sean Reyes doesn't get convicted of fucking all those fucking shit they converted his rights into, and he goes to prison.
Well, and here's another thing to take into consideration, and this is something that I have mentioned to a couple of people while out auditing / cop watching. Specifically when it comes to when I'm out with others, nobody bothers me. Nobody bothers me when I've got the camera. When I've got it, the only people that bother me are actually sometimes it's the public employees. Rarely is it the cops. Cops really don't bother me about the camera. And the people never bother me.
Yeah, but the reason why that is because your protest isn't it's not a open verbal audio protest. It's like auditing is a protest, like what
I'm not protesting.
East Carbon was saying. But yeah, auditing is a form of protest, but at the same time,
no,
it's a different form, you know.
No, I'm not protesting.
Auditing is a protest in and of itself, whether you want to believe it's a protest or not.
No.
It's a protest.
I know what the Supreme Court has ruled.
No, it's not. The Court has ruled. It's just that auditing is a form of protest. Okay, you're activating against a government. You're the whole point of it is to showcase your First Amendment rights. It is a protest. It's a protest for rights. It's a more silent protest than some audio protest where you're out there yelling expletives for fucking like, hell no, we won't go. Fuck no, we won't go. You know, that's a different protest. But yes, auditing is a form of protest. You know, I don't know if you can comprehend it, but just because you can't comprehend it doesn't mean it's not a form of protest. Just saying. Are you there? Come on back now if you want to come on back. I'm getting pretty tired anyways. I'll probably go in a little bit, you know. Sitting here trying to figure out what the fuck I want to. I really didn't eat nothing because I really didn't even feel like going live, but I decided to go live. Fucking. Hold on. It's like, dude, John wants to debate so much. I want to talk to John about this shit. Why? Ask him why he feels these ways. What's the point, purpose, and why it matters to him so much. What's wrong with people using all caps in this chat? What is it to him that these things are not like he's the one that said that Jewish is a race, and I was simply trying to point out that Jewish can't be a race; it's a religion, and he didn't want to believe that, but that doesn't mean I'm arguing with him. It's just, hey, it's real. Jewish is a religion, not a race. There's no blood. It's not. It'd be like trying to say that Sioux is a race instead of a tribe. There's no blood. It's you're in it. You are invited into a tribe either by birth or by marriage. And that's what it is, not by blood. Jim Bridger was married into a Shoshone tribe. His children are even Shoshone. He was born a white guy east of the Mississippi and became a Shoshone by marrying. I think he was married to several ladies in the Western Shoshone tribe in Wyoming.
I made it back. Yeah, the internet did its, I guess probably its normal update kind of thing. It probably knocked me off or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I heard you saying, you're getting tired. I'm getting tired too. It's like almost 5 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm probably gonna head out here pretty soon. It's been a great conversation, so I really appreciate that. That's always a plus. And I'll I guess we can put a bow on it for now if you want, and we'll do it again sometime, whenever I get the chance to come on by, man. It's been great.
Yeah, I'll go live again sometime. I don't know when, but maybe tomorrow, maybe in a month. But yeah, you're always invited here. I mean, you're not an evil dude, even if we didn't agree with each other all the time. You're not malicious. you know. And a lot of the times we agree. So most of the time we're agreeing. It's
we probably agree
not a
on
problem.
at least 80%. If you agree on rule of law to some extent at all, then we could probably agree on probably 80%. Because that is,
Yeah, but
I feel like
it's like I say, it has to do with common, you know.
common sense.
There's no getting away with
Commonality, that social. It's a social.
Yeah, we cannot get away with not being social. There's a certain aspect of all of our lives that we have to live around each other. Basically, you know, common law is very important. It's if we can agree on something, we need to try to agree on it, and that's when we find a common ground. That's what establishes the social contract we want to live under. It establishes the rule of law that we want to live under.
If nothing else, at least for trade. At least for trade. If nothing else, at least for trade. You know, the smithy needs the farmer, and the farmer needs the smithy. Yeah, they need each other. They absolutely do. You know, the smithy can't do the farming all day because he's got smithing to do, and the farmer can't do the smithing all day because he's got farming to do. So,
and then you got your tailor. You got to have your tailor.
I gotta have my tailor, bro. You're telling you, I need a shirt to wear.
Yeah,
you know? Gotta pop a collar.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody that makes the clothes. Then you got your shoemaker. You know what I mean?
Yep. I gotta have some clean, fresh underwear at some point in time. They get a little bit ratty tatty.
Even if I can paint my car, I might like working on carburetors more. So, you know, just because I know how to paint my car doesn't mean I want to. So if I can find somebody that can, you know, take a little trade of something to paint my car, I'll have that happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. I could not have fixed my thumb on my own to the extent that it is. Like, I could not have done that by myself. I do need a doctor every once in a while. I do need a doctor. So I need a little social doctrine in my life. But anyway, I'll catch you on the next one, bro. It's been great. Thanks. Later.
Have a good night.